Okay, kita akan mula live dalam beberapa minit lagi. Mohon semua untuk mutekan mic masing-masing. Kita akan mula live dalam beberapa minit lagi.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berusaha Profesional Teknologi Abdul Razak bin Sabtu, pengarah Kolej Komuniti Selayang, pengarah-pengarah bahagian, pengarah-pengarah Flagship for IR, pengarah-pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, yang dihormati Barisan Timbalan Pengarah Akademik, Barisan Timbalan Pengarah Pengurusan, Barisan Panel-Panel Jemputan, Barisan Pegawai Pensyarah dan juga guru-guru serta pelajar-pelajar yang dihormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, setinggi-tinggi kesyukuran kita rafakkan kehadrat ilahi kerana dengan rahmat dan inayahnya dapat kita berkumpul secara atas talian bagi menghadiri webinar Flagship I Entertainment 1.0 Unlocking the Potential of Extended Reality real-world application of extended reality in entertainment and related industries. Untuk makluman, webinar ini adalah anjuran jawatan kuasa kerja Flagship for IR, Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan juga Kolej Komuniti. Saya, Muhammad Hairul bin Abu Karim dari Kolej Komuniti Selayang selaku pengacara majlis akan bersama dengan anda di sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung. Hadirin yang dihormati, bagi memberkati webinar kita, marilah sama-sama kita memulakan majlis pada pagi ini dengan bacaan ulmu kitab. Pada yang bukan beragama Islam dengan bacaan doa agama masing-masing. Al-Fatihah. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Semoga majlis kita pada hari ini berjalan lancar dengan keberkatan daripada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Webinar Flagship Entertainment 1.0 adalah satu inisiatif jawatan kuasa kerja Flagship Entertainment Kolej Komuniti Selayang untuk mengumpulkan pakar-pakar industri untuk berkongsi pengetahuan dan kemahiran dalam bidang immersive, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality dan juga extended reality. Webinar ini juga diadakan untuk memenuhi keperluan Pusat Pendidikan dan Inovasi Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti Malaysia yang memerlukan tenaga pakar industri memberi kemahiran kepada pelajar-pelajar, khususnya kepada pelajar diploma in Games Art. Seterusnya, tanpa berlengah lagi, majlis menjemput yang berusaha Profesional Teknologis Abdul Razak bin Sabtu, pengarah Kolej Komuniti Selayang, bagi menyampaikan ucapan perasmian webinar Flagship Entertainment 1.0 Unlocking the Potential of Extended Reality, Real World Application of Extended Reality in Entertainment and Related. Dengan segala hormatnya, majlis mempersilakan.
Terima kasih kepada saudara pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Yang berusaha Dr. Zamzam bin Muhammad Walid, Timbalan Pengarah Kolej Komuniti Kuala Langat, Tuan Haji Abdul Malik bin Hassan, Pengarah Politeknik Tuanku Said Sirajuddin, Tuan Haji Mio bin Sarifuddin, Pengarah Kolej Komuniti Teluk Intan, dan semua pengarah saya yang mengikuti, sebab dalam sesi ini kita ada dua laluan, satu di Webex dan satu lagi di melalui Facebook dan juga YouTube. Dan khususnya yang saya railah pada semua speaker di webinar pada pagi ini, iaitu Encik Faisal Athar pada XR Ministry, Dr. Andrew Yu daripada Ministry XR, Encik Fitri Baharuddin daripada Arleta Tech Sdn Bhd, Encik Kamaruzaman Jahidin, CEO of Powernode Solution, yang merupakan juga kita punya penasihat industri, Encik Zamir bin Rashid daripada Innovem Sdn Bhd, and then Prof. Dr. Srita Raju daripada Prof. Low Carbon Transport UTM, and then moderator kita pada pagi inilah Dr. Umawati daripada JPKK, dan seterusnya kepada semua ahli jawatan kuasa seminar, dan yang saya hormati kepada semua peserta yang menghadiri, yang telah pun mendaftar untuk bersama-sama dengan kita selama satu hari, yang saya dimaklumkan seramai lebih kurang 246 yang telah mendaftar, yang terdiri daripada 68 agensi daripada industri, daripada unit IPTA, Politeknik, College Community, IPTS, dan daripada Sticky Malang, our partner from overseas, daripada Sticky Malang Indonesia. And then daripada guru-guru daripada sekolah menengah, sekolah kebangsaan, dan 3 daripada kementerian. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Terlebih dahulu saya mengucapkan kesyukuran kehadrat Allah SWT kerana dengan izin dan limpah kurnianya dapat kita bersama-sama hadir di webinar Flagship Entertainment 1.0, webinar Real World Application of Extended Reality in Entertainment anjuran Kolej Multi Selayang. Hadirin hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, di mana tujuan kita mengadakan webinar ini adalah untuk memberi peluang kepada pelajar, para pensyarah dan pegawai yang mungkin terlibat secara langsung dalam berkaitan dengan teknologi IR 4.0, terutamanya untuk menambah pengetahuan dan kemahiran berkaitan dengan bidang teknologi immersive. Serta di mana juga dalam webinar ini juga kita dapat mengumpulkan pakar-pakar industri untuk berkongsi pengetahuan dan kemahiran dalam bidang immersive, AR, VR, MR dan juga XR, teknologi industri IR 4.0 dalam bidang hiburan dan pengeluaran, serta menyebarluaskan maklumat teknologi ini kepada masyarakat umum. Selain daripada itu, bermatlamatkan untuk menyediakan pelajar dan pensyarah dengan industri 4IR yang pesat dan pantas sejajar dengan keperluan industri bagi melahirkan pelajar dan tenaga pengajar yang mahir. Kehadiran arus revolusi industri 4.0 mendorong Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan College Community menerapkan strategi The Flagship untuk menyediakan politeknik dan college community menangani cabaran yang dihadapi oleh institusi TVET, utamanya yang relevan dengan revolusi industri keempat, di mana terdapat 10 flagship yang holistik berfokus dan spesifik kepada sektor industri telah dilantik dan ditubuhkan untuk membolehkan aplikasi teknologi 4.0 IR menghasilkan graduan future ready. College Community menerajui Kolej Multi Selayang menerajui Flagship Entertainment yang dibantu 5 institusi satelit yang kita namakan satelit untuk menyokong misi ini, di mana ianya terdiri daripada College Community Teluk Intan yang spesifik dalam bidang 3D modeling dan juga animasi, Politeknik Metro Kuala Lumpur dalam pengaturcaraan permainan, Politeknik Tunku Syed Sirajuddin dalam video dan filem, College Community Kuala Langat dalam animasi 2D, dan College Community Paya Besar dalam bidang pengiklanan dan VR. Hadirin hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, webinar ini adalah merupakan salah satu aktiviti dalam kita membudayakan 4.0 IR Flagship KKSY dalam memberi kesedaran mengenai revolusi perindustrian yang mana kesannya akan memberi kesan kepada institusi masyarakat dan industri, di mana IR 4.0 merupakan pendekatan menggunakan segala jenis teknologi dalam penyediaan platform untuk kegunaan orang ramai dalam pelbagai bidang secara automatik tanpa had masa, tempat dan kendiri, serta telah diaplikasikan dengan lebih hebat, terutamanya dalam keadaan era pandemik COVID-19. Maka daripada industri, saya berharap semua tuan-tuan yang akan memberi ceramah berkongsi pengalaman pada hari ini dapat memberi maklumat yang terbaik kepada semua peserta yang menghadiri seminar pada pagi ini. So saya bagi pihak Kolej Multi Selayang ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua kita punya jemputan dan khususnya terutama kepada Ketua Pengarah JPPKK dalam menyokong segala keperluan yang diperlukan oleh Kolej Menteri Selayang dan juga kepada semua satelit yang dilantik. Okay. Jadi dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya merasmikan webinar kita pada pagi ini. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekian, terima kasih.
Majlis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih di atas ucapan perasmian Tuan. Seterusnya, marilah kita sama-sama saksikan tayangan montaj hasil kreatif dari pencara-pencara Diploma Games Art Kolej Menteri Selayang. Seterusnya, Majlis ingin memperkenalkan panel-panel kita pada hari ini. Sebelum itu, moleklah kiranya saya memperkenalkan moderator kita untuk sepanjang webinar pada hari ini ya. Okay, yang pertama diperkenalkan moderator kita Dr. Umawati Techanamurti. Dr. Umar, hi. Good morning, Dr. Umar.
Good morning, Hairul.
Okey, Dr. Umar ni adalah penolong pengarah kanan daripada bahagian instruksional dan pembelajaran digital BIPD Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan juga Kolej Komuniti. Okey, untuk slot yang pertama, kita pada pagi ini insya-Allah Dr. Umawati akan ditemani oleh panel Encik Faisal Athar daripada Ministry XR, iaitu bertanggungjawab sebagai Lead XR Engineer dengan tajuknya Extended Reality in Entertainment. Ada Encik Faisal? Okey, selamat pagi Encik Faisal.
Selamat pagi.
Okey, seterusnya panel slot yang kedua iaitu Dr. Andrew Yu selaku Chief Technology Officer, also Lead XR Engineer daripada Ministry XR juga dengan tajuknya Spatial Computing Technology with Ministry XR and the VR AR Association. Good morning Dr. Andrew.
Morning, thank you so much.
Okay. For the next slot, untuk slot yang ketiga dengan tajuk Augmented Reality for Entertainment, kita akan bersama dengan Encik Fitri Baharuddin yang merupakan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif daripada Arleta Tech Sdn Bhd. Selamat pagi Encik Fitri.
Selamat pagi, hai semua. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okey, dan slot yang keempat pada pagi ini kita akan ditemani dengan panel Encik Kamaruzaman Jahidin atau glamournya kita panggil Encik KJ. Assalamualaikum Encik.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi semua.
Okey, untuk pengetahuan Encik Kamaruzaman Jahidin adalah CEO from Powernode Solution dengan kupasan tajuk 4IR Opportunities and Challenges. Okey. InsyaAllah pada jam 12.30 tengah hari ini kita akan berehat seketika untuk siapkan diri Dan pada jam 2.30 petang, kita akan masuk pada slot yang kelima. Dr. Umawati akan ditemani oleh panel daripada Innovin Senjang Berhad, iaitu pengarah urusannya sendiri, Encik Zamir bin Rashid, dengan tajuk Virtual Prototyping in Oil and Gas Industry with Immersive Virtual Reality Technology. Assalamualaikum Encik Zamir.
Waalaikumsalam, Syahrul. Thank you for having me today.
Okay, thank you for coming Encik Zamir. Okay, dan seterusnya untuk slot terakhir pada petang nanti, moderator kita akan bersama-sama dengan Profesor Dr. Srita Raju daripada Universiti Teknologi Immersive. Good morning, Prof.
Morning.
Okay. So, insyaAllah, moderator dan juga Prof. Srita akan berdiskusi tentang extended reality tools for engineering education. Ya. Okay, wow, saya baca tajuk-tajuk pun saya dah seronok sangat dah ni. Memang in trend sekarang ni ya. Bukan setakat pensyarah, cikgu-cikgu je yang seronok. Even pelajar-pelajar daripada politeknik, polismik, pelajar sekolah pun macam-macam idea nak buat ni. Lagi-lagi sekarang ni kan semua orang berhak untuk buat duit secara atas talian kan. InsyaAllah sama-sama kita sedia ilmu pada hari ni ya. Sekalian, suka juga diingatkan pada para pensyarah, guru-guru dan para pelajar yang hadir pada hari ini untuk mengisi borang kehadiran hari ini di link yang telah disediakan di ruang komen di YouTube, di saluran YouTube ya. Tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, saya serahkan webinar kita pada hari ini kepada moderator yang gorgeous lagi bergaya, itu Dr. Umawati Tecanamurti untuk slot yang pertama dengan tajuk Extended Reality in Entertainment. Akhir kata daripada saya. Stay safe, lindungi diri, lindungi semua. Dipersilakan Dr. Umawati. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony, Mr. Muhammad Hairul Abu Karim, Professional Technologist Abdul Razak bin Sabtu, Director of Selayang Community College, KKSY, Directors of the 4IR Polytechnics and Community Colleges, Deputy Director Academic of KKSY, Puan Sazuan Nazlin binti Muhammad Azam, Deputy Director Management of KKSY, Encik Muhammad Nazaruddin bin Hanafiah, the dedicated organizing team behind the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar, participants of the webinar series watching on YouTube and Facebook, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar, Unlocking the Potential of Extended Reality, Real-World Applications of Extended Reality in Entertainment and Related Industries. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Umawati Tashamuti, you may call me Dr. Uma, and I'm the Senior Assistant Director from the Instructional Unit, Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, DPCCE, and I'll be the moderator for today's iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. That's all. Thank you, Hairul. Thank you, Hairul. So we'll be going live on StreamYard in a while, right, Hairul?
Yes, betul. Okay, untuk pengetahuan semua ya, insyaAllah selepas ini kita akan terus ke YouTube. Para panel semua akan masuk ke StreamYard dan semua pengarah-pengarah dan juga semua pensyarah-pensyarah dan guru-guru boleh kita terus ke link YouTube untuk kita melihat untuk sesi yang pertama. Okay, terima kasih.
New technology in this era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 is transforming the process of learning. We increased student engagement by delivering high educational, interactive and immersive content using the new technology.
Banyak juga yang saya dapat berbagai ilmu yang setelah menyertai untuk program ini, dan banyak jugalah saya lebih elok dengan cara marketing untuk game yang terbaru seperti macam ke depan itu game VR lah. So game VR tu semua ramai yang juga majoriti orang Malaysia kita ada yang tahu, ada yang tak tahu. Untuk VR kita buat macam pakai guna software game engine lah yang dipanggil Unreal Engine.
Saya menyertai program penjana VR dan AR ni kerana saya rasa saya kena upskill balik saya kena tambah ilmu baru, and which is ilmu VR dengan AR ni benda yang bagus untuk dipelajar. Sekarang kan dah IR 4.0, so jadi saya rasa ada banyak kebaikan kenapa saya kena join penjana VR dengan AR ni. Dan banyak jugalah ilmu baru yang saya dapat. Itu sebelum ni kita banyak explore software yang lain, tapi bila dah diperkenalkan dengan Unreal ni, dia rasa macam baguslah.
Tujuan saya menyertai program ni adalah untuk upskill apa yang belum yang lagi saya ada, di mana sebelum ni dekat kampus saya tidak belajar berkenaan dengan AR dan VR, lebih kepada software ataupun web development sahaja. Jadi tujuan utama saya join program ni adalah untuk menambahkan lagi skill yang ada berkaitan dengan teknologi maklumat. Antara yang skill yang saya baru je belajar, pertama-tamanya dalam pembangunan game ni ataupun games development, benda yang paling rare sekali bagi saya adalah bila gunakan satu software yang tak pernah lagi saya explore, macam Epic Games, Unreal Engine, Unity dan sebagainya lah. Jadi bila guna satu software ni, macam-macam benda baru yang saya belajar dari segi fungsinya dan sebagainya. Bila join sahaja program ini, kita orang juga belajar yang AR, Augmented Reality. So daripada AR ni, mana kita orang semua diberi ketugasan secara individu, perlu buat satu projek yang berkaitan dengan resume. Jadi kita orang gunakan resume yang dah kita orang ada, cuma convert ataupun tukar saja ke dalam bentuk AR, gunakan Unity saja. Jadi sekarang ni pun kita dalam COVID-19, jadi ada masalah dari sudut dapat kerja tu semua ada masalah. Sebenarnya saya nak daripada program ni adalah untuk boleh pergi jauh lagi lah.
Harapan saya untuk kepada semua yang menyertai penjana VR dan AR ini, semoga banyak akan mendapat banyak lagi peluang pekerjaan, dan semangatlah bahawa ada lagi banyak peluang kat luar sana tu.
Okay, hello everyone. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar, Unlocking the Potential of Extended Reality, Real-World Applications of Extended Reality in Entertainment and Related Industries. Firstly, let me introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Umawati Tashnamurthy, and you may call me Dr. Uma. And I'm the Senior Assistant Director from the Instructional Unit, Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, DPCCE. And I'll be the moderator throughout the day for our iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. Now, just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your StreamYard control panel, and I'll bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for questions at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by the director of Selayang Community College, the DPCCE 4IR Flagships are a holistic, focus-based initiative implemented at the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education institutions, which allow the institutions to embrace the application of 4IR technology in producing future-ready graduates. Now, the 10 institutions set up within DPCCE to carry forth the 4IR agenda into the next decade were chosen based on either their specialty programs, industrial rapport, and as a potential organization to address a field of 4IR, and it can be the industrial sector or technologies. It is an honor for me to be part of this incredible initiative by the institution chosen to address the entertainment sector and its related technologies here at Selayang Community College. Without further ado, let's start our first webinar slot for today. Ladies and gentlemen, numerous companies from the gaming industry, healthcare, engineering, entertainment industry, real estate, retail, education, and the military sector around the world are already making the most of 4IR technologies such as extended reality and augmented reality. I would like to invite Mr. Faisal Athar, the lead XR engineer from Ministry XR located at Mon Kiara, to share with us on extended reality XR in entertainment. Good morning, Mr. Faisal. How are you feeling today?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you guys?
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, Mr. Faisal, graduated from MMU Cyberjaya in 2007 and majored in virtual reality, VR. He's a VR and games enthusiast with more than 10 years of experience in VR and games development, as well as project management. In today's webinar, Mr. Faisal will be sharing with us on understanding the term extended reality, XR, as well as differentiating between VR, AR, and MR. He will cover the variety of uses of XR within the entertainment industry with case studies of several well-known XR products in entertainment and newer innovations of its usage within the industry. So the stage is yours, Encik Faisal.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet, Encik Faisal. Can you try again? Yes, I think it's gonna, okay, it's here.
Okay. So just want to make sure. So I'll start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello, good morning. My name is Faisal Athar, and we're going to talk about extended reality and entertainment. It's basically a short guide about like the usages of XR within the entertainment industry. So today we're just like basically our moderator mentioned, I'm going to talk a bit about like what is XR, differentiate a bit like what's within XR itself, AR, VR, MR. I'm going to talk about XR solutions in entertainment with selected case studies as well. And then we're going to talk about what's the future holds for XR as well. So first off, basically just a bit about me. My name is Faisal Athar bin Muhammad Fadzil. I'm a lead XR engineer, worked with Ministry XR for a few years. I'm also the creative technical producer, basically help out with the creative stuff in our project development. I'm also the XR Masterclass trainer for our newly launched XR Masterclass and Workshop. I'm going to talk about that later within this talk. I'm also a certified HRDF trainer for those particular Masterclass trainer. I also have 2 fat cats, and I have a prominent New Japan Pro Wrestling and AEW fan as well. So that's basically me with the HoloLens. I think about like last year when we had a project with another university on building on their XR studio. I'm gonna go a bit on that later. So first and foremost, what is XR? So we kind of like know a bit of VR, AR, and then like for some of you might not be familiar with the term XR altogether. So XR is basically extended reality, and it's not a whole different reality by itself. It is basically an umbrella term that consists of all of these other elements, which is VR, AR, MR. So instead of just saying like, I'm going to create a VR experience or I create an AR experience, nowadays, some of these experiences can transition from one another. Sometimes you can go from AR into VR, and then sometimes from AR to mixed reality. So it's a lot easier to encapsulate everything with the term XR altogether. So it's basically that. So it's not something like, okay, like this is a whole different reality or why not? No. So it's that simple. So let's go one by one. I'm going to go briefly on this, just basically, but I understand like this is kind of like help people get a better grip of what these different realities are, which is virtual. We start with virtual reality, which is kind of like a straightforward thing. Virtual reality is basically just immersing people into a completely virtual environment. It is basically a technology by which computer-aided stimuli create the immersive illusion of being somewhere else. So this is basically it's creating an illusion where you're literally anywhere in the world or any time in the world, or not even on the world itself. So that is basically virtual reality. As you can see here from the GIF there, that's basically a project that we did a few years ago with Subaru and Ford for their VR showroom for the Subaru Forester, as well as the 360 crash test experience for Ford. So there's basically some of the experiences that VR that we have done, and it's being used in the industry currently. You can check out the Ford one if you go to the Ford showroom down somewhere. I can't remember now. It's somewhere in Sungai Pecala, Damansara, if I'm mistaken. Here, basically, just a few examples of how we can experience VR hardware. Basically, there's like the typical one using mobile, which is using like a Google Cardboard you can get from Lazada, very cheap one. And then there's a more general one, which is a tethered VR, which is VR that is wired to your PC, such as the HTC Vive, like the Oculus Rift and whatnot. And then the later one's basically the untethered VR. So this is basically utilizing it's a wireless experience, which is like the Oculus Quest and Oculus Quest 2. So this is basically something of a new thing which requires no PC and whatsoever. Moving on to augmented reality. So augmented reality is basically overlaying information and content on top of the real world itself, but it not necessarily interact with the environment, but this basically can be debatable. It's basically sometimes you're doing a marker base, but it's basically just augment visual info just to enhance the way you perceive reality around you, such as this particular experience where we did with Pizza Hut a few years ago, to basically augment and make their menu come alive so that people get to know more of the Pizza Hut menu and have a bit of fun while waiting for their pizza to being finished. A few examples of how we can experience AR is basically like using mobile AR. This is basically the prominent ways we're going to experience it through your mobile. Like people who have been playing Pokemon Go for quite a number of years, I think. And then there's like specific hardware catered for AR, such as the AR glasses. AR glasses is basically like wearable, so you're not holding anything, so just basically become like a hands-free experience when you can augment your entire world around you. And then another thing, the later ones is basically web AR, which is basically AR experiences which requires no download. It is directly from the browser itself, which basically can support a number of mid-range to upper phones nowadays. So it's a lot easier when I need to install another app. No, not necessarily nowadays. So there is like these experiences are already accessible. MR, mixed reality. Now this is a bit complex. So it is kind of like augmented reality because it kind of falls under that, but it has more spatial computing data, which basically it has immersive computer-generated environments, which elements and physical and virtual environment are combined. So this is basically augmented reality, but you have spatial anchors around you, so it detects the surfaces around us. It detects the table in front of me. It detects the floor. If I put a wall in front of me, it would detect that, and I can basically bounce object to it. So there's a lot of really interesting things that industry has been using with mixed reality. A few ways we can experience more mixed reality through mobile, which is depending on certain devices. Not all devices have capability with mixed reality, such as like the iPhone, the later iPhones, which has the LiDAR. Even with the Google Pixel devices, if I'm not mistaken, they have these technologies, and as well as specific mixed reality devices, such as the HoloLens. So imagine like you're wearing a wearable, and then you have augmented conference call. Imagine like you're having this conference call, and then it's just hovering in the air in front of you, and you don't really have to hold anything, and you control it via your hands, via gesture, even via voice. So that is basically not really much of the future already. It's already now. So the future is even more brighter. So now we're going to talk about XR solutions in entertainment, because basically the topic of today, XR has been used within a wide variety of the industry around the world, ranging from medical, manufacturing, military industry, and whatnot. But that is mostly for business XR, which is business to business projects, basically for industry, for simulations, for work, trainings, and whatnot. Consumers are more prone towards entertainment, which is gaming, movies, television, and film. Even tourism, retail are basically getting their hands into XR as well. So we're going to talk about a bit of this, what are the things that people are actually actively using XR within the entertainment realm. So XR within the entertainment industry, we're going to talk, the entertainment industry is a wide spectrum of experiences. We're going to talk about like how some different types of entertainment, such as exhibition entertainment, live entertainment, mass media entertainment, and electronic entertainment. So these are kind of like the four general or big umbrella of entertainment industry, and how we're going to see XR has been utilized within these four categories. So we're going to go first with the exhibition entertainment. Exhibition is basically like you go for art exhibitions, you go for festivals, you go for museums, trade show, something that's we're kind of like robbed of since the pandemic has begun. It's been, when was the last time we actually went to the museum or going to the zoo? So it's very limiting for a lot of us around the world. And XR has been pushing more faster nowadays because of the pandemic. So giving access to these places where people can't go physically, why not experiencing them virtually through your mobile or through home devices and whatnot. So these are basically some of the experiences people are actually utilizing within the exhibition space. And I want to show a bit of experience within the art sense, basically. So people have been using augmented reality to showcase art exhibitions, such as from this particular university from Korea. It showcases the showcase of scenes of 19th century in Joseon. This was just done last year. So imagine like this transform your typical museum or art exhibition, when you go see paintings or artworks, and then you are bringing them alive with the utilizing of XR. So it's such a simple concept, but it is a really powerful experience where you can really send more message, really get the message across more prominently with the usage of AR. And it's using this platform called Artify, which I'm going to share as well after this. Another art exhibition has been done by Vancouver Mural Festival. So this is basically, they did like a winter arts festival. This is basically more or less something like that, but it's not they're using another platform. But this is what's mostly used, like how should I say this? Like filters, like Instagram filters. So a lot of people are using social media applications nowadays, which already has the AR capability, like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and whatnot, those filters and whatnot. So apart from just merely entertaining, just changing your face and posting your Instagram stories, they are also using art, showcasing art in a new and different way as well. Artivive, I'm going to just share this is some of the experience. There's a lot of ready-made platforms for easy access for artists, because like not all artists are developers. Basically, they can get their hands into programming and then create their own development. So Artivive is something like that. It is a platform for artists to showcase their art within the AR space. So you can check out Artivive here, and it's kind of like really easy as well. And there's a whole bunch of like showcase galleries in it. Excuse me. So now we're going to talk about live entertainment. Live entertainment basically is something as well we've been robbed of since the pandemic, such as concerts, fashion shows, performance arts, and comedy shows and whatnot. A lot of the time we try to host events, but you're not allowed for crowds and whatnot, even though some of the places, certain parts of the world, they are opening up a bit more, but the risk is still there. Even so, this is not just specifically for pandemics and whatnot. This is kind of like some another platform or another avenue to kind of like extend and enhance the particular your experiences. So concerts really basically have been utilizing this. So there is this concert supposedly held in Australia annually called Splendor in the Grass, where they changed it this year to Splendor XR, where you are using a VR platform to experience virtual concerts. So imagine basically you are being in the virtual space and experiencing your favorite artist in the comfort of your own home. By having like really weird and interesting avatars and whatnot, you can still socialize, you can still basically have fun, you can still experience the things that we used to do physically, but through the magic of XR. And then within the XR, then the environment itself is enhanced with a lot more visual, a lot more graphics, so it becomes a more immersive part. So even though you might be able to be there physically, being in the VR space might kind of like enhance it more. So this is kind of like, if you reminds you probably for like Ready Player One and stuff like that. Sansar, I'm going to share a bit about the platform they were using, which is Sansar. So Sansar is basically like a social virtual reality platform, which kind of like focuses more on concerts, festival, parties, and whatnot. It was done initially by the creators of Second Life, if some of you are familiar with it. So these basically, it started off with something that you can do literally anything within that virtual world. But now basically this Sansar has been focusing on these kind of like entertainment events. So it's something like you guys can try to check it out. You can try to download it on Steam and try it out. I think you can experience it without having a VR headset, and you still kind of like get the immersive experience as well. So this is kind of like more of a inclusive experience. So yeah, that's basically something that is already there. So that is on live entertainment. Mass media entertainment falls under the category. There are live entertainment as well, but more about like film, storytelling, animation, even the news. So news, even like you've seen like nowadays on like CNN or Al Jazeera or even Astro TV3, they kind of like you try to instill these kind of things as well within their experiences, where they kind of like have XR backgrounds and whatnot. But then people are more experimenting with 360 films, short 6 degrees of freedom experiences. So that's basically kind of like new thing. People are trying to move away, not really move away, but want to expand from your typical screen experience that you can basically like Netflix and whatnot. So there's more to it that you can tell within the 360 experience. This is a kind of like an example of a 360 film that just won an award just now this year, if I'm thinking, from the film Kadi Badan Watanbak. This particular experience called Strands of Mind. It explores a world beyond the bounds of our human perception, a world full of mystery, of beauty and darkness. So these are something, because it is a VR experience. So VR experiences should take you somewhere that you might not be able to experience in the real world, might not be accessible. So this is basically kind of like explores that kind of like dark experiences within the minds and whatnot. So it is kind of like, so just this is a glimpse of what VR storytelling can experience. So that's 360 films. Basically, when you wear a goggle or you're using a phone, you can basically look at it at 360. There's another part of it basically called like interactive 6 degrees of film. This is basically more or less something like 360, but you have more, because it's 6 degrees of freedom. So this really utilizes VR headsets, especially sometimes you can actually move around, you can actually detect your hands. So even though there's the interaction is very minimum, but the focus of it is basically the storytelling and the experience. So it's more about the visual and how you experience the world, and then seeing your hands in it, and then having it change throughout the story and whatnot, give it a whole different level of immersion. So that's basically one thing of it. So Samsara is just something you should try to look at, try to experiment as well. And lastly, basically, we're going to go to electronic entertainment. So electronic entertainment basically talk about video games and in general, although there's a lot more like interactive storytellings and whatnot, but the general consensus, people are more familiar with video games within the video games as an electronic entertainment. And I'm sure that a lot of people, you guys have probably tried a few AR games or VR games if you have any previously have access to VR equipments such as Beat Saber or even Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is a really good example of an AR game as well. So some of the experience example of this is basically like Half-Life Alyx, which was developed by Valve. And this basically kind of like utilizes the new Valve Index, which really utilizes the finger tracker, the gauntlet, if I'm not mistaken. Their controller is a bit unique, which basically can track your fingers and whatnot. Sorry. So this is basically some of the experiences. We just want to talk about like bringing you to a whole different world, bringing you to a whole different experience. VR games basically really excel into that, which is why the mass majority within the entertainment sector goes towards game as well, because games is kind of like a forefront of basically becoming the first entry level to VR. Because like I've seen like some people back in the day when VR was still mobile and then still relying on the powerful phones back then, utilizing the Samsung Gear and whatnot. And then a lot of those early experiences was more like those roller coaster experiences. So it kind of like turned people off about like VR altogether. They try it out and then oh, I feel so dizzy. And then like have you tried out another VR experience? I don't know. I've tried that one. VR is really nauseating and whatnot. This is basically what happens when the experience itself, the content itself, is not being developed properly within the platform that is being given. And then as content developers, people have always tried to create better experiences, to focus more on the comfort level and basically have people to try, experience, and focus on the content itself rather than speaking about all of these other technicalities and whatnot. So Half-Life Alyx is one of the really forefront the VR experiences within the gaming industry.
Encik Faisal, if I may interrupt. So
yes.
you did mention about picking the correct content, to develop this material. So what would your advice be to the audience? Like what are the content that is suitable to be done using XR? Like how do you pick which content?
Okay, so there are multiple ways. Basically, it depends. There's a lot of factors. Basically, it depends on what was the purpose of the experience itself, how the experience is going to be experienced by the target user, who's your target user. if the target user, if the experience is mostly about storytelling and it's a casual experience, you want people to sit down and relax to just experience, you do not need like a high-end PC or a VR headset specifically for that, because you don't need all of that fancy interaction. You might as well just go for a mobile VR or like the Oculus Go and something like that, something more casual that you can just wear it and then not necessarily interact with it and then just experience the whole world around. Whereas when you go for more immersive experience, when you have like interactions, you want them to shoot people, you want people to pick up items, you want them to try out a simulation for oil and gas and for engineering, for chemistry and whatnot. So these kind of experience requires intricate interactions, which requires your hands, requires controllers and whatnot. So these require specific hardware specifically for it, like VR headsets for that. So it really depends. Even like for AR, if we are targeting for AR to be used, everybody in their public commute or in their home, we have to cater towards that, even like the design of it, the buttons of it, the experience of it, to make sure that the first and foremost principle that to focus on is the comfort level. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much. So we also have questions from the from YouTube. So how can XR applications help small traders or small retailers, especially during this this pandemic? How can you help your customers to shop virtually? I mean, what's your take on this?
So there are like XR experiences that's going toward retail as well. I think we're in the midst of development of our own basically XR experience, but that's basically hopefully that's gonna be launched one day. But there are a few experiences, like the brands, depending on brands, they're focusing try to market within the XR space and then trying to become like not really like platform like Lazada or whatnot, but or Amazon and whatnot, but trying to basically experience more. That you can basically, what if like you can, when you want to buy a shoe and you can literally see the shoe on your feet. That's basically there are people are doing actually that, like Gucci has been experimenting with that. Even like real estate, how you can basically go to visit a house that's not even being built at within VR. So that I did that project a few years ago with UEM, and they launched their project in Solaris Park without a physical showroom. So that is something that people can try to take away as well. So these are the things that I'm gonna show a bit more about like what the future holds for XR and how else we're gonna try to get into the XR realm as well. So may I continue?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now we're going to talk basically the final segment of mine is basically the future of XR. So talking about XR, research was done back in 2019, saying by the XR business is expected to grow by more than $209 billion by 2022, which is just next a few years to go. That is a whole big chunk of money, basically just targeting for XR businesses. And really the future is really bright. There's a lot more business going into XR. So there's no retail, entertainment, business to business, basically towards the whole different sectors in the whole world. As well as AR remote expertise and training applications to have almost 60 million active users by 2025. This was done by ABI Research just last year. And basically like nowadays, especially for companies who are doing onboarding for training, even like education institutes, they're kind of like re-envisioning how they're doing their teaching and learning. So AR remote expertise is something that is really in demand nowadays, and a lot of people there's more developers are going into development for these kind of experiences as well. And then a lot of like institutes are jumping into like to apply these kind of experiences within their studies. So that is really good, especially now.
Correct.
Yes.
So, Encik Faisal, actually, because we are in the TVET industry, with the technical, vocational, and education. So now with the pandemic, students are unable to go to the lab, especially those students at polytechnics and community colleges. So, this is really good. But of course, it doesn't replace a real life experience. But of course, I think it helps to enhance the learning experience. Yeah.
It enhances, and basically at some point, yeah, makes sometimes at certain aspects it becomes better than the physical thing, because you have like augmented information around you. Like even like in the medical sector, they really utilize VR and AR to really train their doctors before they actually go to the operating theater. Like there is a mixed reality experience by Gig XR, if I'm not mistaken, that's prepares their doctors how to treat COVID patients before actually handling real COVID patients. So that's basically, you have the procedures on how to communicate with them, how to what the things that you want to do, envision everything, the procedure, the SOPs and whatnot. So this is basically have been going around for now basically, and we want to see more companies are going into that, more industries going into this, and then as well seeing AR training as well. And because of that, basically the number of VR startups have increased by 14% in less than a year. This was just the research this year. So you imagine like the business is really growing, and then because the demand is there, and then the intrigue is there. Like newer generations, they have been exposed to mobile phones and AR and VR at a much younger age, and by the time they graduate, they study, they want to see these things already in application, in use, and then they might be left behind if they're not studying this at like now. And then talking about COVID as well, because of the social distancing and remote workforces will accelerate growth in immersive XR collaborations, revenue to over $400 million by 2025. This was as well ABI Research 2025. So people are already going to the office virtually in this basically like a virtual collaborative space, not necessarily just having to socialize, gathering for entertainment, but for work as well. Even though they have people mixing these two together. Like there was the company who uses Red Dead Online for a company meeting. So how that, you would never think something like that would happen like last 5-10 years, but it is already happening right now. And finally, my last segment is going to talk about the XR masterclass and workshop. So you ask about like how do we know like certain experiences are supposed to go for VR, AR, and mixed reality. I want to go for VR, but I want to sell my shoe, or I want to get storytelling, but I want to use HoloLens. Is that the right thinking or whatnot? So this is the masterclass and workshop for you. This is basically to help companies to expand business horizons. So we're going to teach people how really you want to utilize XR, how to really harness the power of spatial computing to really drive businesses and expand and enhance people to become more future forward thinking and more future proof. And you can visit xrmasterclass.ministryxr.com for that. And then basically we have a lot of other training apart from me. I'm basically the lead trainer for this particular masterclass, and we have other specialists as well, ranging from different industries that basically will contribute to this masterclass as well. And finally, ending my talk, I'm just gonna share with you a quote by my favorite game developer, Hideo Kojima. Just 90% of what is considered impossible is in fact possible. The other 10% will become possible with the passage of time and technology. So this was coming from a game developer, or if you're familiar with Metal Gear Solid, I'm a big fan of that particular game. I'm a big fan of him. So he envisioned something that was deemed impossible back then, but then he managed to slowly, with newer technology, with more research and whatnot, he made it happen. Also, it is basically the same as well within any other industry as well. And that is basically the end of my talk. Thank you very much. That is this. I'm going to share 2 pictures of my 2 fat cats, and I have a article on LinkedIn. You can follow me. You can email me if you have any other questions or inquiries of the XR Masterclass. You want to talk about XR and whatnot. Follow me on Instagram or follow me on LinkedIn. I'm open for a chat. You can just buzz me there, and let's talk more about XR. I'm ready to share. Thank you. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Thank you so much, Encik Faisal, for that sharing. It was very eye-opening, I'm sure, for the audience on YouTube and Facebook. So, Encik Faisal, just a question. So, based on the landscape of XR in Malaysia, this is a question that we got from YouTube. Our landscape now, the Malaysian landscape, has it attracted more big or small brands to invest in XR?
So actually, yes, it is getting bigger. It is getting better in like throughout the years. Within this few years, I recall like the awareness is there, but like previously, in the past 3 to 5 years, people are aware of it, but people have kind of like still not exactly sure of what it does, like what is actually AR, what is actually VR. But nowadays, people have more knowledge, people have been exposed more, people have been engaging in more, and then the demand is more. And so there's a lot more companies that actually are going towards XR. And talking about like how brands are investing in advertising about XR, like if you go to our website ministryxr.com, you've seen that we've partnered with a lot of like brands as well, such as DG, such as Maxis, even car companies like Subaru and Forester. Like when we launched the Subaru VR showroom, it was launched in Taiwan, and then it expanded to the neighboring regions until Singapore and whatnot. And Malaysia, there's a lot of like people, especially Maxis has been really forward thinking. Telco companies really engaging on this, but they usually approach this as a marketing approach, whereas we want more companies go into the industrial approach, like how we can help like the airline or the military or the healthcare especially. There are talks, there are researches being done, and there are collaborations being done as we speak. But it is still not many in number, but it is growing. It is growing rapidly now, given the situation that we are in.
So, would you agree that students will need to learn? Students from any course should take up this as an additional knowledge. Developing your own XR material. What do you think? Should students
I understand because like coming from me, last time when I graduated back in 2007 in VR, I didn't really like programming. I was more of a creative guy. I was drawing, I was animating, I was doing 3D animation for a number of years because I hated programming. But then slowly, for some reason, the interest came, and then I learned programming by myself. And then now I'm kind of like both sides. But I understand there are certain people who are purely creative people. They have ideas, they have products. They want to use, they are really interested in this particular platform. I want to use AR, I want to use VR, but I don't know how to develop. So this is where partnerships come. This is where collaborations come. You can collaborate with companies like us, basically. Let's work together to develop solutions, basically, for whatever purposes, either education or like promotion, campaigns, marketing, film, games, and whatnot. We're open all of it, and there's a lot more companies, not just us, based in Malaysia, that is basically already developing these kind of experiences for numerous industries. I have a friend who's basically companies creating engineering training within AR. So these are the things that basically you can. So it's just having the right mindset and having the intrigue. If you have passion for it, you have an idea, you're really intrigued in the technology, basically anybody can jump into it. It's just basically partnering up with the right person and collaborating with the right entity. As well as some of these development platforms have become a lot easier nowadays, such as like the Sparks AR by Facebook. It has become easier that even our designers can create a filter by themselves, like create their own filters. So there's a lot more of these platforms going in. And even so, learning these development platform is not as hard as it used to be nowadays with the advent of YouTube and online tutorials and whatnot. And anybody can just pick up and spend some time with it and technically develop their own applications. But if you want a really really immersive, really engagement experience, try to partner up with the right people, basically, such as us.
So, Encik Faisal, I think you have answered this question. What are the ways to improve career prospects in the field? Yeah,
So,
I think you.
Yeah, I kind of like touched on that with basically just visit the XR Masterclass website, xrmasterclass.ministryxr.com. So that's basically one way, basically enhancing. Try to look research more. Nowadays with social media, you can follow literally anybody in the world. I usually basically just follow the key developers, key people in the industry to just learn more about what's happening in the world, what's the newer technology, what's the newer innovation. Like nowadays, the advent of a metaverse being created by like big entities like Facebook and whatnot. And even Pepsi is doing an AR concert apparently just last month, using like several local artists. So there's a lot actually happening around that we're not aware of, and then with a bit of research, you will notice that it's actually around us, and people have been already within in their hands. They're actually doing it already. So yeah, but do visit XR Masterclass, the Ministry XR, to learn more on how to basically, if you're a company, if you're a business, you want to expand, you can go there.
I guess that's all the time that we have, for you, Encik Faisal. So thank you so much for letting us have a better understanding, of the term extended reality, as well as differentiating between VR, AR, and MR. So thank you also for sharing with us the variety of, the variety of users of XR within the entertainment industry, the case studies that you showed. So I really hope this webinar slot has generated, sparked more interest, among those of y'all who are watching on YouTube and Facebook. So Encik Faisal, maybe you just share again your contact that's live. Yeah, so you can actually contact Encik Faisal. Feel free to just link with him. As he mentioned, if you get, if you link to the right person, yeah, I think that really can help you go really far in your career. Okay, so maybe Encik Faisal, just that slide of yours, the one about contacting you, or maybe you can just type it in the chat.
I'm sharing it right now.
Okay, cool. It's taking some time. Yeah. Okay.
You guys see it?
Yeah. So, all right. So it's Faisal Athar at ministryxr.com. LinkedIn would be Faisal Athar, and Instagram would be Faisal Athar and XR. All right. So thank you again, Encik Faisal. Hope to see you one day for real. All right. So, all right. So we will have we'll now go for a short break. And we'll see you at 9:55 with our next speaker, Dr. Andrew Yu from Ministry XR and the VR-AR Association with his topic, Spatial Computing Technology. But before that, we will watch a video clip on KK Selayang's flagship initiative. See you around, Encik Faisal.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome back to the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar, Unlocking the Potential of Extended Reality, Real-World Applications of Extended Reality in Entertainment and Related Industries. You're with me, Dr. Umar from the Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. So our next speaker lined up for today is Dr. Andrew Yu, Chief Technology Officer of Ministry XR. His PhD dissertation was on Augmented Reality Operating System completed at the National University of Singapore, NUS, in 2014. He is also the chapter president of the VR-AR Association Malaysia chapter. In today's session, Dr. Andrew will be introducing us to his company and what are the different activities they do. He will also be introducing the ecosystem and putting it into context, followed by some sharing on how our lecturers and students can join the VR-AR Association. How are you, Dr. Andrew?
Hi, I'm really good. How are you?
All right, good. Did you get to watch the session before this?
Yes, the session by my colleague, Mr. Faisal. I really enjoyed it.
All right, cool. All right, so the stage is yours, Dr. Andrew. You may share the slide. I may interrupt if there are any questions from the audience from YouTube and Facebook. All right?
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. I'm sharing my slides now. Can it be seen, Dr. Umar?
Can, clear.
Okay, good. Then I shall carry on. Thank you so much. Hi everybody. I'm Andrew. I'm actually Mr. Faisal's colleague from Ministry XR. I'm the Chief Technology Officer there, and I'm going to be talking about what we do, as well as the VR/AR Association, a global association for all XR companies, startups, academic institutes, anything related to XR. And what we do is really based around the concept of spatial computing, which is not actually anything different from XR itself, but it's a way of thinking and designing applications and solutions. These three main things I'm going to be talking about today. What is spatial computing, and what my company Ministry XR is the activities that we are carrying out to contribute to this paradigm shift towards spatial computing. And lastly, about the whole ecosystem around the world. I will start with this quote by the late and great Mark Weiser. He was the Chief Technology Officer of Xerox Palo Alto Research Center. He said, "The most profound technologies are those that disappear. They weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they are indistinguishable from it." Mark Weiser and Xerox, they were really the ones that kickstarted the whole advancement of human-computer interaction, graphical user interfaces, keyboard, mouse, all for the benefit of everyone being able to access digital and computing technology. So what do I mean by technologies that disappear? This is what I will be sharing more about in this talk. So spatial computing is really a new era of ubiquitous computer access and computer literacy. You can sort of, at a very abstract level, think of the environment as the computer. And the way we interact with the computer is very natural. We just use our normal way of speaking to people or gesturing, and that is how we interact with the computer already. So it's been a gradual shift from the beginnings of computers to where we are going to today. If you look back to the 1970s, is where personal computing really took off with graphical user interfaces, the Windows kind of interface, using the keyboard and mouse to interact. At that stage, it was using computers was still quite a new thing to a lot of people. Computer literacy wasn't quite as widespread, and carrying out work such as video editing or sound editing still required a big learning curve as to how to use computer software to carry out different kinds of activities. Then the next sort of paradigm shift went towards touch screens and smartphones and mobile computing devices. This happened around the early 2000s, and by 2010 it was highly prevalent. Practically everyone had one, even two mobile computers in their pockets, smartphones, and with touch screen interaction, the things that were hard to do when we were using personal computers. I like to use the example of video editing. When touch screen computing came about and application designers started to leverage this kind of very easy kind of interaction, suddenly young children or the older generation started to become content creators. They could edit simple videos just by swiping around on the phone, sharing their content, creating videos for their families and loved ones, even becoming YouTube influencers. It became so easy that it really democratized the use of computers. Now, today, we are talking about spatial computing. And this is really another great leap forward in terms of access and ease of using computers. If you can imagine, using touch screens, it was really natural, yes, but it was still quite focused on a specific device, on a specific kind of interaction mechanic, which could have been quite restrictive for other kinds of applications. So with spatial computing, we release ourselves from the constraints of the device, and we can start to interact with what feels most natural to us. The computer is also able to understand our environment, and it allows for many different kinds of applications that were previously not possible. So spatial computing really is a new paradigm of interactive computing, right? It is especially useful where, of course, where humans are involved. And with this new paradigm, situations and locations are really important in the application design. So if we think of the evolution of interactive computing, in the beginning, in even starting as early as the 1800s, the whole concept of interacting with machines was about the coupling of man and machine, right? And I think this sort of the advancements really took off in the Industrial Revolution of the 1940s, after World War II especially, where machines started to come into factories and assembly lines to take over certain tasks for humans, but it still required humans to operate these machines. So this was what the design of interactive machines was all about. Then in the 1970s, with the rise of personal computing, this was when a lot of focus was really on a merging of the human mind and the computer mind, right? So with innovations such as the keyboard and mouse interface and the Windows kind of interface, designers were really, what they were doing was they were closing the communication gap and the information gap between the human and the machine or the computer. With spatial computing, we are also merging the context of the user, why he is using that particular computer application at that location at that time, right? So the computer understands the situation, it understands the environment, what's going on in the background, what are the physical objects that are in the environment. All these things are taken into account in the computer application design. And if you think a bit about it, it really allows for very powerful computer applications that are really easy for the user to use. It just allows the user to just focus on the task, not really having to take into account many different kinds of information or many different kinds of devices or sensors or software, right? So here's a video that really shows what I mean by merging context, situations, and locations. Kind of a conceptual video by this AR company called Infinity AR.
It's been a while and I've been alone, and you've been the only thing I've known. Born in the South, at home in the North, we could be anywhere you want.
Unlocked doors.
Down where you grew up, I wish I had known you when we were young. You figured
Directions to Amsterdam Billiards, New York City.
waiting is just too much. So cover my skin with your sun-kissed light. There's a bonfire burning tonight. We could be alright. Every line, every line, every line, every line. Every line, every line, every line, every line. Sun-kissed light, there's a bonfire. Every line, every line, every line, every line.
Hi, nothing much, just chilling at my house. Any interest in joining?
Dr. Andrew, I'm afraid you're on mute. Okay.
Hello, testing?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
That happens, don't worry.
After a video plays, that happens. Okay. Apologies,
It
guys.
happens.
Okay. So I hope that video gave you a good idea of what we mean by spatial computing, computer applications merging situations, location, and context. And you could see from the video that computer applications were just embedded in our life, the way we live, the way we work, the way we play, helping us in every way. And it is quite blended into the background. It doesn't come at us front and center, demanding all our attention. So it's there to help us, and wherever we go. Just some statistics to show you that spatial computing is really, we're already in the middle of the process of taking off, becoming mainstream. There's this really high growth rate globally, in terms of the demand for solutions, technologies, equipment, and even talent. Talent actually very great demand. Just some numbers here: 25 billion US dollars global market value in 2019. 393 billion US dollars forecasted market value in 2025. Annual growth rate of 134% of industry spending from 2018 and projected into 2023. And the demand for XR engineers and different talent related to XR and spatial computing, 1,400% in 2019. And you can imagine today it's even higher. Right? So in terms of technologies, spatial computing really is a fusion of, you could say, broadly 3 core disciplines: computer vision, artificial intelligence, and XR. XR is a really big component of that. And as my colleague Faisal explained, XR is really an umbrella term that includes AR, VR, MR, mixed reality. There are even other kinds of realities that people and researchers are creating. There's one reconfigurable reality where you take out something in the physical environment and replace it with something virtual. So all these things are all about enhancing and changing our reality for different purposes. So let's try to organize our thinking about these different technologies and disciplines. XR is really the user interface, right, for how we access very, very deep and powerful computer applications that are embedded in our environment. So AR, in terms of embedding in our environment, AR is actually a very, very compelling one, AR and MR. You could see from the video just now that all these capabilities are all enabled by AR, augmented reality. And computer vision is there for the computer systems embedded in the environment to understand what the human user is doing, how they are moving, what they are looking at. It's also there to understand what is happening in that situation. This group of people are all playing pool, so the computer system understands, I'm going to help this user play pool. When he moves this way, I'm going to help him decide how his angle of attack and the force he's using will be. And by the way, that pool system is already being sold by a couple of companies. I think one is in Israel. Artificial intelligence is there to make sense of all this data coming in from the camera, but also data that is coming in from sensors embedded all over our environment. So all this data comes together to help the computer system provide very deep functionality in a very, very simple way, right? The computer system crunches all the numbers, does all the processing, and just gives the user what he needs in a very easily understood, visualized way, registered to the physical environment. So how does it help us? Computers naturally and ubiquitously everywhere integrates with humanity, integrates with our human activities and our environment. So we no longer need to have a steep learning curve how to use computers, or figure out how to use different software. We just go there, we start using it for whatever task we are doing. And with this kind of concept, we truly believe that society will be truly empowered with the full potential of digitalization. At the end of the day, what this means, ubiquitous computing everywhere gives the power of digital technology and information anywhere and everywhere. There's universal computer literacy. Anyone can use a computer. It's easily accessible and used by anyone of all abilities. And with invisible computing interface, when you say invisible, it means it's so easy that people don't really notice it. So using computers becomes so intuitive that users can focus completely on the task. This kind of concept of computer applications with AR user interfaces is already being applied in factories, in the manufacturing industry, in healthcare, surgeries, and nurses. Nurses are also using it to help them in their work, and education as well. It's just there to help, and people focus on learning or doing their work, and it becomes much more efficient, and the task becomes much more productive. So now with Ministry XR, what are we doing, right, to help realize this vision of spatial computing for society? So Ministry XR is a spatial computing solution development company. We are based in Singapore and Malaysia, established in early 2017. And by today, we have completed over 50 spatial computing projects, many of which have won awards around the world. So we aim to help society live and work more efficiently, also make society and our human activities more sustainable, and also give us much more satisfaction in doing our work and in learning and even in playing through spatial computing. And so there's no one size fits all solution, right? It doesn't mean just because you use AR or XR or AI and computer vision, the problem is solved for everyone already. We are developing solutions sector by sector, right? This is how our team is focusing their energies. So we have a few different divisions within our Ministry XR group. One division is called M-Space, where the team is focused on developing augmented reality solutions, as well as applying computer vision to different problems, different pain points that are experienced by different industries. There is VRX, which is focused on virtual reality solutions. Virtual reality is very, very effective, especially for education, corporate training, and skills training in industrial context, as well as entertainment. We have one division focused on precision agriculture and plantation management solutions, using spatial computing to help the plantation managers and the directors understand what's happening around their plantation, sensors embedded in each and every crop and tree, feeding to a spatial computing interface so that they can understand what's going on and intervene accordingly. M-Avenue is our immersive virtual event platform that is optimized for web and mobile platforms. So especially after COVID has happened, a lot of physical activities and events have had to go online. And our immersive solution, the selling point here is that it is much more effective and engaging for the users to carry out their activities on this platform. The Spatial Frontier is sort of a tertiary education offering where we collaborate with the universities to set up spatial computing or XR laboratories. We're also offering courses that we can jointly offer with the university. So I'll go in more into that later on. Glow is our division on focusing on e-retail technologies and e-retail platform for selling products through augmented reality and AI. Something that my colleague Faisal brought up earlier as well. MAD is the name of our digital transformation and spatial computing adoption agency. So we help companies, corporations with adopting XR and spatial computing. It's still a relatively new thing. So our expertise is applied to help them understand their IT infrastructure, their business objectives, and so on, so that it can be applied across all their different business divisions. XR Masterclass, something that my colleague Faisal brought up earlier, is our team under this division focusing on teaching and sharing our expertise on different aspects of spatial computing. And Ministry for Good is our non-profit corporate social responsibility arm, where all of us in Ministry XR are very, very passionate about helping society and the less fortunate. And so here is where we conduct non-profit projects and campaigns for the good of society.
Dr. Andrew, if I may interrupt,
yes.
Usually when your potential clients come to you, do they already know what they want? Yeah, do they already know what they want, or do they come to you like seeking help, like from ground zero? How does it work?
It's very often the case that they don't know what they want. They do know that XR and spatial computing is something that can really, really help whatever business objectives that they have. But in terms of the solution design itself, this is where our team really dives deep together with the client, the people from the client side, to understand the pain points, understand their infrastructure, understand their business processes, so that we can design a solution that fits what they really, really need. Okay, so I'll just share with you a quick video of what Ministry XR is doing today, some of the different applications and systems and projects. Okay, so yeah, that was just a quick overview of what we do generally. I would like to focus on a few of the interesting products and projects that we have done to give you a more insight as to how we work and what are the things that goes into a spatial computing application. So the first one is an augmented reality and EEG data-driven reminiscence therapy for dementia sufferers. EEG sensors are a sort of a head-worn sensor that reads your brainwave activity, right? So we use that in this project. About reminiscence therapy for dementia. So it is a form of treatment for dementia sufferers where in this therapy, they are helped to recall memories, events, people from from their past history, even recent history. And research has shown that this kind of treatment improves cognitive function and it brings out positive feelings. Conventionally, this therapy is done with the help of caregivers and clinicians. at a center or at a clinic. But so many people suffer from dementia, like 50 million all around the world, and the number is rising. And especially with COVID, it's difficult to travel to a specific location. So it's become very important for dementia sufferers to be able to carry out this therapy independently and in an effective way, right? So this is where this product comes in. So how it works, in very, very broad terms, is that physical photographs are prepared by caregivers to be used as physical triggers, AR triggers, for the playback of memories that are preserved as digital media. Digital media can be videos, pictures, photo albums, or even audio. So these physical objects, the photographs, are presented to the dementia sufferers along with a mobile application, right? And this is an augmented reality mobile application, but it's very easy to use. All they have to do is just point at the photograph that they want to engage with, and the content gets triggered. Where the EEG comes in is we are using consumer-grade EEG sensors. It's very easy to put on, that analyzes the brainwave patterns and provides neurological insights that can help with the therapy, help the clinicians or caregivers better curate the content that is provided to the dementia sufferer. Yeah, short video to show you what it's about.
That's so interesting, Dr. Andrew. That in healthcare, it's so interesting. I'm actually lost for words. So
Thank you so much.
I have elderly parents as well, and I remember my dad telling, his biggest fear is to lose memory, dementia, so that's why he always keeps himself active and he's always doing something. But I think for the elderly, dementia is something that I think they're very fearful, and as their filial children, I think this would be very I'm actually a bit touched by this initiative. Yeah. Good job. Yeah.
Great, thanks. For this project, the whole team working on it, right? Almost everyone had a family member, whether close or distant, who was suffering from dementia. And this project was a collaboration.
Now,
Exactly. It was a collaboration with Maxis and Leo Burnett, advertising agency, and everyone involved had knew someone who are suffering. So it was a very, very emotional kind of project for us to work on, and we were very driven, motivated to make something very, very useful. So we actually have released the smartphone application. It can be used to prepare all the physical photographs and be passed to the elderly dementia sufferer to use. But we also have a long-term vision for this system. As we all know, smart spaces, smart homes are becoming more and more widespread. A lot of research and development is being done to turn our spaces into spatial computing spaces, right? So our vision of integrating this reminiscence therapy system into a smart home, it goes something like this: it's all these systems and sensors are embedded into household objects, right? Because these are all familiar for the elderly to use. And so this system works is that there's an objects that remind them of past events or people are all around the house, right? And sometimes they might get triggered and they can pick it up and the sensors would detect the object, and it would start to the room itself would start to play back the digital memories to remind them of what that object means, you know. And we actually demonstrated this concept at the Maxis headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. So this was a setup. So we had a few objects prepared, and the user, the demonstrator, picked it up, placed it on the table, and the memory started to play back. And he was wearing an EEG sensor as well, and in real time, everyone could see his engagement level. Our team actually developed algorithms that analyzed the brainwave patterns, and the system then showed how much recall was being experienced by the user, how much, how calm he was, and how much attention he was being paid to. So this is very valuable for the caregivers and clinicians to understand the progression of this therapy, as well as to help them curate the content that would help this to optimize the therapy. Yeah. The next project that I would like to introduce is our skincare efficacy system. It's actually a system, and it's about solving a problem in the retail industry. So in retail today, I'm sure many people, many of us can relate. There's so much choice. There's so many ways of buying. There are so many e-commerce platforms that we start to suffer from decision fatigue. We all want to know a lot more about our purchases, especially big purchases, before we buy, and we end up suffering from analysis paralysis. Right? We have so much data that we need to research that we find it hard to make a decision. But at the same time, and understandably so, we all want to be an informed consumer. So our solution is spatial computing, to understand the user, to understand the environment where the user is from and where he's in and where he's going to be using the product. And with AI to recommend and educate about the specific usage of the products. Actually, one good example is the purchase of a Wi-Fi router, right? Deciding which one to buy is one thing, but then going on to using it is another. Where to place it, for the best possible Wi-Fi signal is something that AI and AR can help. Understanding your environment and telling you where to place it for the best output, right? In terms of our skincare efficacy system, so we developed a computer vision-based facial skin analysis feature, right? Using your smartphone, you point it at your face and it will analyze your skin. The system also takes in the user's hydration levels, their sleep levels, their menstrual cycle. This application is actually designed for the females. So the menstrual cycle is taken into account, as well as the weather condition of the user's location. And this goes into the AI module, and the application then gives back product recommendations based on the skincare, your skin analysis, your skin conditions, recommends you what products to purchase, and also gives you a customized skincare regime for the product, for the conditions that you are suffering from. And it's not just for the user, but also for the retailers, right? People who are selling, right? They can get very, very deep and useful insights about, for example, in this skincare efficacy system, they can get insights about the common skin problems suffered by their target demographic. They can understand the knowledge level of the target users' skincare products and the usage. We can understand the interest level of the target users in the different skincare related issues. We can also understand the popularity of the different sales channels among the target demographic. Because in this system, we also integrate with e-commerce systems. And one adoption of this system was from a brand, Newtox skincare brand, and we integrated with a few different sales channels, Watsons, Lazada, Shopee, for example, so we could understand where consumers like to shop better, and that can help the business to strategize their sales channels as well. So that's how effective spatial computing is for retail, e-retail, right? And the third one is a virtual reality project. This was done for automotive company, right? Ford. So the car in question is Ford Ranger Wildtrak. This is a pickup truck, right? It's actually a very rugged off-road vehicle, right? It's been advertised for decades as such, a rugged off-road vehicle. But in today's market, it turns out consumers actually want intelligent cars, and because of that intelligence, cars that are safe can help them avoid accidents, right? Through sensors and automatic systems. So the new Ford Ranger Wildtrak actually has intelligent safety features. But now the issue is, how do we let the consumers know, right? To overcome that very ingrained perception of ruggedness, to make it into, to get consumers to understand that it's actually an intelligent car and also a safe car. The answer is immersive virtual reality. Research shows that virtual reality has a much deeper impact and longer lasting impact in terms of conveying a message to the viewers, and for them to understand. Research shows that they have a much deeper, longer lasting empathy towards whatever message is being conveyed through the virtual reality experience, right? And it's an interactive virtual reality experience. So in terms of designing this this virtual reality experience, the team set some high-level objectives, which is, first, it was to imprint the idea of safety, yes, definitely, and the intelligent safety features. And also it had to be a memorable experience, right? It had to have impact, because there's so much other car companies out there with their branding and messaging. So the requirements in terms of VR experience, it has to have impact, it has to be realistic, and the scenario has to be believable, right? What do we mean by that? So the team set about strategizing the VR experience itself. And for impact, it was decided to have a car crash. And this car crash, with the Ford Ranger Wildtrak, results from not having the intelligent safety features. Then the next strategy is to really leverage the unique features of VR, which was spatial audio visual immersion. Spatial audio, where audio is registered to the 3D virtual environment that the user is immersed in. And there's also viewpoint freedom, where the user is free to look around the environment, look around the car, stuff like that. So the team now had to design a realistic and unavoidable collision scenario. And you remember that we have the user looking around. So what we did was, we had a motorcycle in the scenario speeding past and shouting at the user. So he would naturally look to the side. And then when he looks back, it turns out that there was actually a truck parked at the side that suddenly swerves into his path. So that is the realistic, unavoidable collision scenario that is enabled by VR features, right? So then the next part of this experience is, with the safety features turned on, the collision is avoided, right? So that's what we did. Quick video to show you what we mean by this.
Dr. Andrew, I think seeing the smiles of the users at the end of that experience tells it all. That they really experienced it like that. You can see on their faces now.
They didn't know what they were in for. the car crash was sort of like a surprise for them. So they thought it was just going to be a normal test drive, and then it hits them, right? So that was really how we gave impact to the whole experience. That was part of the strategy. Just to it's like the results of this, 78% increase in walk-in booking conversions, 61% increase in sales. So it was really, really, really effective. Just some behind the scenes pictures of our whole development process, right? Here we see our film director. His name is Daryl Amwang, quite a renowned film director in Malaysia. So he was, the brains behind the whole narrative and the user experience of it, right? And then on the right is some of our filming and shooting of the vehicle itself, done in a warehouse. This is our shooting rig setup. This is a Insta360 Pro 2 camera, very high-end 360 camera, stereoscopic 3D depth perception. So we have a stunt motorcycle driver here. This rig is mounted on a truck, driving through the streets of Malaysia to capture scenes that are actually familiar to our target audience. This is our team doing the development. Below is the spatial audio team in the audio studio, designing the 3D audio. When the motorcycle zooms past on the right rear of the user, it has to be relieved from there so that they will look back at it. And then these are the setups. We brought it on a road show around Malaysia with VR headsets, but in the showroom in Ara Damansara, there's also a VR chair that moves, so there's motion added to it. Okay, the last thing that we are doing, right, that I want to talk a bit about is our Spatial Frontier tertiary education plan. Right, it is focused on helping develop diverse talent for spatial computing and bridging the gap between industry and academic activities. So the key things that are being offered, first is an XR laboratory setup optimized for spatial computing, design, prototyping, testing, showcasing, research, and development. Second one is certified and micro-credential courses with project co-supervision with the institute. Also, seminars and workshops are part of the plan as well. And thirdly, close industry academic partnership with our team, where our shared global ecosystem, can take part in joint projects, collaborative research, access to test beds and industry use cases, and so on. Right. So what is this Spatial Frontier Master Plan? It is also quite exciting. Let me show you in a video.
The Spatial Frontier Educational Master Plan, designed to excite, educate, and empower academicians, students, and professionals with the might of spatial computing. Featuring the edX Mixed Reality Station. Engage with computer-generated holograms with the world's premier multimodal holographic technology. With the HoloLens 2, experience our exclusive Wonders of the World XR adventure. Collaborate through your smart devices. Or simply participate via our cutting-edge, deviceless system.
I don't think we have met. Who are you, and how can I help you?
The VRX, Virtual Reality Station. Immerse in a virtual garage. Experience car assembly and customization. And take them out for test drives. And strap up for a car crash. EduVolCap, free viewpoint video capture station. Capture and create photorealistic 3D XR content with cutting-edge, volumetric video capture technology. Invent Station, full-scale XR workstations, equipped with advanced softwares and proprietary development kits to create more experiences on the edX and VRX. Supported with XRI Edu program, enriched with courses, masterclasses, and workshops designed to upskill participants to meet demands of a new paradigm shifts. The Spatial Frontier. Empowering students with knowledge and skills to spearhead the next industrial revolution with spatial computing. Powered by Ministry XR.
So just to give you a bit of explanation about some of the systems that we have under this program, the edX is actually one big setup, one big installation to help understand, design, create, and showcase augmented reality. Glasses-based, mobile-based, deviceless is all in one. So students get to try AR experiences and even design and create glasses-based AR prototypes and applications and test these in the edX, stands for Education Experience. Projects can be showcased and presented to a wide audience because the AR workspace is overlaid via a holographic display. As you can see, people behind this holographic display can see what is going on to the user wearing the glasses. Visitors can come in and download a mobile AR application to also participate in what is happening in the edX, because they can use the mobile AR app to look at what is going on in augmented reality, the AR content. They can move around the workspace and essentially be part of what the glasses-based user is also experiencing, right? So it's a very, very good way to design, develop, showcase, present all AR projects. And the next one is the Garage. It is for VR now. It is a setup infused with some of our most compelling commercial VR enterprise solutions that we have created. So the fourth one you can see is also part of this, where we share our methodology and our tools through this module, right? Showroom applications, mechanical assembly, maintenance. The students will all get to understand and design new things to add on to what we already have as well. So now I move on to the whole ecosystem. And with Ministry XR itself, we are actually in the region. We are based in Singapore and Malaysia, and we have done projects all around Southeast Asia. So we have quite a big family of education institutes, companies, startups, corporations, individuals, all frequently collaborating together, right? Then the VR AR Association is sort of like our link to the big corporations globally. So part of the VR AR Association, you have companies like Sony, Autodesk, Lenovo, even NASA is part of it. And the VR AR Association has members that are from all different backgrounds: startups, universities, elementary schools, academic institutes, researchers, corporations, all, anyone related to it, individuals who are just interested in XR are all part of this organization, right? And more and more members are continuously joining this whole ecosystem, and there is very easy communication, especially when you're in the VR AR Association. I show you more about it. VR AR Association is really being part of it. It really helps in growing your skills or your knowledge, your networks, growing your customer base as well, right? There's a lot of resources there for us to tap into, and every member is part of a unified communication platform. It's very easy for us to just reach out to someone from Lenovo or Boeing, for example, and talk to them and start some collaborative ideation going, right? It could lead to projects. There's also frequent conferences and events and seminars. Today, a lot of things are taking place online. So what's happening in the next few days? There's going to be a virtual reality cinema, narrative tips and techniques. There's going to be VR simulation, how it's turning into a game changer for industries. And the VR AR Global Summit is something that takes place every year. Used to be in different countries, but this year's one is online. There are also frequent reports for research about different industries and about different ecosystems that are regularly published and disseminated. Members are frequently featured in these reports. So there's, for example, one of these reports is the Universities and Colleges Ecosystem Reports. There's been about, I think, 40 plus universities and colleges. Some Malaysian universities have been featured in these, talking about their AR, VR programs. So that's happening. And there are conference calls every week for different sectors and verticals. There's an enterprise committee, there's a training committee, there's a architecture, engineering, and construction committee. There's a retail committee. There's also advertising, marketing committee. There are actually many other committees. They have frequent calls and meetups, and members can join any of these anytime. There's no restriction. So that's it for my presentation. I hope it was clear. I hope it was useful for you. And here's my email address. Feel free to contact me for anything. Our company website also, please do check it out. And for anything, you can also email our company email address. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andrew, for your sharing. It looks like we have a few questions. We'll need to be really, really quick though. All right, so Dr. Andrew, how soon can we see spatial computing as being in the mainstream, considering the cost that you may not have touched in your presentation? So, and will there be more retailers jumping the bandwagon that we might soon have like a separate channel like, you know, YouTube, where you have this repertoire of, you know, advertisements? Yeah. So this is, I believe it's from a retailer. Yeah.
Yes, I would say it is already mainstream. You know, in terms of adoption, is cost a prohibitive factor? No, because the value and the ROI you get back is 100 times, 1,000 times. I actually conducted some research when I was in the university for manufacturing applications of AR, and we found 1,000, 10,000 times speed up in manufacturing processes when it comes, you know, when humans are involved. That is a huge, huge, huge return on investment. So the investment is really worthwhile, right? In terms of retail, we have, you know, one reason why we are starting to go into our Glow e-retail division is we are receiving many inquiries and collaborations with retailers actually all around the world. UK, US, all, we are working together with them. Creating digital platforms for selling, yes. There are, you know, in terms of e-commerce, there is a lot more advancements happening in terms of spatial computing. Now you find the metaverse of you know, companies that are creating metaverses for their users arising, which means in the same company providing all kinds of different functionality, you know, retail, ride hailing, communication, everything done on the same platform, right? That really helps retailers to strategize their sales channel as well. And as I said earlier, our Glow platform, it uses AI and computer vision to help understand the user, to recommend them the most useful products for them, to help them use it as well. And that is something that retailers really see as being very valuable for their consumers.
Okay, so I guess that's all the time that we have with you, Dr. Andrew. Thank you so much for sharing with us. You know, at least now we know there's this global demand of spatial computing solutions, technologies, equipment, and talent. We will now go for a short break, and I'll meet everyone at 10:35 with our next speaker, Encik Fitri Baharuddin from Arleta Tech Sdn Bhd, with his topic Augmented Reality for Entertainment. So again, thank you. So we had two speakers from Ministry XR sharing with us, you know, their take and their companies, you know, how they're going about with extended reality. So thank you again to the both of you. And I will we'll be having our our next. We'll be having a video clip. Yeah, you'll be watching a video clip on Polytechnic site, Tuanku site Serajuddin, Ara Police flagship initiative. And I'll see you all again at 10:55. Thank you again, Dr. Andrew. So nice meeting you.
Berapa dah? 11. Tengok kolom.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Entertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. I'm here, we are with our third speaker for today, Mr. Fitri Baharuddin, CEO and founder of Arleta Tech Sdn Bhd Cyberjaya. He holds a master's in creative technology from UiTM and has worked on AR campaigns for Shiseido Malaysia, higher education institutions in the country, local box office films like XX-Ray, Jibam and Hantu Kat Lima. And another accolade is that his company is the first company in the world to create AR content for a YouTube music video. So for the audience who are watching us from YouTube and Facebook, please feel free to search Hakim Rusli Jatuh Bangun and you will get to see Hakim Rusli's button badge and birthday card AR merchandise. So that must have been a unique experience to gain people's attention, Encik Fitri. So please share with us a bit on that experience with us later. All right. So how are you, Encik Fitri?
Pardon?
How are you today? How are you feeling today?
Cool, Alhamdulillah, very good. How are you?
So do share with us that experience of creating the first company in the world to create AR content for a YouTube music video with us. So Encik Fitri, you'll be sharing with us on augmented reality in entertainment and about your Arleta Kit platform that helps users to create AR content simply by dragging and dropping. Does that mean my 9-year-old would be able to create AR content by herself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so this would bring a huge sigh of relief to many out there who may lack the coding skills but would like to create AR content for their users. So over to you, Encik Fitri.
Right, thank you, Doctor. Okay, you guys can hear me? Boleh dengar?
Boleh, Encik Fitri.
Okay. Please, technical share my slide, please. All right, cool. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi kepada semua. Okay, terima kasih kepada Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi dan juga kepada College Community dan juga Politeknik untuk menjemput saya untuk berkongsi tentang topik yang diberi iaitu Augmented Reality for Entertainment. Okay, so sebelum tu saya kenalkan diri saya. Nama saya Fitri Baharuddin dan saya adalah founder untuk Arleta Tech Sdn Bhd. Okay, so tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, mari kita ke slide seterusnya. Okay, saya akan bercakap tentang first of all iaitu mass media. Okay, untuk pengetahuan semua di dalam dunia ni, okay, sejarah revolusi dunia, kita sudah berevolusi sebanyak 8 kali tentang mass media. Okay, ia bermula pada 500 tahun dulu, 500 years ago, which is the first the first mass media adalah printing, iaitu which is for a newspaper, for like magazines, poster dan berbagai lagi lah. Okay, that's the first mass media. And for the second mass media adalah recording. Ketiga adalah cinema, keempat adalah radio, kelima is television, 6 is internet, and 7 is adalah mobile. Okay, so sedikit fun fact lah tentang mobile ni. Okay, before this, masa NASA nak menghantar roket mereka pada angkasa, mereka menggunakan beberapa superkomputer tau untuk menghantar roket mereka ke angkasa. Dan pada hari ini, superkomputer itu sudah berada dalam poket kita, iaitu mobile phone. Okay, dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang perlu kita hargai dan guna dengan baik sekali, di mana kita sudah mempunyai superkomputer dalam telefon kita yang kita boleh buat bermacam-macam lagi. Sebagai contoh, saya sedang cuba berkongsi tentang informasi ini menggunakan mobile phone saya sahaja. So ini merupakan salah satu perkara yang kita boleh dapat kebaikan daripada mobile phone, which is superkomputer pada hari ini. Boleh dikategorikan walaupun tidaklah superkomputer seperti yang berada di pasaran, tapi ia boleh bantu kita untuk memberi impak kepada dunia, mobile phone ini. Okay, just a fun fact lah. So kalau dulu dia hantar roket, hari ini kita main Angry Bird dan tangkap Pokemon. Okay, so that's a fact lah. Okay, so saya akan pergi ke seterusnya. Apa itu mass media ke-8? Okay, mass media ke-8 adalah, for the next slide please. Okay, mass media ke-8 adalah augmented reality. Minta maaf, back balik. Okay, mass media ke-8 adalah mass media augmented reality. Okay, seperti mana ramai yang tahu pada hari ini, ada penerangan daripada panel-panel sebelum ni sudah jelas apa itu augmented reality. So augmented reality ini adalah sebuah teknologi yang boleh menghidupkan sebarang permukaan bercetak, okay, dan seterusnya boleh overlay digital content into our reality. That's augmented reality lah secara mudahnya. So basically augmented reality ni ialah sesuatu konten yang boleh dilihat melalui smartphone. Alright. Mass media ke-7 adalah smartphone. Okay, bermakna di Malaysia saja ada 28 juta user yang menggunakan smartphone yang boleh akses augmented reality, dan di satu dunia ada 3.8 bilion user yang mempunyai smartphone, bermakna lebih kurang ada 48% penduduk dunia yang boleh akses kandungan augmented reality menggunakan smartphone. Jadi itu saya cakap, that's the very permulaan untuk kita semua. Di Malaysia terutamanya, pada mereka yang sedang melihat saya punya perkongsian ini, di mana market untuk augmented reality ini masih lagi terlalu besar, ramai lagi, banyak lagi yang boleh digunakan. Okay, pada next slide seterusnya. Okay, next slide please. Okay, no, video tadi. Okay, untuk augmented, boleh play video? Okay, augmented reality ini dia merupakan satu teknologi yang boleh menghidupkan sebarang permukaan yang bercetak. Okay, di mana kita, ini contohnya di mana kita boleh overlay digital content into our reality. Itulah augmented reality. Ini contoh video yang diberikan lah. Okay, so ini antara produk-produk kami yang pernah kami buat, iaitu business card augmented reality, packaging augmented reality dan pelbagai lagi. Okay, for the next slide. Dan the possibilities is endless. Maksudnya, augmented reality ini terlalu besar. Kerana itu terlalu besar, because of that, the possibility is endless. Sampai orang tak tahu nak gunakan augmented reality untuk apa. Itu merupakan satu challenge kepada kita pada hari ini untuk menerangkan mendefinisikan kegunaan augmented reality untuk apa. Ia sama seperti internet pada early 2000 and late 19. Pada waktu itu, internet ni baru lagi, and dia merupakan, it's really big. Because of that, people doesn't know how to use, what to do with internet on that time. Until munculnya startup kecil ni yang mendefinisikan kegunaan internet pada waktu itu untuk apa. Okay, ada yang kalau nak membaca, kita buka MSN, muncul startup MSN. If you want to go bersosial, pergi kepada Friendster, munculnya startup yang bernama Friendster. So itu yang berlaku kepada kita pada hari ini, di mana augmented reality terlalu besar. Jadi saya harap perkongsian ini dapat membuka ruang dan juga memberi impak kepada mereka yang mendengar supaya mendefinisikan kegunaan augmented reality itu untuk tujuan apa. Okay, kerana ia sangat besar pada hari ini. Okay, so mungkin anda boleh gunakan dia untuk pendidikan, mungkin anda boleh gunakan dia untuk pemasaran, malah mungkin boleh gunakan untuk entertainment. Okay, itu adalah itulah possibilities yang tentang augmented reality ini. Ia macam ni ya. Walaupun ia memang agak sukar untuk mendefinisikan kegunaan untuk apa, sebab silap caranya kita akan rasa produk augmented reality itu hanyalah kategori vitamin. Okay, faham tak? Maksudnya bila kita rasa kita create something menggunakan augmented reality, we thought that this content adalah adalah orang kata apa, konten yang boleh mengubah dunia, konten yang boleh memberi impak. Tapi because of this issue, possibility yang sangat besar, ramai orang confused dan ramai orang tersilap langkah, membuat kandungan augmented reality hanya berstatus vitamin, iaitu konten yang ada awak, keadaan dunia masih berjalan dengan baik, tak ada awak pun masih berjalan dengan baik. So what we need to do, all this challenge yang kita boleh buat, yang perlu kita buat research, yang perlu kita kaji lebih lagi, iaitu kita nak menyediakan satu konten augmented reality yang berkategori painkiller, yang benar-benar menyelesaikan masalah. Itulah dia yang kita perlu nak buat dengan ruang yang kita boleh penuhi dalam dunia augmented reality pada hari ini. For the next slide please. Alright. Seterusnya. Hari ini banyak syarikat yang menggunakan augmented reality untuk aktiviti perniagaan mereka. Ada yang menggunakan for advertising, ada yang menggunakan education, dan value augmented reality pada hari ini adalah, boleh next. Dan value untuk augmented reality pada hari ini adalah 209.2 billion US dollars. Ia satu angka yang sangat besar untuk kita terlibat sama dalam industri ini. Di mana dalam dunia sekarang ni masih tiada lagi syarikat yang benar-benar augmented reality yang berstatus seperti Facebook, berstatus seperti Google, berstatus seperti Amazon, tiada lagi. Jadi itu bermakna ruang itu masih ada untuk augmented reality apps yang hebat ini adalah made in Malaysia. So masih ada ruang lagi. So inilah peluang kita pada hari ini dengan kepantasan internet yang sudah bertambah, dengan device untuk melihat kandungan augmented reality itu sudah boleh diakses menggunakan smartphone yang hanya harga 200-300 sudah boleh. Kalau compare pada dulu, untuk melihat satu kandungan augmented reality tu kena ada smartphone yang bernilai ribuan ringgit. That was 10 years ago lah. But now it's 2021. Alright, so this is the time. Alright, so next please. Augmented reality is going to be the next big thing. Ini dikeluarkan oleh Mark Zuckerberg ataupun Facebook founder itu sendiri. Di mana Mark percaya yang augmented reality going to be the next big thing, and disebabkan ini banyak company-company under mereka sudah ada feature augmented reality tersebut. So apa alasan lagi pada kita yang tidak terlibat tentang dalam teknologi ni? Sebab even Facebook, company yang bertaraf unicorn, bukan unicorn lah ni, dia bertaraf betul-betul besar punya, di mana dia benar-benar percaya dan invest berbilion dolar dalam industri ini, termasuk iPhone. Apple juga invest pada augmented reality juga untuk pengetahuan semua. So itu merupakan, itu kita anggaplah mungkin kita kekurangan dana untuk membuat case study, untuk membuat kajian tentang market share, everything. Tak apa, kita boleh tengok this company yang ada dana dan ada team yang kuat untuk buat kajian, dan mereka ambil keputusan untuk be part of this revolution. Itu dah satu indikator bagi kita, this is going to be the next big thing. And because of this, syarikat Facebook sendiri pun ada augmented reality dalam feature mereka, dalam diorang punya diorang punya apps lah. Alright. Seterusnya. So why is augmented reality? Augmented reality seperti yang anda lihat sekarang ni, video ini merupakan saya dapat daripada research oleh Neuro Insight, di mana di belah keadaan otak kita belah AR tu adalah sewaktu kita berinteraksi dengan kandungan augmented reality, iaitu menunjukkan paling tinggi otak kita beraktif lah kan, activity almost double compared to interactive is non-AR equivalent. So the other side tu yang biasanya, so warna pink tu maknanya kita sedang bertindak balas dengan tinggi. Itu apabila kita engage dengan kandungan augmented reality, yang mempunyai AR. So it's very sangat-sangat sangat-sangat, ini research yang sangat kuat. So kenapa kita menggunakan, kenapa research ini kuat untuk kita fokus kepada augmented reality? First of all, even apa saja konten yang kita buat untuk advertising ke, untuk entertainment ke, untuk pelajaran ke, is all about interactivity. Is all about interactivity. Penggunaan augmented reality, satu kekuatan dia adalah apabila seseorang engage dengan kandungan augmented reality tersebut, mereka akan interact dengan konten tersebut. Smartphone, content marker, scan, itu adalah satu starting point mereka berinteraksi dengan konten tersebut. Dan itu sudah create bonding between user dan juga content. Alright, so dah create bonding means that percentage untuk kita mempengaruhi user adalah lebih tinggi. Sebab itu ramai businesses yang menggunakan augmented reality dalam membuat pemasaran mereka, malah membuat industri pendidikan, sebab mereka tahu bahawa pengguna yang engage dengan kandungan augmented itu sememangnya akan bertindak balas dengan lebih banyak lah kan, lebih. Yes, okay, boleh seterusnya. Baiklah. Okey, ini adalah merupakan salah satu produk kami gunakan untuk advertising, okey. Tapi bagaimana kami boleh relatekan advertising dengan entertainment adalah advertising ini adalah satu proses storytelling, penceritaan. Okey, advertising is storytelling. So storytelling mestilah sesuatu yang menarik, mestilah sesuatu yang menghiburkan. Jadi penggunaan augmented reality boleh memberi ruang kepada orang kata apa, konten tersebutlah untuk lebih di-engage lebih ramai user. Walaupun iklan advertising saja, kalau biasanya sebelum ni kita hanya tengok kotak makanan, kita tengok buku, just a buku, normal buku. Tapi with augmented reality nowadays kita akan tengok kotak makanan tu dan kita boleh bermain video game dengan kotak makanan tersebut. Itu dah merupakan satu tindak balas yang sangat penting lah dalam membuat proses kempen. Okay, termasuk buku. Okay, buku mungkin kita boleh tengok, okay, buku dulu kita just baca. Seterusnya ada QR, scan keluar video. Okay, itu pun video dalam keadaan full screen pada handphone kita kan. So augmented reality ni dia overlay, dia tidak full screen, dia overlay kepada permukaan yang kita scan tersebut. Okay, so waktu buku kalau dulu kita ambil satu contoh lah mudah, kita belajar tentang haiwan, tentang kata, okay, tentang kata. So kata kita baca buku semata-mata, okay, dah habis. Now with augmented reality, you can scan the book and keluar frog, and then you boleh interact with that frog, you boleh tengok dalaman frog tu juga. Alright, okay, so itu sudah membuatkan orang kata apa, proses pembelajaran tu menjadi lebih menarik lah. Okay.
Ya, kini ada juga buku cerita kanak-kanak yang banyak gunakan augmented reality, di mana mungkin kanak-kanak tersebut bila dia baca buku tu dia kena buat keputusan, macam they can choose the ending, dia boleh interact, and buku-buku tu tidak begitu mahal sebenarnya. Kalau kita tengok di di book access dan sebagainya, buku-buku augmented reality ni kurang daripada harga RM20, so betul. It's like an affordable technology, ya.
Yes, betul tu. So itu jadinya untuk membuat perkara sedemikian, untuk membuat konten-konten tersebut, siapa yang akan buat? Adakah programmer ataupun creative person? Okay, isu dia sekarang ni, hari ni, untuk menghasilkan konten-konten tersebut, biasanya programmer je yang mampu coding. Okay, but the idea untuk menghasilkan perkara-perkara sebenarnya ada golongan pendidik yang mempunyai idea yang sentiasa, itu adalah mereka punya, orang kata apa, bidang mereka, ahli mereka, practice based. Okay, tapi mereka tidak mampu. So itulah, ini yang saya akan ceritakan sebentar lagi, bagaimana golongan-golongan ini, creative person dan para pendidik boleh membuat kandungan augmented reality, dan bagaimana mereka boleh menghasilkan kandungan augmented reality yang boleh mendapat impak yang besar kepada mereka punya audience. Okay, alright. Okay, terima kasih. Seterusnya. Okay, ini pula adalah salah satu produk kami juga, advertising juga, iaitu table life advertising. Macam saya cakap, walaupun saya guna perkataan advertising itu storytelling, tapi saya kena membuatkan advertising itu menghiburkan. Okay, so tetap juga relate dengan topik yang saya bercakap ini, iaitu for entertainment, di mana, okay, bayangkan anda lepak di kedai makan. Di kedai makan sekarang tak boleh masuk lagi kan, dine in. Okay, satu hari nanti insyaAllah kita boleh dine in semula di kedai makan. Sewaktu menunggu di kedai makan, akan ada stiker di atas kertas. Okay, dari stiker tersebut kita boleh scan dan tengok kandungan AR dia. Okay, it could be like cerita pendek, it could be cerita di dalam YouTube dibawa masuk turun ke dalam AR dalam atas meja. It could be games and macam-macam lagi. Kan? Jadinya yes.
Ya, itu betul Encik Fitri, saya pernah terbaca ya, tak tahu kat mana artikel tersebut, tapi when you eat something ataupun drink something with knowledge, ini betul. Contohnya bila anda minum sekotak orange juice lah, but if let's say there's information how the orange was planted ke, how it was processed ke, so when you drink with knowledge, it's actually a better experience for the customer. I read that somewhere. So what do you think about that? Betul lah.
Betul,
That's
memang
why
betul.
tableized advertising ni berjaya lah saya rasa ya.
Yes. Betul tu. So itulah antara puncanya, sebab orang kata apa, table advertising ni apa tu, mereka bila duduk kedai makan tu macam doktor kata tadi, yes, itu salah satu point dia, satu faktor dia, dan salah satu lagi kebanyakan mereka yang duduk tu bermain telefon. Jadi bila di depan mata mereka sesuatu yang call to action yang sangat kuat, okay, scan this for playing game, scan this to know what you eat just now. Tapi dengan kandungan augmented reality, bukan QR, augmented reality, 3D models and everything kan. Satu like that lah. Okay, so ini salah satu perkara yang boleh kata apa diberi perhatian oleh content creator di luar sana ataupun pelajar-pelajar di luar sana. Mungkin satu hari nanti apabila anda grad, anda ingin menjadi seorang content creator, okay, instead of sharing the content to the YouTube, but now algorithm YouTube sangat-sangat mencabar terlalu ramai content creator, maybe augmented reality is going to be the next kata apa platform untuk augmented reality, untuk content. Sebab perkara dia sama saja. I believe kebanyakan mereka yang hadir pada ini adalah pelajar games design, maybe 3D modeler and berbagai lagi. So saya percaya 3D model yang mereka buat pada waktu belajar, apabila mereka habis belajar, 3D model tu tak digunakan sudah. Okay, jadi why not mungkin 3D model tu boleh jadikan sebagai kandungan augmented reality untuk memperkenalkan lagi bakat anda kepada luar. So itu adalah ruang yang anda boleh penuhilah dengan menggunakan teknologi augmented reality. Malah tableized centerpiece ni juga masih tidak ramai lagi player-player di dalam Malaysia, terutamanya tak ada ramai lagi. Anda mungkin boleh jadi salah seorangnya tidak lama lagi. Okay, alright, okay, seterusnya. Okay, ini adalah contoh apa yang kami buat, augmented reality for entertainment. Okay, boleh play. Okay. Ini kami buat pada bulan Jun baru ni. So this is how we, yeah. Oh, sound tak ada. Alright. Okay, so saya ingat tak ada sound lah, kita apa. So apa yang saya buat semua ni, ini adalah kami buat dalam tempoh masa sebulan saja. Lihat ada berapa banyak konten? Sebulan saja. Kalau dulu nak create satu konten tu makan berapa masa lama? Lama, memang lama. 2-3 bulan. Ini semua kami buat dalam masa sebulan saja. Itu menunjukkan bahawa teknologi hari ini sudah kita boleh akses. Yang penting kita kreatif, yang penting kita ada konten, ada bahan dia. Okay, sebab sebelum ni kita ada bahan tapi kita tak tahu nak buat apa dengan bahan tu. Yang kita tahu kita upload pada YouTube, TikTok and ada media sosial. But then at the end of the day, algoritma mereka hanya takat tu sajalah, kena fight dengan content creator yang sangat besar lagi kan. So at least you can participate on this lah. Okay, next. Alright. Okay, sekarang saya akan berkongsi 3C for success. Untuk 3C sukses content augmented reality. Okay, apa yang perlu kita fokus, apa yang perlu kita fikirkan ketika hendak membuat kandungan augmented reality tersebut. Okay, ingat golden rule dalam menghasilkan augmented reality is to assume that no one care about your AR and they're certainly not waiting for your AR campaign. Okay, tak ada siapa kisah. That's a golden rule tau. So ini yang isu ramai orang ni tau. Bila dia buat AR, dia rasa shock sendiri dah. Oh nanti orang scan ni, oh mesti ni macam ni. At the end of the day, campaign tu tidak berjaya. Ini banyak industri player buat dah di Malaysia sebelum ni. Banyak businesses buat kesilapan kat sini lah. Dia anggap apa yang dia buat AR tu orang akan enjoy. Sampai mereka skip 3C ni. So hari ni saya akan berkongsi apa tu 3C tu. Okay, 3C yang pertama. C yang pertama adalah konteks. Okay, konteks ni adalah satu keadaan di mana anda perlu letakkan diri anda sebagai seorang pengguna. Okey, bayangkan anda sebagai seorang pengguna di mana yang akan anda tengok AR tersebut. Adakah anda akan tengok di kedai makan? Adakah anda tengok di meja sebegini? Adakah anda tengok dalam kereta? Dan itu anda kena plan dulu. Anda kena bayangkan betul-betul di mana anda berada dan bagaimana experience mereka ketika nak tengok AR tersebut. Apakah hasil yang mereka lakukan supaya mereka dapat AR tersebut. Itu first. Itu ramai orang tersilap langkah. Dia hanya just pergi, aku buat benda ni, saya buat macam ni, orang akan tengok. That's the problem. Okay, so after this, whenever you want to create your AR campaign or AR content, kena letakkan diri anda sebagai pengguna ataupun user. Okey, bayangkan anda nak user anda akan lihat benda ni di kedai makan. So you tahu dah, okey, saiz marker tu besar mana. Okey, position dia kat mana. So you kena clear kat situ dahulu. Okey. Number 2, call to action. Ini yang saya cakap tadi, golden rule ni. Golden rule di mana orang kita kena ingat yang orang memang tak akan download apps kita dan scan. Okay, so call to action ni kita kena jelas, instruction yang sangat jelas sehingga kan mereka nampak saja, mereka tahu apa mereka perlu buat. Macam kami, apa yang kami buat? Okay, download, aim your camera and blast. Itu kami punya call to action. So mereka tahu apa yang mereka nak kena buat after dia nampak konten ni. So itu saya rasa tak ada masalah, ramai yang buat, tapi cuma mungkin macam saya cakap lah, mereka terlepas pandang konteks tu kan. Mereka ada perkara tu tapi mereka membayangkan, sebagai contoh mereka buat flyers augmented reality. So mereka tidak membayangkan seorang user yang sedang berjalan di mall menerima flyers, adakah mereka nak pegang dan scan? Itu saya. Biasanya saya dapat flyers, saya throw away je. Doktor macam mana? Macam tu juga ya? Okay.
Ya, betul. Setuju dengan pernyataan Encik Fitri tadi. Betul.
Alright. Okay.
Reality. Canggih ni. Ada ni sebenarnya rakan saya.
Yeah.
Augmented reality. Canggih ni. Beliau juga merupakan seorang retailer sebenarnya. Dan mungkin beliau tengah tengok session kita supaya dapat idea kot nak buat AR.
Yeah, boleh. Okay. Alright, saya teruskan lagi. Okay, boleh, lepas ni kita akan berkongsi lebih lagi bagaimana dia membantu retailer. Alright, so call to action tu is very important. Call to action. And nombor 3 is content. Okay, content ni adalah satu perkara yang kita banyak juga yang buat salah. Di mana mereka letak content yang boleh diakses di YouTube. So buat apa? Kenapa orang perlu download apps just nak tengok content yang boleh dilihat di YouTube? Kenapa mereka nak tengok AR yang boleh dilihat buka website? That's the thing. Itu perkara yang benar-benar yang kita ambil tahu. So kepada content creator semua dalam ni ataupun ahli perniagaan mana, so these 3 thing anda memang perlu fokus dan anda perlu plan dengan agensi anda, dengan tim anda. Context, call to action and content. Okay, make sure content yang mereka sanggup download dan scan ataupun scan kandungan tersebut adalah yang added value kepada mereka. Either menambah pengetahuan mereka yang mereka tidak tahu ataupun memberi mereka voucher or whatever, apa saja yang boleh berikan, tapi mesti ada satu yang memberi pulangan benefit kepada mereka. Okay, that's the 3 rule yang perlu kita fokuskan. Okay, so okay, saya rasa untuk 3 ni saya rasa semua dah clear, saya dah faham. Saya boleh pergi ke seterusnya, slide seterusnya. Okay, problem. Okay, problem dengan augmented reality pada hari ini di mana content creator ni adalah kos untuk menghasilkan AR ni mahal. Sebab dia orang perlu, yelah, benda rare, benda yang jarang orang pakai. So orang kata apa, market tu ada tapi mereka jadinya harga mahal. Bila harga mahal, mereka yang ada idea ni terhadlah untuk meneruskan idea mereka. Okay, nombor 2, lack of professional programmer. Sebab augmented reality ni fokus kepada creativity. So most of the orang kreatif ni mereka kebanyakan lah, tak semua, tapi saya tahu ada orang kreatif yang boleh coding. Okay, tapi kebanyakannya ini tidak mampu untuk coding. Malah marketing agency pun yang adik-adik kreatif pun tidak mampu untuk coding. Hingga mereka terpaksa hire company-company yang lebih besar untuk menghasilkan, dan itu cost pula akan jadi. Okay, so SME lah yang tak dapat, big corporation dapat. Right. So seterusnya, lack of awareness about AR. Ini perkara ini sepatutnya memang marketing base lah, benda yang basic untuk marketing. Dan too much AR apps to download. Ini pun satu isu juga. Too much AR apps to download ni, terlalu banyak apps yang perlu di-download sehingga kan katakanlah nak scan satu brand ni jenama brand A. Nak tengok AR dia kena download brand A, scan. Tengok pula brand B. Nak tengok brand kena download brand B. So benda tu akan jadi isu. Orang kata apa, leceh kepada pengguna. Kan, kenapa perlu download semua-semua ni? And then dia just tolak tepi saja. Okay, so untuk solvekan perkara-perkara ni semua, kami, boleh next slide, kami berkongsi dengan anda satu teknologi kami iaitu dipanggil sebagai, slide ni rupanya. Okay, so untuk menyelesaikan kami, perkara ini semua, kami di Arleta adalah content creator dan juga platform di Malaysia ni. Okay, jadi kami mempersembahkan kepada anda semua menggunakan, boleh slide seterusnya, sistem kami iaitu Arleta Kit. Okey, di mana Arleta Kit ni adalah sebuah sistem yang membolehkan semua orang membuat kandungan AR semudah drag and drop saja. Okay, simple as that. Just upload gambar, video ataupun 3D model dan publish saja dan boom, anda bersedia mengubah dunia menggunakan teknologi augmented reality. Okay, so it's that easy as that. Okay, even student can do, even businesses can do, macam-macam lagi. So you boleh enhance your existing marketing tool, you boleh tambah produk perniagaan you boleh positionkan diri you sebagai seorang content creator yang berbeza dengan market yang sedia ada. So dia memudahkan semua orang. Alright, for the next slide please. Okay, jadi apa yang membezakan sistem kami tadi tu, Arleta Kit tadi tu, okay, saya yakin ramai yang biasa dengan augmented reality ni, kita perlu dia tahu bahawa AR ni dia perlu scan gambar yang sudah disetkan yang mempunyai kandungan AR. Okay, itu salah satunya point dia, augmented reality. Nombor kedua adalah kita boleh scan mana-mana iaitu menggunakan sistem AR Core ataupun AR Kit, tidak perlu marker. Dia boleh scan apa-apa saja surface mereka menggunakan AR. Okay, dua-dua limitasi ini adalah, limitasi pertama, okay, katakan kita nak scan gambar, contoh satu gambar kan, okay, bayangkan gambar tu tak ada orang lain tak ada gambar tu, so mereka tidak boleh tengok AR tersebut. Walaupun orang tu dah download app tersebut, even dia tak ada marker pun tak boleh download. So itu accessibility dia tu berkurangan. So it's not a very good experience lah kepada user kan. Nombor dua, kita tak boleh nak, orang kata apa yang tadi saya cakap, AR Kit dengan AR Core. Okay, AR Kit dan AR Core ni dia hanya device yang high end lah, lebih kurang mid to high end lah. Okay, dan banyak pengguna kita di Malaysia hari ini, terutamanya anak-anak muda ni, tidak ramai yang mempunyai device yang seperti inilah. Okay, sebab untuk pengetahuan semua, market untuk augmented reality ni bukan user yang engage dengan AR ni bukan user berumur 45 mungkin boleh ikut 50 to 60 to 70, bukan user macam ni. User macam ni memang mampulah nak menggunakan, tapi perkara AR ni dia lebih memberi impak kepada anak-anak kecil seperti umur 10 hingga ke 40 years old. This generation iaitu Z, Y and X. X pun mungkin kurang lah, tapi Y and Z tu memang yes. Jadinya untuk jadi itu untuk AR Kit, AR Core tu masih belum lagi lah. Boleh dia akan ke sana, tapi satu hari nanti bila device yang high end ni sudah jatuh menjadi low end atau mid end lah, barulah kita boleh gunakan AR Kit ataupun AR Core. Okay, AR Kit untuk iPhone, AR Core untuk Google Android. Okay, ada soalan?
So it seems that we have a question. So soalan cepu mas, adakah platform Arleta ni percuma?
Okay, platform dia yes, percuma. It's a freemium. Okay, when you want to use content yang apa misalnya feature-feature yang lebih, that's you kena subscribe lah. Tapi if not, we are considered as a Canva for augmented reality. Okay, if Canva make people easy do their graphic, we are make people easy do their own content. But our concept is premium lah, percuma lah. Tapi ada certain part you kena subscribe. Okay. So, okay, berbalik kepada saya punya media sosial tadi. Okay, ini menunjukkan apa bezanya Arleta ni. Kami adalah shareable content. Di mana? Okay, shareable content ni maksudnya anda boleh share link ataupun kandungan AR ni melalui media sosial dan diorang boleh akses. Saya boleh tunjuk demo macam mana. Okay, next. Alright, ini adalah sebagai satu contoh demo. Ini contoh saya share iklan tentang baju AR di Facebook saya. Okay, dia klik saja video post tersebut, automatically dia akan pergi satu landing page dan dia just dan then boom, dia boleh tengok AR dekat mana dia berada. Okay, what make a different from the others is kami perlukan marker. Memang kami perlukan marker, tapi marker yang kami cakap tu you boleh jadikan apa saja marker keliling you, gambar keliling sebagai marker. Contoh di depan you sekarang ni ada magazine, ada IC, ada card. You just ambil je gambar tu, snap the picture, automatically dia jadi you punya marker. So dia lebih accessible di mana-mana saja. Even you tengah penumpang kereta ke tengah scroll Facebook, ada AR lah, ada AR content, klik je, lepas tu ambil lah kat Tashengo, scan dekat Tashengo, keluar terus AR content tersebut. Maknanya kita drive user daripada media sosial like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, okay, semua boleh. As long media sosial tersebut ada link lah, you boleh share the link kat situ. Alright, okay, next. Okay, ini saya akan share. Okay, next. Alright, okay, ini adalah salah satu. Okay, ini adalah salah satu contoh yang kami buat untuk augmented reality video clip, iaitu seorang artis iaitu FMC Music, iaitu this is the first AR. Okay, I can say it in the world, okay, because we do some research. Okay, what make us different from the other is like before this you tengok AR daripada gambar atau kertas, tapi ni you tengok YouTube, daripada YouTube tu you boleh tengok AR. Dan kita buat video clip augmented reality. Okay, boleh next terusnya. Okay, dan video ni sudah ditonton sebanyak 1.9 million view dan AR content tu sudah ditonton sebanyak 1.9 million view. Okay, bermakna AR ni kalau kena tempatnya, sebagai contoh you share dekat Facebook ataupun tempat-tempat yang apa tu, yang viral seperti YouTube apa semua. Orang kata apa, ni satu tips lah, my mentor tell me lah, bagi tahu saya. Okay, don't start from the ground but start from the giant shoulder. Okay, so as entrepreneur ataupun as content creator, you must know how to collaborate. Siapa you nak collaborate? Macam kami decide collaborate dengan industri entertainment, industri entertainment lah, sebab kita tahu mereka ada followers mereka dan apa saja call to action mereka pasti followers mereka akan buat. So this is how we pecah market di Malaysia lah. So before this we try everything, we try for education, we try for politik, we try for everything, but it's not success seperti entertainment. So inilah saya sarankan di Malaysia. Augmented reality entertainment memang sangat-sangat kuat. Okay, bukan hanya view saja tuan-tuan semua. Okay, boleh next ke? Malah ini contoh AR yang kami buat lah. Okay, boleh. Okay, ini contoh AR kami buat. This was 2017. Lama dulu, 2017 dulu. Okay, just a simple AR. Tapi because dia gimmick kan, dia membuatkan orang suka lah. Nak pula yang call to action ni adalah seorang influencer. So makin ramai lah yang cuba kandungan augmented reality ni. Okay, but the point is, okay, sebenarnya apa yang kita nak adalah susulan selepas itu. Apa itu susulan selepas itu? Okay, so selepas kami keluarkan augmented reality for entertainment ni, apa yang terjadi adalah kami membuat banyak produk lain yang berkaitan augmented reality yang berkenaan artis tersebut. Sebagai contoh, okay, kalau dulu kita tengok kalau pernah tengok lah, minta maaf video YouTube dekat bawah, kata video clip kan, dekat bawahnya ada list of kat mana dia boleh beli lagu tersebut. Okay, ada logo Spotify, Tajuk, logo-logo kecil tu kan. Okay, but with augmented reality, diorang boleh scan, keluar logo tersebut dan boleh terus on the dot beli. Klik saja link tersebut. Kalau guna YouTube screen tengok, dia kena buka apps lain, start lain kan. Jadinya dia macam two-way, banyak kerja lah. VAR, satu kerja, satu jalan saja. Okay. Okay, seterusnya. Okay, apa yang saya cakap tadi, selepas kami buat video klip ni, kami buat banyak susulan, campaign ataupun gimmick, okay, di mana, okay, apabila mereka scan kandungan AR tersebut, mereka boleh bergambar dengan Hakim Rusli, artis tersebut. Dengan cara bagaimana? Dengan cara, kan AR ni kan kita boleh keluarkan konten orang tersebut dalam dunia realiti kan. So, this peminat-peminat ni akan bergambar lah sebelah Hakim Rusli ni. Lepas bergambar, dia tak pernah jumpa secara reality, but now they can have Hakim Rusli sebelah, duduk dalam rumah dia, duduk dekat sebelah dia kan. Okay, so itulah apa yang kami buat, alright. Okay, so waktu tu memang betul-betul impact lah, memang ketika itu memang alhamdulillah semua terlibat dan dia memberi kesan lah kepada anak-anak muda pada waktu tu. Okay, yang penting call to action tu betul. Okay, seterusnya. Okay, habis saja kami buat ni, kami buat merchandise pula. Okay, this merchandise kami buat, boleh play video? Alright, merchandise ni hanya perlu scan marker saja.
So ni yang saya cerita pada awal tu lah, iaitu yang berdekat dengan button badge ya?
Yes.
Okay.
Inilah pula. So bila mereka bergambar tadi, dia share kat media sosial, pemenang bertuah akan dapat button badge ni. So mereka beria-ria lah share dekat media sosial, hashtag. Kat situ daripada dia orang terhibur melihat kandungan augmented tersebut, mereka pula cuba, orang kata apa sekarang kan dunia media sosial. So every content yang dalam dibuat mengenai AR, kami ada term kami lah. Mesti orang kata apa, TikTok wise, Instagram wise, maknanya hasil daripada AR tersebut mesti dia orang ni boleh flex dekat dia orang punya media sosial. So itu strategi lah bagaimana kita nak hit the right audience. Okay, so dia macam ni tak, audience ni sebenarnya dia ramai macam-macam, so kita kena define who is our user and who is our content creator. Okay, so macam cakap tak, kita fokus on siapa sebenarnya, kita jangan fokus kepada semua, sebab kita augmented reality is not for semua lah. Dia satu masa nanti bila dah dinormalisasikan dalam penggunaan harian, okay, so everyone akan menggunakan, tapi buat masa sekarang range adalah generasi baru Z dan Y. Okay, kalau pernah tengok, okay.
So, maksudnya Encik Fitri dia belum lagi jadi mainstream lagi lah.
Dia dah jadi mainstream.
Okay,
dia belum jadi mainstream. tapi dia sedang ke arah sana. So we need to ride that wave lah.
Tapi it's also very good for branding lah. I mean for branding, I think this is also a way to go lah. What do you think?
Yes, for branding, yes, for sure. For branding, for branding is one way lah. Okay. Alright, next. Alright, okay. So apa lagi kami buat? Kami juga terlibat dalam Astro, iaitu untuk super spontan, di mana kami membuat kandungan augmented reality untuk super spontan, iaitu t-shirt augmented reality. So still juga kami participate on entertainment industry, okay, di mana yes, mereka dunia perfilman, industri entertainment memang into AR. Okay, so memang ini salah satu hasil kerja kami bersama dengan, kami juga ada berkolaborasi dengan satu jenama t-shirt iaitu Abstract Jingle. So Abstract Jingle ni kami membuat t-shirt augmented reality untuk mereka. Okay, so boleh next terusnya. Dan kami juga ada buat, okay, dan ini adalah kerjasama kami dengan banyak industri, entertainment industri. Kami ada bekerjasama dengan Bobo Boy, okay, dengan DDM Fan, dan juga kami ada buat event treasure hunt menggunakan augmented reality. Semua ini di dalam bidang entertainment, dalam hiburan, entertainment. Okay, entertainment, like I said lah, Malaysia, go for entertainment. Memang you guys diterima. Sebab golongan muda kan, golongan muda dia nak baca buku, nak tengok AR mungkin agak kena guide kan. Tapi kalau benda-benda yang mengembirakan mereka ni, yes, definitely they will download the apps and then try. Alright. So next. Okay. Alright. So okay, ni antara yang kami participate juga dalam bidang entertainment, di mana kami ada buat untuk filem-filem seperti Jibam, kami ada buat untuk X-Ray, malah Hantu Kak Lima, and beberapa lagi lah. Okay, so apa yang kami buat di sana? Okay, this is entertainment industry. So macam saya cakap, it's a gimmick dan juga branding sesuatu. Boleh baik? Okay, yang mana yang anda lihat sebelah ni? Okay, untuk film Jibam ni, apa yang kami buat? Kami mengeluarkan satu lukisan untuk diwarnakan oleh peminat-peminat Jibam ni. Dan setelah mereka mewarnakan, mereka perlu scan pakai apps kami dan dia akan keluar kereta 3D model seperti yang diwarnakan oleh peminat mereka. So this is how we do lah. Bagaimana kami play around with entertainment industry. Okay, seterusnya. Okay, ini apa yang kami dapat lah, okay, in entertainment. So like I said lah, in Malaysia, you must know how to penetrate the market. Okay, you must know the penetrate market, and because of that, kami banyak dapat ruang lah untuk memperkenalkan AR dalam media masa and everything kan. So kalau bermakna di sini memang masih lagi lah, orang kata apa, entertainment industry ni sebenarnya satu ruang yang sangat besar untuk anda content creator untuk be part of it. Okay, cuma you must know how to coding, tapi kalau gunakan Arleta tak perlu. You guys just need to drag and drop sahaja. And about the IP apa semua tu, don't worry. Okay, sebab kami di apps kami, di website kami dah ada disclaimer dia. Setiap konten dibuat adalah tanggungjawab content creator. Okay, termasuklah jika kalau kamu buat satu konten yang bukan milik kamu, yang ada IP orang lain, kami akan cuba halang, dan jika terlepas pun bukan, itu adalah kamu punya tanggungan. Sebab kamu yang menggunakan 3D model tersebut. So mungkin adakah isu apa yang saya dapat bila saya upload dekat apps Arleta atau platform Arleta. First, you guys can create your AR content. Itu number one lah, confirm. Okay, nombor dua, apa yang you boleh buat adalah dengan AR content tersebut, okay, saya tak ada slide untuk menerangkan tentang itu, tapi di apps kami, apa yang you guys boleh buat? You guys juga boleh di-subscribe sama seperti di YouTube. Okay, user boleh subscribe you sebagai content creator dan mereka gembira. Let's say dia suka dengan you punya content, dia boleh subscribe. And satu lagi, you boleh buat, user boleh donate pada you menggunakan buy me a coffee. So, okay, itu satu. And InsyaAllah dalam masa terdekat, dalam masa ini kami akan buat cara untuk monetize, di mana lebih ramai orang tengok konten tersebut, anda akan mendapat pulangan lah. So kami sebenarnya ke arah ke situlah. We are Canva for augmented reality. In the same time, we want to build a platform yang boleh menjana pendapatan kepada content creator. Okay, sebab kami faham, saya bercakap dengan ramai content creator. Isu dia mereka, bila mereka buat content, mereka nak pecah market tu susah. Kan, mereka, kita cakap lah, gegasi yang ada di Malaysia ni, ada berapa brand saja yang benar-benar berada dalam dunia animasi. Okay, termasuklah orang kata apa, games ke, tak ramai. Ada, tak ramai. Jadinya lambakan graduan yang mempunyai skill ni, last choice dia saya pernah nampak, mereka hanya upload di YouTube. Tapi akhirnya di YouTube tak ada apa. Okay?
Alright. So Encik Fitri, rasanya masa mencemburui kita. Thank you so much for a session which is so santai. I think for beginners pun they can understand apa potensi creating an augmented reality punya campaign. Also thank you for those tips yang context, yang 3 C's tu. Context, call to action and content. Make sure the content tu adds value, knowledge, benefit. Siapa tak nak voucher ya, free. Okay? Alright. So thank you so much Encik Fitri for your time. It's already 11:42. We will now go for a short break and I'll meet all of you at 11:45 with our last speaker before we break for lunch. But before that, do watch a video on the flagship activities at Polytechnic Metro Kuala Lumpur PMKL. Alright, so thank you so much Encik Fitri. Hopefully kita dapat bekerja sama in future. Saya pun anak saya berumur 9 tahun tu belajar macam mana nak buat AR sendiri. Right? Okay, thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay.
Thank you everyone.
We are here with our fourth speaker today, just before we break for lunch. It is my honor to introduce our fourth speaker for today, Encik Kamaruzaman Jahidin from Powernode Solutions. Our speaker for today is also one of the 4IR Flagship Industry Advisor, Immersive Technology for College Community Selayang. Mr. Kamaruzaman Jahidin, who started his career as an engineer in 1989, is currently pursuing his PhD work on smart lean Karakuri IoT manufacturing line at UiTM Shah Alam. So in today's webinar session, Mr. KJ, which I always call him Mr. KJ, will be sharing with us on 4IR opportunities and challenges. So how are you doing, Mr. Kamaruddin Jahidin? I think I'll stay with KJ. It's just easier for me.
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine, very good. With the nice weather outside, looks like we are in the Cameron. The weather temperature is about 26, just nice.
Okay, so I haven't left the studio yet, so I do not know what's the weather like in Putrajaya, but I believe, yeah, it should be a very nice weather today. All right, to the audience out there, so for the past, this is our last session before we break for lunch. So we've actually learned a bit about extended reality, and we have also learned about augmented reality, but the umbrella term here is the 4IR technology. So over to you, Mr. KJ, to share with us on 4IR opportunities and challenges. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, moderator Dr. Umar. Basically, I'm glad to be part of the panelists on this extended reality. I watched through all these panel before. Just now, I think Encik Fitri has a bit mentioned a lot about augmented reality in terms of entertainment. But today, what I will be sharing before we take a break, I'll be sharing more on what actually is a digital economy in Malaysia. All right, and then beside that, we'll talk about digital journey. We go down back, you go down with, kita turun bawah balik, and then we talk about types of digital transformation. I talk about 4IR, why we need 4IR in the world now. And then finally, before we end the session, I will talk about the opportunities and also the challenges and how can we go forward after the pandemic's ended. I hope I'm looking forward by October. We are looking that the pandemics will be ended the session when everybody they are vaccinated. Okay. So I think Dr. Umar has mentioned a bit. In fact, my PhD, Dr. Umar, my PhD also on Smart Karakuri Lean IoT manufacturing line. We will do an augmented reality on how to actually to operate the lines. That is part of my research as well, because we want to make it as affordable, as good as enough for the lines to be operate. So if you go along the manufacturing line, kalau kita masuk dalam SME, there's a lot of SOP, SOP in writings and in forms. So in the future, that will be replaced by augmented reality. There is more entertaining. So not only entertaining, but it will make your brain cells working, as what Encik Fitri just now says. You can see the comparisons of non-AR brains are working, and also the AR brains are working. So there are two different thoughts of so-called how actually the cells keep on communicating. This is how to enhance the critical thinkings dalam so-called operators or also maybe operations. So basically, what is digital economy? So digital economy in other countries, there are different terms, all right? But mostly digital economies that are based, dia punya landasan adalah basically a communication which is digital, all right? And then in Malaysia, when we launched digital economy blueprint, I think early this year, the terms means like economics and social activities yang melibatkan ataupun involve production. That's what we call production, which is manufacturing, and the use of digital technology by the individuals, businesses, and also government. So we talk about individuals, businesses, and government. That's what we talk about society. So in the future, our job opportunities would be like gigpreneurs now. So in fact, gig pun kita dah biasa guna sekarang ni. In fact, kalau kita tengok Grab Food, Food Panda, and Speed, Lala Move, they are all creations of the gig jobs. And then one thing yang kita nak dalam society, what we need in the society is the digital skill workers. In fact, I think middle of this year, Singapore has put up a vacancy. They are looking for 1,500 digital skill workers. So this is a huge opportunities again. And then you talk about businesses. Of course, as what Encik Fitri says and Dr. Andrew says, Fikri says, they are enhanced. We are actually to be enhanced. We are now living in the new norms. So kalau kita duduk dalam new norms, our experience also kena baru lah kan. So that's why we said, we also say the new norms and also new experience on doing businesses. So not only doing businesses, also they are doing products. Kita akan approach a bigger market. In fact, Facebook also has detected has embarked into augmented reality. Why? Because the data that they have is good enough. If I were to use a Google Glass, Dr. Umar, when I met people, I tak jumpa dia jauh-jauh. I tak jumpa dia dekat-dekat because of social distance. So I can see from far, and I can know, this is my fan book, is my fan, is my members and so forth. So this is how it works in the future. All right. And talk about government. Yes, government also need to improve their services. All right. Not only MOE, there are a lot. MOF, Ministry of Transportation, and the rest. They are towards that. In fact, I helped a few of government agency towards transformation. And in fact, lately I'm involved with MTIB's, Malaysian Timber Industry Berhad. So they're also involved. They're also willing to be part of the digital economy. And in the future, data. So data is a future commodity. So as what people said before, data is a king. But now for IR, data is a king. Last time you said cash is a king, now data is a king. So basically, Malaysia has to accelerate in digital economy, or else it will be a crucial for Malaysia. So later part of the slide, I will share a few of why actually Malaysia become part of the aim country to embark into digital economy. So we talk about digital economy, we have 3 stages of digital journeys. So if you were to embark into digital journey is actually a continuous journey. It will never ending, all right? So we start with digitization. So what actually digitization is all about? It's about data, it's about conversion of data. Kalau dulu kita banyak buat laporan menggunakan kertas, atas kertas, A4 dan sebagainya. So this actually will create a massive impact in the future because kita buang sampah, kita buang kertas and the rest of it. So in terms of green, I think we talked about green a few years ago. We have to convert that data into a digital data. So this conversion of data, the manual data or analog data into a digital data, they call it digitization. So when we move into digitalization, we have all the data in digital form, alright, ataupun data dalam bentuk digital. So bila ada data dalam bentuk digital, apa yang perlu kita buat? Apa yang perlu kita buat, actually we have to actually not sit on the data, bukan kita duduk atas data tu, tapi we have to actually elaborate more on the data. As what augmented reality, immersive technology, they are actually capturing the data. They talk about consumer behavior. They talk about people behavior. They talk about medical behavior and so forth. So this data basically is good. As what I said earlier before, data is the future commodity. Daripada data ni actually we can actually do a lot of things. They can help us to do businesses. They can help to do decision making. They can help us to do more than what we thought before. Alright. So this data actually to be shared to the related party. So kalau kita duduk atas data tu tanpa kita share, it doesn't show us anything. As what previous panel says also in the entertainment, ataupun dalam augmented reality dalam entertainment, so dia share, katakan dia talk about Jibam. So Jibam talk is a huge so-called apa nama ni, a movie. So who actually attend the Jibam, who are the categories. So data-data ni sangat penting. So we will elaborate more later on. So we talk about digital transformation. So this is what we talk about, inventing the business. So sebenarnya digital transformation is nothing much. So tapi untuk sebelum saya pergi kepada digital transformation, I would like to say about this. So untuk kita faham lebih mudah, so we have watch. So I've been used to wear this watch, analog watch. So bukanlah brand Rado, tapi saya pun tak tahu brand apa, Citizen ke, my age last time lah. So from this analog watch, we move into this digital watch, which is G-Shock is the most orang kata apa favorite watch before. Sebab nampak macam kalau lelaki pakai tu, it looks like we are so macam badang lah. So actually I work with this Casio. So selepas tu dia move into this call it not smartwatch yet. Masa tu dia ada watch saja, more like digital watch. But this transition we call digitization and also digitalization. So when this smartwatch been interacted with our phone, with our mobile phone, and then we can communicate, and also we can do a lot of things. They can also save data from to the cloud and then push back to our handphone. This is what we call digital transformation. So nowadays, dalam keadaan kita dalam COVID pandemic ni, we always have to check our blood oxygen. So sometimes people use oximeter. Tapi with the smartwatch, we can use our smartwatch to check our blood oxygen. So this morning I checked my blood oxygen maintains about 98 and 99. So Alhamdulillah we are fair. So because dah dapat second dose, they will be a bit different. So this is what we call the journeys of digital transformation. Alright. So but yet in digital transformation pun ada beberapa proses. Alright. Proses yang pertama, they call it process transformation, and then they call it business model transformation, then they call it domain transformation, and they call it cultural and organizational transformation. So what actually a process transformation? This where kalau macam tengok tadi all the sampel-sampel ataupun example yang telah diberi oleh the previous panels, so that are actually a process transformation. You are changing the way you talk to people. You are changing the way that you engage the customer. You are changing the way that you convey the message to the appropriate parties. So this is what we call process transformation. So that's why I highlighted the red color tu. Actually sebenarnya this is what we have to focus. Alright, when you talk about business model transformation, they are different. So Grab actually is a business model transformation. Kalau dulu orang membeli secara manual, sekarang ni orang membeli menggunakan handphone, orang menggunakan aplikasi. So kalau dulu kita nak sewa video, kita terpaksa pergi kedai video tu sewa. Kita beli CD ataupun dan sebagainya. So on that time kita ada masalah apa? Kita ada masalah cetak rompak. I pun one of the bangsa lah cetak rompak sebab saya buat banyak CD-CD pembelajaran. So bila adanya this business transformation, bila adanya we can watch movie through Netflix, the cetak rompak gone. Dah hilang dah. So we don't talk more about cetak rompak. So people akan kata kenapa digital transformation? Yes, because this will kill another issues. So now macam kes-kes penyanyi macam tadi Cik Fitri cerita pasal Hakim Rosli pun sekali. So they don't worry. The penyanyi dah tak kisah dah nak cetak. Tapi when they put the so-called the videos, the sound, the songs in
the AR merchandise. Yeah,
correct.
When he puts the AR merchandise. Yeah.
Correct. All right. So when we have that in YouTube, in AR, in podcast, so we are killing off the cetak rompak. So nobody will talk about cetak rompak now. So that's one. So this business transformation will kill another. So actually, then they talk about domain transformation. So what domain transformation is what Amazon has done. So Amazon dulu dia jual barang-barang atas talian. But now because of the requirement is so big, the data is so big, apa dia buat is dia sewa cloud pula. Dia bijak. So they put a cloud, Amazon cloud services, AWS, and then they go like a different part of businesses as well. So tapi dia remain that one. In fact, Asia and other company also they dah start shifting their domain. So actually that is called domain transformation. And then the most important thing is about cultural and organizational transformation. So this is what we are talking about. These are the challenges dalam orang kata apa 4IR flagship lah, orang ataupun panggil digital transformation. So the mindset that we have in our society now. So this is what we have to move up, alright? So kalau macam tadi Encik Fitri kata dia nak masuk education, susah sangat nak masuk education sebab the demands are not there because dia tak tahu, because the education are not aware of it. So satu, yang kedua dia most probably they find that the things are actually expensive. As what the previous panels are saying, so they depends on apa proses yang kita nak. That's why kita kata tadi, the process transformation and also the organizational transformation is very important for us to move forward. Alright? So, this is simple thing. Digital transformation, tak payah fikir besar-besar sangat apa tu digital transformation. It's just reinventing our businesses. Alright? So, it talk about innovation. So kalau kita tak ada innovation every time yang kita nak renew our products, then we become extinction, just like the dinosaur. Alright. So what happened to Nokia? So I think Dr. Umar still having Nokia with you? Alright, for sure no more, right?
But I did see that it's still being sold in Shopee. I think for 30 or 40 ringgit, you can still get Nokia 3310 just to have that classic sort of touch. You want to play the snake game contohnya, but it's still being sold in Shopee. So so what's your take about it? I mean, we still want that old thing, but we are also going towards the future. So I think Malaysians, maybe we are trying to strike the balance, but I think, yeah, we should catch up lah, to move forward. Yeah.
Right. So that's what my phrase says dalam bahasa Malaysia, menganyam tradisi menjangkau teknologi. So basically the future technologies that we have to look back at what we are sitting on. So back about culture, that's where we live. I think that Nokia sebenarnya ada most so-called very premium items lah. Kalau dulu So I think my first phone is Motorola, not Nokia. So second phone is Nokia, but the other range. So that's what happened to Nokia. They are connecting people. Now they are disconnecting the people because they tak par with the technologies that the market go into. So kalau kita dalam pembelajaran sekarang ni, MOE or whatever, so college community sendiri pun ataupun polytechnic sendiri pun, then they have to go at par. So even though sekarang ni kita tak boleh pergi ke campus lagi dah, we cannot go to the campus. So if we use immersive technologies to go to the lab, we use our augmented reality to learn. That's what the brains are moving like very fast. All right, so they will ignite our sense of thinking, our critical thinking, our problem solving thinking, and the rest of it. So it is a good form. You have to give more studies on this. What is the impact of using so-called immersive technology in the lab, especially on the schools as well. All right. So now we talk about 4IR. What is actually 4IR? So I make it very simple. So one revolution everybody knows is a steam engine. Second revolution is about electrification, and the third is about automation. Is where the industrial now or before talking about combinations of computers and also automation. But when you talk about fourth industrial revolution, you talk about cyber physical system. So some people say, apa difference antara 3 dengan 4? We talk about, kita dah pakai komputer, kita dah pakai mesin, or robot pun dah ada 3 dengan 4. So but what actually fourth industrial revolution is talk about cyber physical system. It talks about technology of the cloud. We talk about computing technology, spatial computing, as what Dr. Andrew mentioned just now. We talk about IoT. We talk about AI. So in the future, I forecast that AI and immersive technology will be combined. That's what I've been doing currently now, helping one Japan company, is a huge company, into AIoT products. So AIoT product, basically what they do is to help the society, because Japan now is going to society 5.0, Dr. Umar. So they have gone to society 5.0. It's more like human-centric. So I'm helping with my friends, my group, to build up an AIoT framework for this big company in Japan, but based in Malaysia. So what actually cyber physical system? Actually, cyber physical system is very simple thing. As tadi Encik Fitri ada mention 3C, and now I'm giving you 3C but different mode. 3C yang pertama adalah communication. C yang kedua adalah control, and C yang ketiga adalah computation. So what actually communication? That's what we talk about 5G, we talk about 4G, we talk about other wavelength to accept or to be in the middles, or to be in the mediums of transferring the data. So when you talk about augmented reality, we talk about immersive technology, you are doing a lot of contents yang agak heavy. So that's why we need 5G. That's why we need a full blast of 4G. Lately saya dapat message daripada Celcom in the coming months, Celcom will cut the 3G line. So siapa yang ada 3G phone nanti dah tak boleh pakai dah 3G, dia kena move into a 4G. But as what my digital blueprint punya perancangan ataupun dia punya journey towards a 5G, they are expecting by end of maybe next year there will have a 5G throughout Malaysia. So when we have that 5G throughout Malaysia, when we see the connectivity of data is there, I think the immersive technology will be huge opportunities, will be huge contents. So those yang belajar animation, those yang belajar macam KKSY buat games art, you guys actually are the future job market. So stick with it, jangan lari keluar, okay? Because jangan tengok animation is only to go toward movies, but look on different angles that animation is beyond than movie. You can do a lot of more things because dalam kita punya dunia, ilmu is the most important thing, knowledge. Alright, so knowledge basically is just like kita dekat laut. Lagi banyak kita ambil air dekat laut keluar, lagi banyak air laut tu ada. It's just like that. So it's never dry. So knowledge is never dry. Again, goes back to the cyber physical system. The second part is control. The second C is control. how do we control? That's why we need AI. That's why we need AR. That's why we need immersive technology. So they are the one will be the middle. It will be the second middle items that capture the data by using the technology of communication. Now we have all the data ready. What should we do? That's where we talk about computations. We talk about how to actually make the data become more visualized, become more understanding, and everybody says with the same wavelength. So a simple explanation so that I hope everybody understand apa itu cyber physical system. Jangan fikir, oh cyber saya tak nampak, physical saya mungkin nampak. System, you know that what is the system. So cyber physical system is talk about communication, it talk about control, and it's talk about computation. So now we talk about 4IR. What are the technologies? Yes, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, extended realities, they are part of the pillars. So we in Malaysia ada dua ada dua policy now, Dr. Umar and the rest. So 2018 October, we have policies of industry forward. So these are the pillars. Ada 11 pillar. One of them is augmented reality, and then ada advanced material, then ada artificial intelligence. So now this year, I think last 2 years, 3 years ago, we talk about 4IR. So 4IR, industry forward is by MITI, and 4IR is developed by MOSTI. And then the pillars are a bit small because you want to focus. But the industries that they are focusing is more than what industry forward is focusing. So industry forward focusing is more on the manufacturing. But 4IR is focusing also on the medical, education, manufacturing industries, tourism, and the rest of it. So don't make ourselves confused with this. This is because that our Malaysia country is really put force, is really serious to bring this digital economy as what the other countries in the world talking about. All right, so that's why they have two different things. And I think JPKK started with 4IR, so flagship. So also part of the committee to help this 4IR to run. Then this is what happened. All right, so why? Kenapa kita nak pergi pada 4IR? So this the World Economic Forum says. One, because world economic growth is increasingly driven by digitalization now. All right. So digitalization toward digital transformation. That's number one. And number two is that consumer behavior is what we've been talking previously, evolved with the quick convenience experience dengan adanya internet and also mobile phones. Alright, so now kita baru nak start 5G. When I assist a few companies in 5G dekat mana ni, dekat Langkawi hari tu, dan launched by Dr. Mahathir. So we know that masa tu kita dah pakai augmented reality. So we are sitting down at the airport Langkawi, and then we can see what happened at Gunung Mat Cincang. So there's another view. Macam contoh tadi Dr. Umar say, oh saya tak nampak apa yang berlaku dekat luar. If you wear a VR glass now, you can see outside already. So we can that's where the link up between that and that. So saya seorang technologist ni, saya suka mengkaji. So there'll be a future. I believe there will be a future that artificial intelligence and AR will be merged together. So we call it AI AR. I tak tahu lah apa nama. But alright. So this one of the reason why kenapa kita kena pergi kepada digital economy, why we need to go on 4IR. There's a few reasons. And then kalau tengok dalam Malaysian Digital Blueprint also, dia pun ada mengatakan is the key economic growth area is to develop sustainability with fair economy. That's why we need our digital economy. So kenapa digital economy? Because of what we see just now tadi, consumer behavior. So in the middle of cyber physical system tadi adalah data. So what data can help us? First, data can help us on so-called what's happening. So what's happening? What's actually we talk about descriptive analytics. We talk about diagnostic analytics. We talk about predictive analytics, and we talk about prescriptive analytics. So bagaimana kita data ni boleh membantu kita actually to kill one problems bila kita embark into the 4IR. So that's the reason why actually 4IR is very, very important. And now I want to share with you how business benefit from augmented reality. So saya touch sikit on augmented reality. So sebenarnya Dr. Umar, I've been using augmented reality I think 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, and actually I'm on the one yang bawa augmented reality ni ke College Community Selayang semasa Puan Roslinda nak resign, I think dia dah pension kan. So I talk to one of the pensyarah di sana, why not you use AR? Letak gambar dia dekat situ, dia scan the AR, then they see what happening, apa yang dia dah buat di College Community Selayang, the storytelling and the rest of it. So you feel very touched. So this is how actually you are engaging your customer well with the technology. So sebenarnya AR ni banyak benefit dia. Pertama is about customer's choice, it's about engaging buying experience. We talk about so-called real timing, we talk about visualizing the product, macam tadi Encik Fitri kata tak payah dah bedah katak, kesian katak nak hidup kan, mati-mati hari-hari, besok lagi kena bedah kan. So you can see inside of the katak with this technology. Alright, we talk about trackability, you talk about recognition, reviews and learning, and also call for action, which is coupon. So these are the reason why basically the world actually embarked into augmented reality. So another opportunity is also we talk about the medical industries. Tadi banyak cerita pasal entertainment. So I'm giving you guys ataupun saya membawa kita ke satu alam yang baru. We talk about medical industries. So medical industries now we talk about augmented reality as well. So di Malaysia, tengok gambar di bawah ni actually, di Malaysia basically kita dah ada augmented reality. That's one done by I think by UITM, dah guna augmented reality ni untuk membantu seorang pesakit yang stroke, half badan dia stroke. So dia ada masalah nak pergi ke hospital most of the time. So dia ada buat terapi, So most of the time dia kena pergi hospital. So kesian dia. So what the things he do is that dia buat satu research dengan DG, So DG apa dia buat, because DG is, that's where the communication companies comes in. So dia gunakan augmented reality, and then dekat augmented reality ni Pak Cik ni nampak macam mana nak buat terapi. Contoh dekat belah kanan tu ada telur kan. So dia menggunakan tangan dia mengalihkan telur ke satu tempat yang lain. So actually when they use the hand to move, that is part of the therapy that they do. So this is very, very interesting. That's why kalau kita tengok why kenapa Japan go on the Society 5.0, because dia punya ramalan population dia will live longer, which will live maybe 70 tahun, manusia di Jepun akan hidup lebih lama sehinggalah ke tahun 70. So I hope Malaysia pun samalah. Harap saya pun sama, ada masa lagi untuk saya bermain dengan augmented reality atau mixed reality. So this is what happened. So the augmented reality will actually bantu kita dalam medical. Satu. Kalau tengok gambar yang lembu ni, bukan orang saja pakai augmented reality, So lembu pun pakai augmented reality, because why? Dekat Russia, apa kajian dia buat is Russia dia ada 4 season. So season yang sejuk, badan tak akan keluarkan, badan lembu tak ada nak generate the susu. So apa dia buat is dia pakaikan augmented reality dekat badan, dekat susu, dekat lembu tu, masuk dalam kandang di belakang dalam room, and then control the temperature, and then they feel like, oh, I tak tahu pun this is the summer actually is winter, but actually what dia rasa adalah summer. So that's what macam tadi Encik Fitri kata, dia so called make your brains more active with these technologies. Alright? So and the most important thing, macam saya involved dengan Malaysian Productivity Corporation to help the manufacturing. So the opportunities now dekat manufacturing ni sangat besar. So we have 907,000 of SMEs, SME in Malaysia. And 5.4% are manufacturing. So kiralah berapa. So mereka yang dalam bidang this area of creative industries, so your sebenarnya opportunity itu besar. If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. So when you talk about build a door ni, inilah yang saya kata, we in the business we have to create something and then make awareness to the people to understand well actually apa yang berlaku dekat luar. Alright? So one more item that I would like to share, don't worry about the video, tak ada sound, saya purposely tak ada sound. So also on the tourism. So we talk about tourism. So these are the examples of tourism. So we go to the site, and then you can see that kalau tidak tengok Tugu Negara je, tapi tak nampak sejarah Tugu Negara. Alright? So who can tell the sejarah of Telugu Negara? So kita akan berebut pergi ke satu kawasan, semua berebut nak cari information. So with this AR, we can do a lot of things. So this will bring back macam sekarang bulan kemerdekaan. So siapa yang buat? Okay, so this how actually we generates our instinct back to what our previous father and mother has done to make our country more become a beloved country and so forth. So it's not only that on the technology, but tapi apa yang kita dapat daripada situ is we can capture the numbers of visitors yang datang ketika itu. That's one thing. Right? So the visitors yang datang ketika itu, we can see that the numbers are increasing high when during weekend. Or weekdays tak ada. So in this case, it's fair for the municipal to charge pekedai-pekedai di tepi itu ataupun pegerai-pegerai penjaja-penjaja di situ. So this more orang kata transparent and also more decentralization. So another thing. Second thing is the comment to improve. So this is what we are into the AR or immersive technologies, or we call it virtual reality. All right. So maybe somebody can do something on Makam Masuri di Langkawi. I've done before. So I need more. Masa saya buat project di Langkawi back in 5 years ago. We have done a lot on this. Maybe somebody can talk more on this, so you can become more creative on that. So this is one of the opportunities. Tapi lagi I just got this Technology Innovation Report 2021. So a country readiness index, surprisingly Malaysia is a high country yang ada readiness index. So kenapa? Don't talk about our political issues yet. Now we talk about the human capital issues. We have the strength. Kita ada strength. It's how actually we move up this strength, make people understand that we in Malaysia, we have the strength of doing things. Alright? So inilah yang paling penting. Laporan ni bukan daripada saya, laporan ni daripada UNCTAD, Technology Innovation Report 2021. And Malaysia is one of the high readiness index country. Sebab apa? Sebab infrastructure ready, human capital ready, cuma kita kena banyakkan. Alright? So again, the challenges. All right, so that almost towards the end. We have few more minutes to go. So the challenges that we are facing now, back to three items: people, process, and technology. So kadang-kadang orang melihat teknologi ini adalah satu bebanan. So untuk bergerak kepada 4 IR. So basically, the most important thing of the challenges that we can face, number one is the people. People tu yang saya kata di sini, we have to create a knowledge-based society. Meaning that we have to have two different society yang have to be balanced. Macam sekarang ni, kalau kita tengok, I think there's a few visitors yang masuk dalam YouTube. Mostly they are technologies, or maybe they are one of the industries dalam AR, VR dan sebagainya. But we need more people yang implicit knowledge ni. Mereka yang berada dalam implicit knowledge itu to understand what actually is immersive technology, what actually is extended technology. Because why? These people can actually assist us, to do better in the future. So inilah yang berlaku basically. So in other countries, as my experience, I went to Europe, basically they are having this kind of society. To be frank, Dr. Umar and the rest, Bangladesh now is become the largest IT freelance in the world. India pun kalah, right? So and then the best part is dia dah jadi a knowledge-based society. So I will not go more. Yes, Dr. Umar, any questions?
I have a quick question. So we know that the challenges is people. So what are the skill sets that people need to have? Yeah, that's my question.
All right. So it depends on the pillars. For example, like the augmented reality that we are talk about extended reality. So of course you need a skill set that related to immersive technology. So but that will be a programming part. KKSY is not doing programming, but Polytechnic Kuala Lumpur, yes, they are doing a lot of programming. But these two identity can combine to each other because the content is coming from the KKSY. All right, the content is coming from other polytechnics. So this what? So talk about people, we have to have the digital skill, not about people who are making the product, but also the people who are actually using the product also to have a digital skills. Alright? So then we talk about process. So orang yang tak tahu proses dia, yang menjadi masalah adalah mereka tak tahu how to actually understand, how to improve the process. So then only once we know the technology that yang saya terangkan tadi, you can choose which technology that you can help to improve your processes. So these are the three factors dalam challenges: people, process and technology. Bukan teknologi dulu. Bukan teknologi dulu. Nanti saya tunjuk you 70% why digital transformation fail, ada sebab dia. So again, we talk about funding, infrastructure, regulation, and so skill. And again, technology is the last. So these are the first, FIRST, if you were to move into digital transformation. And then this one thing that I would like to share with you. I hope I can have extra time. All right. So we talk about, these are the columns that talk about knowledge, we talk about values, and we talk about regulatives. So kalau kata kita buat AR yang talk about social culture, macam tadi kita buat tourism, so there are lines between regulative and also values. Apa AR boleh bagi values kepada visitors? Apa AR boleh bagi values kepada the center of tourism kat situ? And then of course there are do's and don'ts dalam buat AR. So data-data dalam AR tu mestilah data-data yang sahih, because sekarang ni macam-macam orang kata, ada yang kata hang tuah masih hidup, ada yang kata itu bukan hang tuah dan sebagainya. So but we need a regulations that we are putting the facts yang betul dalam content. So this is very very important. Alright? So then talk about knowledge and values antara spiritual. We talk about bukan sahaja kita boleh guna dalam tourism, tapi dalam agama masing-masing pun kita boleh guna AR dalam memahami lebih mendalam tentang agama. I think we talk about like Muslim, kita pergi ke Hajj, kita pergi ke Umrah dan sebagainya. We have that already. Then we talk about technology culture. Yang inilah yang knowledge society tadi dengan regulation. For example, like cyber security is a big issue currently. Malaysia ada 500 juta every year yang lost due to cyber security. So again, do's and don'ts dalam 4IR, this is cyber security is very very important. Alright. And again, we talk about demographic changes, we talk about digital mindset, we talk about the gap that we have currently. So I'm looking forward to help this implicit society to understand well apakah dia 4IR. Alright. So benefits of digital transformation ada banyak. Talk about productivity, talk about profitability, we talk about flexibility, we talk about safety, competitiveness and also ecology. So sebenarnya 4IR ni are actually helping the world towards circular economy. Circular economy is about recycling, green technology. So dengan adanya bantuan AR, we can reduce more of the paper and the rest of it. Alright. So I have to be fast, Dr. Umar. Okay, this is the key reason why digital transformation failures happen. 70% is the sources is from AIIM.org. Number one is the mindset. That's what I said in the earlier organizational and cultural transformation mindset. Why mindset? Because kita punya flagship 4IR ni have to be coming from top to bottom and also bottom to top. So everybody are talking to the same language. Apakah dia 4IR? That's number one. Number two is about culture. Okay, bila kita ada mindset yang baik dan kita ada mindset yang baik tentang 4IR dan kita akan wujudkan culture yang baik dalam kita punya group. So this what happened. So the failure of digital transformation, basically dia tidak ada mindset. Yang kedua, culture pun tak ada. So there's a gap between the top management and also the lower management in terms of 4IR. Alright. Then number three is about goal. Bila kita buat goal ataupun kita buat roadmap, pastikan goal tu macam goal yang smart lah, senang access, achievable dan sebagainya. Then you talk about fourth, talent. As what Dr. Umar asked me just now, is about talent. What type of talents? So talent ni pun sangat-sangat penting. Beside kita ada mindset yang bagus, they talk about talent. So talents dia ada specific job yang kita ada. But in Malaysia, adalah kita perlu wujudkan banyak talent dari segi immersive technology. So ada masalah yang menjadi dekat setengah syarikat or a company or organisation, dia salah bawa talent yang sebenar untuk jalankan produk. Sebab tu when I do a lot of project, what I did was I will do diagnostic first. Saya akan diagnose that organisation. So kalau saya rasa I'm not capable to do that, I'll call those experts yang ada bersama saya to be part of the teams. Then only we talk about technology. Number 5, technology last kali, not last, second last technology. We talk about how actually we can choose the technology to improve our processes. And then, but not last but not least, attitude. Ini bukan attitude apa, is attitude of fail fast mentality. Dare to fail. Dengan kata langsung, is dare to fail. You see like Microsoft, macam zaman saya guna Microsoft Windows daripada floppy disk yang 4.4 inch, pergi kepada 3.5 inch, now go to CD, now no more CD, everything is from the cloud. Alright? So along the way that Microsoft move, ada banyak failure. Tapi apa yang kita nak attitude ni supaya kita jangan give up. So most of us actually, that's what the reason why, most of us bila kita tengok, oh satu je fail, dan kita akan give up. Kita tak nak cari penyelesaian. So that's there's a few reason, 6 reason ini menyebabkan kenapa company fail kepada digital transformation. Alright? So, how to move forward? Dr. Umar, how to move forward? Of course, my focus is people and skill. That's why I think I have proposed to KKSY on 4IR flagship to have an understandings of IR 4.0 foundation, all right, to have a class, to have awareness, and to have some details information on all the pillars dalam industry 4.0, and of course we have to create a digital leaders. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, we talk about culture. Jadikan culture ni sebagai culture yang digital culture yang kita kena create the knowledge based society dalam kita punya organisation. And number 3, we talk about innovation. Innovation yang industry based. Ini yang saya suka cakap. What innovation is about? Innovation is not about research. Tapi now we have to focus more macam Polytechnic, KKSY, I would prefer them to focus more on the industry-based product innovation because siap terus pakai. Alright, siap terus pakai, bukan lagi research. Alright, so and then last but not least, we talk about Center of 4IR. So I recommend KKSY to be as a Center of 4IR training. Macam sekarang dia buat immersive technology, then maybe on the foundations, and maybe there will be a new innovation lab so that society can come to KKSY to understand and to share their problems in doing things, and maybe that lab also can help this community to be better in the future. All right, so now we talk about business, Dr. Umar. Speed is the new currency of business. We can go back, be in the future, our pandemic COVID-19 will become an endemic. Singapore has started declare endemic already. It's part of the normal flu. Well, once we have all vaccinated with double dose, maybe myself with Pfizer, maybe thinking about triple dose, or maybe every year with dose. We have to live with it, but we have to move fast. All right. So I think just a bit of I take some of your time. All right. So back to you, Dr. Umar.
All right. Thank you so much, Encik KJ, because you have actually, firstly, I just want to appreciate, thank you for following all the speakers before this, because you see, whenever you share, you always remember to link with our first speaker, second speaker, third speaker. So this is very beneficial for our viewers out there, so that they can there's a link, there's a tie-in, between the different topics. So it has been an amazing morning. It's already afternoon already. So we sincerely hope all the 4 slots, has given you the idea of the possibility of 4IR technologies, AR and XR to be part of our mainstream one day. As what you mentioned, I'm not able to see outside, but instead of a face shield, if I had a Google Glass, that would be even more cool. So all speakers had shared with us some use cases of XR and AR, which are all part of the 4IR digital transformation, which was well articulated by our speakers, especially Mr. KJ. So we will now break for lunch. It's already 12:30, and I'll see you all at 2:30 p.m. and we'll be having Encik Zamir bin Rashid from Innovim Sendirian Berhad, who will be sharing with us on virtual prototyping in oil and gas industry. With immersive VR technology. And then we have Professor Dr. Sridhar Raju from UTM at 3:30 p.m. and he'll be sharing on how AR tools can be used in TVET. So KJ, we are in the pandemic, and in TVET, we need the hands-on thing. So both the sessions later will actually show us how how we can actually create this immersive environment. So participants out there, ladies and gentlemen, do join us using the same link. And but before that, please watch a video clip on KK Teluk Intan's flagship initiative. I'll see you all at 2:30 p.m. KJ, so I hope all the best for your PhD. Can't wait to see the work. And it's also nice that you're actually linking your industry experience for your PhD work, which makes it even more valuable. So thank you again from all of us, and
Right.
you have done so much for KK Selayang. Thank you so much for contributing to us.
Right.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll
Okay.
see you all at 2:30 p.m. using the same link. Bye-bye, everyone.
Right. Thank you all. Stay safe. Bye. Assalamualaikum.
New technology in this era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 is transforming the process of learning. We increased student engagement by delivering high educational, interactive and immersive content using the new technology.
Banyak juga yang saya dapat pelbagai ilmu yang setelah menyertai untuk program ini, dan banyak jugalah saya lebih elok dengan cara marketing untuk game yang terbaru seperti macam ke depan itu game VR lah. So game VR tu semua ramai yang juga majoriti orang Malaysia kita ada yang tahu, ada yang tak tahu. Untuk VR kita buat macam pakai guna software game engine lah yang dipanggil Unreal Engine.
Saya menyertai program penjana VR dan AR ni kerana saya rasa saya kena upskilling balik saya kena tambah ilmu baru, and which is ilmu VR dengan AR ni benda yang bagus untuk dipelajar. Sekarang kan dah IR 4.0, so jadi saya rasa ada banyak kebaikan kenapa saya kena join penjana VR dengan AR ni. Dan banyak jugalah ilmu baru yang saya dapat, which is sebelum ni kita banyak explore software yang lain, tapi bila dah diperkenalkan dengan Unreal ni, dia rasa macam baguslah.
Tujuan saya menyertai program ni adalah untuk upskill apa yang belum lagi saya ada, di mana sebelum ni dekat kampus saya tidak belajar berkenaan dengan AR dan VR, lebih kepada software ataupun web development sahaja. Jadi tujuan utama saya join program ni adalah untuk menambahkan lagi skill yang ada berkaitan dengan teknologi maklumat. Antara yang skill yang saya baru je belajar, pertama-tamanya dalam pembangunan game ni ataupun games development, benda yang paling rare sekali bagi saya adalah bila gunakan satu software yang tak pernah lagi saya explore, macam Epic Games, Unreal Engine, Unity dan sebagainya lah. Jadi bila guna satu software ni, macam-macam benda baru yang saya belajar dari segi fungsinya dan sebagainya. Bila join sahaja program ini, kita orang juga belajar yang AR, Augmented Reality. So daripada AR ni, mana kita orang semua diberi ketugasan secara individu, perlu buat satu projek yang berkaitan dengan resume. Jadi kita orang gunakan resume yang dah kita orang ada, cuma convert ataupun tukar saja ke dalam bentuk AR, gunakan Unity saja. Jadi sekarang ni pun kita dalam COVID-19, jadi ada masalah dari sudut dapat kerja tu semua ada masalah. Sebenarnya saya nak daripada program ni adalah untuk boleh pergi jauh lagi lah.
Harapan saya untuk kepada semua yang menyertai penjana VR dan AR ini, semoga akan mendapat banyak lagi peluang pekerjaan, dan semangatlah bahawa ada lagi banyak peluang kat luar sana tu.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome back to the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. To those of you who have just joined us, I am Dr. Umar, Senior Assistant Director from the Instructional Unit, Instructional and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, DPCCE, your moderator for today's iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. Kindly fill up your attendance form using the link given on YouTube Live and Facebook chat panel to ensure you receive the certificate of attendance. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your YouTube or Facebook chat live chat panel, and I'll bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for questions at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by the Director of Selayang Community College in his opening speech in the morning, the DPCCE 4IR Flagships are a holistic, focus-based initiative implemented at the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education institutions, which allow the institutions to embrace the application of 4IR technology in producing future-ready graduates. It's an honor for me to be part of this incredible initiative by the institution chosen to address the iEntertainment sector and its related technologies here at Selayang Community College, a DPCCE 4IR flagship. In the morning, we had already listened to our speakers who shared on the potential of XR and augmented reality technologies. So let's continue our quest for knowledge with our fifth speaker for the day, Mr. Zamir bin Rashid, Founder and Managing Director of Innovim Sendirian Berhad. Now, he'll be sharing on virtual prototyping in oil and gas industry with immersive virtual reality, its benefits and challenges of implementing VR, AR in an industrial setting. How are you today, Mr. Zamir?
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar. I'm absolutely great. I'm very glad to be given the opportunity to speak to everyone and to share some of the work that we've done, especially after very inspiring and special presentations this morning.
All right, thank you. So over to you then, Mr. Zamir. You can share your slides.
Okay, my slides are actually shared already. You can bring them up. Okay. Thank you so much again for the opportunity today. My name is Zamir. I'm the Managing Director from Innovim Sendirian Berhad. Founded the company back in 2013, and we've been focusing on 3D simulation and visualization technologies ever since. So I'm here today to talk about what we have done, especially for the oil and gas industry, utilizing extended reality technology, particularly for virtual prototyping using immersive virtual reality technology. Okay. The video will be full of, the presentations will be full of videos. I hope we don't have any technical difficulties as we go along, and I hope my internet connection is also quite stable. So let's see then. I mentioned that we started off the company back in 2013. Basically, we are a 3D data solutions company. So just a quick background on ourselves. We have been doing 3D modeling simulation for focusing on industrial applications. We don't really do things for entertainment or games or something like that, but we've been focusing on industrial applications since we started off. And we've been having a lot of clients in the oil and gas industry, but when the oil price crashed a few years back, the first time, back in 2015, we started to diversify into other industries. So now we have clients like Celcom, AirAsia as well, and also some museums and theme parks in Indonesia. Okay, we are an MTDC company, and we are part of their IR 4.0 ecosystem. In terms of what we do, basically, just quickly, we do 3D simulation and visualization. I mentioned this earlier. So we use engineering simulation software, as well as a number of game engines available to us, like Unity or Unreal. We use motion capture technology for simulation work as well. On top of that, we are very skilled in VR and AR applications, 360 photo visualization, and also interactive applications, using the screen. And what we do for our clients in the industry, we are an engineering consultant. So we do a lot of engineering studies using 3D technology, and also a digital transformation company where we provide our enterprise or industrial clients with ways how they can transform their business processes. We have a company, our main headquarters is in KL, is in Jalan Tun Razak, but we also have a subsidiary company in Indonesia, PT Innovim Indonesia. So over there, they focus more, unlike us, we focus more on industrial applications. Over there, they are focused on tourism and education. So the friendly Encik KJ mentioned just now, even for museums, you can use technology. We've actually actively doing that in Indonesia. We are spearheading the museum digitalization efforts in Indonesia. We've got a lot of products that we have delivered over there. Talking about VR for industrial applications, I'm going to share with you the first video here. I hope it works. That's myself in my office. So this is a VR application that we developed for using a tractor, using a backhoe loader. Okay, using a backhoe loader. And can you still hear my voice? I hope you can. Okay, with this application, we can allow people who have never tried using a backhoe loader how you can operate one and in the safety of your own office. And that's literally what I'm doing there in the video. I'm in my office and I'm sitting down on the chair, and I'm using the tractor to try out carrying some stones from one place to another. So this was done for a client in Indonesia. They wanted some of their personnel to learn, which they do not have to have proper certification. They just want to be able to utilize it if there's a need to do so. Okay. This is a sample of an augmented reality application we developed for ourselves. So just now, even Encik Fitri from Arleta showed a lot of fancy stuff using augmented reality. So we also develop augmented reality applications, but ours would mainly customize for the client's requirements. So we use Unity technology where we can customize the augmented reality applications. Okay, and we can make it a bit more interactive. We can put 3D objects in there and use it for actual applications in industry. So now people are using it for manufacturing, and we are doing some projects related to that as well right now. Okay, just gonna let this run. So that's based on our name card. So now we can just wow our potential clients a bit more when we show this to them. Okay. This is some of the effort that we're doing in Indonesia. This was our first interactive application that we developed in Indonesia back in 2017. So actually, I understand there are a number of at least attendees from Indonesia as well. So they are very advanced. They have been embracing digital technology since 2017, and this was one of the main first projects that we've delivered for a client in Jawa Timur Park, which is the largest theme park in Indonesia. Okay, so there's interactive visualization using a touchscreen table. So we can visualize a 3D model of a human body there. That was part of the Museum Tubuh Badan Manusia in that particular theme park. Okay, and this is just some of the fancy things that we are doing, just for people to come to those theme parks, for kids to play and to have fun and things like that. This was part of Museum Alat Music in Jakarta, if I'm not mistaken. This is a sample of a holographic interactive application that we developed for Jawa Timur Park as well, if I'm not mistaken, at one of their theme parks and museums. Okay, so this was done as part of their Legend Star Museum, which is showcasing heroes and superheroes and villains. So they wanted like an Avengers-like experience, right? So this is what we developed for them. So our capabilities is in terms of utilizing and customizing 3D content or interactive content to be used for our clients in various industries. I mentioned about motion capture, so I'd just like to share this. This is one of the things that we did for Air Asia. Okay, so based on facial recognition, we can move the avatar, the virtual avatar, and allow them to use it in virtual events and things like that. Okay, so back to my actual topic. We have been using interactive visualization technologies for the oil and gas industry for a long time now. I remember my first ever VR project for the oil and gas industry was back in 2014. At that time, it was very new. The softwares, even like Unity and things like that, weren't that advanced, not as advanced as it is now. As well as a lot of the computer hardware available at that time was still very expensive and is much less powerful than what's available right now. So we started off back in 2013, immediately trying to develop all these applications, and our first project in the oil and gas industry was done in 2014. But now I'd like to share some of the work that we're doing right now, just for everyone's view. So we we are linking like interactive visualization, 3D visualization with IoT data for data visualization. So this is a map of some of the oil platforms available offshore in Malaysia, right? And from here, we can then link IoT information, we can link actual operational data to be used for visualization, okay? So if you have dashboards, there's a dashboard at the background, but on top of the dashboards, we are visualizing things in 3D. So you can actually see the actual equipment, and these are the information that has been linked from the IoT sensors. So they get all the pressure information, operating conditions and things like that, and we link it with engineering documents and things like that. So these are real-time links so that we can visualize the operating conditions and information related to those equipment, okay? So those are just linking the layouts, the engineering drawings associated with the oil platform. Okay, and after this we will be going to another location where we'll be seeing visualization of the platform using 360 technology. So those are the equipments that we're visualizing, and I'm going to visit one. So now we are on site. So with a lot of 3D technology, we can have very high quality simulations and high quality visualizations of the asset, allowing you to do digital twins, allowing you to do data visualization, and seeing the conditions of your facility and so on. Okay. I'm going to the next video. This is a video that we did again using immersive VR for Petronas. So you can see, so you can see how we utilize immersive VR for data visualization. So we bring, the 3D models into an office setting, and then we provide information related to the platforms and so on. Okay. So we link again the operational data associated with those platforms, and we can see how many equipments are running, how many that's not running, what are the flow rates, what are the production rates that's ongoing at the moment, and so on. So as long as you have the data to be visualized, we can link it together in real time into our Unity applications to allow them to handle and visualize their assets much better way. Okay, so those, like for example, we see in the pipelines, what are the performance of the pipelines, and so on. Okay. This was another project that we did for an oil and gas client. We brought their full asset into a game engine like this, and allows us to have full virtual site visits. We can literally go anywhere on the facility from one end to another. And you can see the amount of data and amount of information that's involved in this application is massive. You know, the 3D models were absolutely huge, you know, and you can see that there's the flare at the top there, at the top end. There's a flare where they dispose of the gas. So it becomes a simulation. So from here we can do a lot of scenario simulations, like what happens if there's a fire, what happens when there's an explosion, how you can manage and train your staff and your operators to safely evacuate and things like that. And you can see it's massive amount of information and amount of data. Okay. So I'm talking about using immersive VR for virtual prototyping. So one of the key benefits of using virtual reality is we can simulate anything. We can visualize anything in there, right? So even things that are not there yet. So one of the things that we have done for our client is developing a virtual prototype of one of their novel equipment and placing it virtually on a platform, and then we can see how it will be implemented, the space that you have, do you have any, you know, what sort of amount of work that needs to be put there, how, and then we can also teach how the equipment works, you know, to the potential client. So this is a novel sand disposal system that has been designed and patented by my client. So we want to see how this particular equipment is installed on an actual oil and gas facility. And from here, this is the oil and gas, this is the oil platform. Again, you can see the amount of data, amount of 3D data that's involved is massive. And I've highlighted there in orange where the virtual prototype will be installed, okay? And in order for us to understand how it works, we also had to see a simulation or conduct a simulation on the process inside. The video quality is not really good. This was taken by myself using my handphone, but I didn't really see the need to capture an actual video at that time, but I wish I had. But basically, we had to simulate how the equipment works, right? How the water and oil and sand comes in. It comes in as a slurry, and we simulate how it fills the vessel. And this will show that the oil and the sand will settle down at the bottom, and the water comes in to clean the sand so that we can dispose the sand safely and cleanly to the sea, basically, right? So this is the filling up simulation. And then you have the washing simulation, where there's a stirrer inside that washes the sand with specialized chemicals, and this will allow the sand to be clean before they dump it out to sea, right? So these are the sort of things that we can simulate in a virtual environment. and also share how the actual equipment works to the potential client, so that they can understand. And when they understand, then they will be more receptive to the new technology. Okay, so the final VR application, I'd like to share this video. This is one of my staff. We are on the facility. Okay, so it's a fully immersive VR environment, and we can literally travel anywhere that we want. We can go up to different platforms, different levels. Okay, and visualize how you know, the locations of where the equipment will be installed. Okay, is there a sound? Let me just check. There's some background music so that you don't get too bored. Okay, so this is the equipment, where the equipment will be located. So we can see how to operate it. The operation of this new equipment will be done through touchscreen. So we simulated the touchscreen interface. Okay, and we can show how the operators will operate the equipment. So the process of this was provided by the client. So we had to simulate how it happened, or how it works in the VR environment. So the client has done all the necessary engineering work. They've done the sizing, the design, and so on. We will just bring it into a VR environment. So I remember I spoke about seeing how the process works. So this is how it looks like in the VR application, basically. So we make everything transparent, and then we can see what's going on inside the vessel. Okay. So there are various stages of the process. There's a filling up process, and then this is where it starts to. You can see now the stirrer inside. So it washes the sand. It turns around inside the vessel and it washes the sand. We're using specialized chemicals to clean the sand particles before they are being dumped out to sea. Okay. So yeah, I mean, that was the final application. But how do we actually utilize this? How does the client actually utilize this? They will be able to use multiplayer virtual reality technology, and this is what we have done for them. Sorry, this is a video. In this video, we are showing how the client actually uses it. So they will have their engineers presenting the prototype to the potential client somewhere in a different state. Say for example, the client is in the engineering company is in KL. So, and they have a client potentially in Sarawak. So they will get someone in Sarawak to wear the head-mounted display together with them, and they will meet on the platform. So you can see here, it's a fully multiplayer virtual reality application, and it's synchronized across the different regions. So in this application, you can see 3 people in there. So one guy is talking and explaining about the technology. and they're speaking. They can laugh around. I can't share the audio though, but because they're talking about some confidential information. So I had to remove the audio. But actually, when we do this multiplayer application, we can also talk to each other, and as if you are next by his side, as if you are actually there. So using this, we can they can explain the technology to the potential client. And from there, the potential client can see, okay, so this is how it will be installed on my facility. Where will it be located? How does it work? And if they want to operate it, how would their operators do it? And we can see at all locations as if the equipment is actually installed there. So that's one of the best features of virtual reality, is for you to develop all these virtual simulations on how it will look like before it's being done. Okay. So after this, the engineer will bring the other two potential clients on a tour to see the equipment. Okay. So now they are going that way and seeing all the other areas of the virtual prototype. They walk around, they see it from afar, for example, how it will be installed. Okay, and now we can even go to the higher level and see the other components of the equipment. So we climb up. So now we're on the second level, and we can see the top part of the equipment. Again, the engineer is explaining the different components to the potential clients. And the good thing is, because it's like they're in front of the equipment, so they can really understand faster. They can understand quicker, rather than just looking at 2D engineering drawings, right? They can actually see it in front of their eyes. Yeah. So this is like a real life application of immersive virtual reality and multiplayer technology, allowing for engineering decisions to be made, allowing for designs and information to be shared with various other people. And from there, we can, create many more content, many more interactive applications for various other equipment, for various other requirements as well. Yeah. So I think that will be the end of my talk. I hope I didn't take too long. I thought it wasn't too short. You can contact me and my email address there, and also please follow us on our social media networks as well.
So, Encik Zamir, from what I gather from your presentation, so what I know is those in oil and gas, they're actually working under these, in harsh environments. They are susceptible to all these hazardous gases, chemicals. So virtual reality, has the potential to train them, especially, when an emergency happens, but in a very safe condition. Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing that. Also, I can see that it is yesterday, when we did the dry run, you did mention to me that it's a lucrative industry being in the oil and gas. Why is it that not many are in it? Maybe.
Why is it what? Come again?
Why not many? What's the landscape like? VR in the oil and gas industry in this country.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities for interactive visualization technologies, not just VR, not just AR, but other interactive technologies as well. The problem, I think the main problem, and what has been quite lucky for us, because we are engineers, we are oil and gas engineers, we are actual technical engineers who develop all these VR and AR applications. So we have in-house capabilities. We decided to invest in our own teams, our own content development teams. So we have very good in-house, XR engineers, so VR and AR content developers. And for me, we need to find ways how we can integrate and how we can best incorporate the interactive visualization technologies to actual applications that they need to use. Although I would say it's not really a lucrative thing, but there's a lot of opportunities that's available. Like you said, the actual environment is very harsh. There's a lot of risk for offshore oil and gas personnel to go, to actually go to those facilities. So whenever they can try to avoid from people going there, they will always try to do so. Right. So the impetus for transforming digitally their business operations is there. But another thing that we have experienced in terms of oil and gas landscape, they will not invest in technology just for the sake of having it. It needs to really address a specific requirement that they have. And is usually integrated with various other technologies as well. Like I showed you earlier about our data visualization platform. So it shows the IoT sensor, the real-time data for operations and so on. Being able to integrate the real-time data into a VR or into an interactive application has to be very important as well. And those data already have been, analyzed with their with various algorithms that they have, the AI machine learning algorithms. So we need to find a way how we can integrate all those different data sources, from real-time data, unstructured data, 3D data, and combining them together to visualize something that will be meaningful and adds value to the company. And that, I think, would be the main driver for these companies to transform their business processes.
Yeah, so Encik Zamir, I remember you used the term a digital twin. So I think that's what you mean when the connected devices and how IoT actually transforms the ONG operation. Because I remember my Form 5 chemistry teacher, she was a female and she was in the oil and gas industry. And she did share with us, how so much of technology was being used, and so that really, I remember her telling the stories of how she was, when she was working in the ONG industry. So I think the digital twin, the one that you mentioned just now, was how they can actually visualize the plant operations in immersive operations. I think at the end, it helps them to identify all these potential problem areas and devise plans. So that's the wonder of virtual prototyping. Okay, so we have one question.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Zamir.
With regards to digital twin, basically it's a digital replica of the facility, right? So typically with 3D data, you can create a digital representation, but it's not a full twin yet. It has to come in with all the necessary behavioral analysis the IoT data, the real-time data, the operations data. When you have all those things captured and visualized into a digital representation using 3D technology, then you have a digital twin. So when you have the replica, you can do many things with it. You can do simulation, what if studies, how can they operate better using algorithms, artificial intelligence, and very powerful algorithms. They can find out predictive maintenance, predictive analytics, and these are all what's happening right now. So we come in and we try to visualize all those data into a 3D environment, so that people can visualize it in a much better way, a more fun way, and they can understand things better, and more importantly, collaboratively with multiplayer technology, collaboratively with their peers and so on, from different locations. Due to the pandemic, for example, people are working from home and things like that, right? So those are the power of interactive visualizations technology that's available at the moment.
So we have time for one last question. It comes from the audience. What is the level of interest of our graduates to join the VR, AR, especially in industrial field? And how does that affect you as an employer?
I think this is one of the main challenges that I have found when operating my company. There's not a lot of awareness about the need, about the maturity of industrial VR and AR applications, right? So a lot of the new graduates, they will focus more on entertainment. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Entertainment is a lucrative business, like Encik Fitri shared earlier. Things that he's done is very impressive, and even for the movie scenes, is awesome. But there's also a need for graduates to come in to develop industrial applications, and I find it very hard to find people who are interested to come in. In fact, I saw some of the videos that you shared about Penjana VR AR. If you have really good graduates who are considering going into industrial applications, why not give me a call as well? You send an email to me, and I'll be very looking forward to see all these new talent coming through. So as an employer, internally we have like 10 projects all in the queue because we don't have enough people, and that makes my life quite sad as well, because I'm always worried about developing all these projects and things like that. Yeah, so that's the answer to that question. I hope more people will be more interested to join the industrial VR AR application scene, and if you have anyone out there with talent and the knowledge, do ring us up.
All right. So maybe just one last question. What are the essential key sets that you're looking for in your employee?
I think the most important skill set, right, will be multi-domain knowledge. For example, right, we were talking about some of the presenters today talking about creative people not necessarily knowing how to do programming. So for me, I would like to find creative people who knows programming. They have to have multi-domain knowledge. For me, that gives me two things. First of all, it shows the passion of the student, because they will learn about their main knowledge domain, say computer science or software engineering, during their university course. But then they do 3D modeling, learning by themselves from Domestika, or going into courses or online Udemy courses and things like that. So you can see immediately that those candidates are passionate. They go the extra mile to equip themselves with additional knowledge. So for me as an employee, right, the main skill set I'm looking for will be multi-domain knowledge. They know something and they know something else as well, that when you add them together makes them a much better person. So as an employer, immediately, right, I get creative. If a candidate has the creativity, they go to multimedia courses or video graphics and things like that. At the same time, they know programming, then when they come in to my company, it will be much easier to adapt to our requirements and things like that. If you know 3D modeling, at the same time you know how to do animation, that's absolutely brilliant. You know, we need people like that where they have multi-domain knowledge and they can come to the company and immediately add value to us.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. Actually, talking about domestic, it has been appearing on my feed so often that I'm actually thinking of signing up for a couple of courses, and it's actually quite. It's not that expensive. So yeah, I've already been scouting for a few courses already, and now
you are a passionate person, Dr. Umar.
yes. Actually, even there's something called as OutSchool. OutSchool is for younger children. I've actually enrolled my daughter for a couple of courses which are totally not related to, you know, like for example, she's actually just attending a Harry Potter character discussion course on OutSchool. So it's not that she's only just, she's not only just reading Harry Potter, but there's this teacher who's actually 13 hours difference from us, and she has a classmate based in Singapore. Online, it's just two of them in the class, and she's learning to discuss about the character in Harry Potter. So there's this literature part which is actually missing from which is in our syllabus. So I'm just trying to okay, why not you just get into this discussion and, you know, learn to talk about a character. So thank you so much. Yeah, I think when you're passionate about something. Sorry?
Yeah, your daughter has a very good mother, very forward-thinking mother. That's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, thank you so much. So that also includes Scratch class coding, you know, at the age of 9, and also art classes at the same time, because you need to develop both sides. As you said, you want someone who can do programming and also the creative part, you know. So an advice to students out there. Maklumat hanya di hujung jari sebenarnya, so it's really up to you. If you have that attitude, learn as much as you can, go beyond your textbooks, and that will really bring you far. You see, if you have a potential employer here who's telling that, you know, I want people to be multi-domain, multidisciplined. So I hope those who are listening, please, it's just, you know, investing your time purposefully, meaningfully. Everything is just pada hujung jari sahaja. So I guess that's that's all the time we have. You're so interesting, Encik Zamir. You're sharing with us. Thank you again. So any other questions? I don't see any other questions. All right. So we will now go for a short break, and I'll meet all of you at 3:30 p.m. With our last speaker for the day, Professor Dr. Sridhar Raju, with his topic extended reality tools for engineering education. And this topic is quite relevant because, you know, we are in the TVET, in the technical vocational education and training, and, you know, learning under this pandemic, our students are deprived of being, you know, going to the lab, and they're missing out on this hands-on experience of being in the lab. So please stay tuned for that session. We will now, before that, we'll watch a video clip on College Community Paya Besar's flagship initiative, and a video from Ministry XR. So I'll see you all at 3:30. All right, thank you everyone. So
adalah satu sistem bela diri orang Melayu yang berdasarkan konsep tulang 4 kerat, iaitu 2 tangan, 2 kaki dan kepala lah. Dan dia memang satu seni bela diri yang milik rumpun Melayu dan dia memang tak ada rekod luar daripada Kepulauan Nusantara. Dia memang dimiliki orang Melayu dan memang diamalkan oleh orang Melayu. Dalam konteks pertandingan, silat ni ada 2 jenis pertandingan. Satu kita panggil silat seni, satu kita panggil silat olahraga. Silat seni ni satu pertandingan berkonsepkan persembahan, yang mana ada 3 jenis subkategori pertandingan, iaitu tari solo, masal atau sekarang dipanggil jurus wajib, dan tempur berpasangan. Dan scoring sistem dia ialah berdasarkan persembahan. Maknanya semua ni choreograph movements dah disetkan gerakannya macam mana dan dipersembahkan sebaik mungkin oleh peserta. Jadi scoring tu berdasarkan kepada dia punya kemantapan, ketangkasan, persembahan. Okey, lagi satu tu kita panggil silat olahraga. Silat olahraga ni dia lebih kepada combat sport, yang mana dia mesti ada dia punya safety equipment dan dia ada dia punya medical team on standby, dia ada juri, dia ada juri pertandingan, everything complete lah. As a combat sport dia kena ada mattress dan sebagainya lah. Dan scoring system dia berdasarkan kepada pukulan, maknanya kemahiran peserta untuk land pukulan kepada dia punya opponent, iaitu tumbuk 1 markah, sepak 2 markah, kejatuhan 3 markah. Ini secara kasar dia lah. Jadi yang ni scoring dia berdasarkan kepada kemahiran combatant. Sepanjang MCO ni latihan silat memang langsung tak dibenarkan. Jadi memang terjejas lah daripada orang yang nak mengajar dengan orang yang nak belajar, dua-dua ada masalah. Tapi bersilat ni dia memang ada, orang kata apa, dia punya ketagihan dia kadang-kadang tu. Jadi orang nak bersilat tetap nak bersilat juga. Sampai jadi isu hari itu, ada beberapa orang dia ditangkap oleh polis sebab dia orang berkeras dan bersilat dalam rumah cikgu dia agaknya, dan ke-11 orang tu kena saman. Jadi salah tetap salah, tapi dari segi keinginan orang berlatih tu kita tak boleh nak kata tak boleh nak ketepikan juga. Jadi sepanjang MCO ni cikgu-cikgu silat kebanyakannya membuat kaedah streaming, yang mana dia stream pergerakan dia untuk dilihat dan dilatih oleh anak murid. Tapi kaedah ni tak berkesan sebab latihan, of course yang paling baik is face to face, tapi sebab tak boleh, dia tak berkesan sebab bila cikgu tu buat pergerakan tu, dia tak tahu budak dia buat betul ke tak betul ke. So mana dia tak boleh nak buat pembetulan ataupun teguran kepada pergerakan tu salah ke betul. Jadi itu menjadi satu isu lah. Jadi kita harap dengan kaedah VR silat ni, yang mana benda tu kita boleh set marker point dia pergerakan macam mana yang diperlukan oleh pergerakan ini, mana dia spesifik pergerakan tu macam mana. Dan kita harapkan penggunaan teknologi VR ni boleh membantu dari segi membetulkan pergerakan tu mengikut apa yang required by silat tu. Sebab semua nak belajar silat, sebab semua zaman sekarang ni ramai yang dah realise dia tak tahu silat tu apa sebenarnya, dan dia nak tahu dan dia nak ambil tahu. Dan bila dia belajar, oh silat bukan apa yang dia sangka. Dulu saya duk menyangka orang tak nak bersilat. Memang banyak posting saya kat Facebook pun duk marah pasal tu. Kita tengok orang tak nak bersilat. Sebenarnya bukan. Sebenarnya sebab orang tak jumpa ataupun tak tahu nak cari cikgu silat dia kat mana. Ni kelemahan cikgu silat nombor 1 sekali, marketing. Kalau ikutkan paling ramai belajar silat ni yang saya tengok lah dari segi purata, kebanyakan persatuan dan pertubuhan silat, kelab pun, kebanyakan yang belajar ni lingkungan umur dia yang banyak lah, antara umur 16 ke umur 21, 22 macam tu. Itu paling ramai. Sebab saya rasa pada umur ni banyak yang join pertandingan. Umur-umur macam ni. Dia peak physical dia ialah time tu. Jadi kebanyakannya ialah umur antara itulah 16 ke 21, 22 macam tu. Yang ni lah banyak yang join tournament, yang join pertandingan, yang pergi join MMA pun ada, yang apa Sukma, semua lingkungan umur macam ni. Yang menarik dia, umur 40 start ramai balik. Kalau pergi ke pusat-pusat latihan kita orang dekat pusat latihan kami dekat Padang Jawa, umur 40 dia ramai. Umur 38, 40 ada ramai. Dia ramai balik. Tapi saya rasa yang tu lebih kepada faktor nak maintain kesihatan. Dia bukan nak bergaduh betul-betul, dia nak maintain kesihatan. Bagi saya, nak mengelakkan persepsi buruk orang terhadap silat, jadi kita kena pandai cari silat yang betul. Silat yang betul ni maksud saya silat ni sebenarnya latihan fizikal. Pada utama, pada dia punya basic core dia mesti latihan fizikal. Jadi bila kita
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome back to the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. Kindly fill up the attendance form using the link given on YouTube Live and Facebook chat panel to ensure you receive the certificate of attendance. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your YouTube or Facebook Live chat panel. I'll bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for questions at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, our last speaker for today's webinar is Professor Dr. Sridhar Raju, Director of Low Carbon Transport, LOCARTIC, and he has been an academic at University Teknologi Malaysia, UTM, for almost 20 years. He holds a PhD from Imperial College London. His research activities involves engines, boosting systems and waste heat recovery, all towards driving down carbon from transport and energy sectors. However, today, Prof, you'll be sharing with us aspects of engineering education, specifically using extended reality tools that your team has developed for TVET education. So, Prof, how are you today?
I'm good. Thank you very much. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you very well. So perhaps you can start by introducing yourself a bit, and then the hat that you're wearing today for today's webinar session, and yeah, and share your slides.
Okay, I've already shared my slide. Hopefully you can see. All right. First of all, Dr. Omar, thank you very much for your kind introduction. And also thank you to KK Selayang for this opportunity. And good afternoon to everyone who's watching now. So as Dr. Omar just introduced, my name is Sridhar Raju, professor at UTM. And of course, from what she explained, and you probably will be wondering, and what I'm going to talk about, AR or VR, when my background is a lot got to do with, engine boosting, waste heat recovery and stuff. So that is my research as an overall, but I've been teaching engineering for the last 20 years. And in recent years, especially during COVID pandemic times, there's been a lot of focus. Some ideas from the past has been put into what do you call this, material, and we developed some stuff towards enhancing engineering education, focusing on TVET. This is all done through a spin-off company of UTM, which is LOCARTIC in Barat, and that is what my talk today is going to be focusing on. And so, before I go on, even though the topic looks grand, engineering education, today my talk will be focusing a lot on the TVET, which is Technical Vocational Education and Training. And I will be showing some of the tools that we developed towards enhancing learning and teaching in this area. However, whatever compelling argument that we're going to make for the use of AR could be used for other aspect of engineering education as well, but that is something that we can discuss later. But my talk will be focused on TVET, and I'm not going to take a long time. I'm going to highlight a few things, and after that, hopefully we can have some healthy discussion towards benefit of me and benefit of others who are listening. All right, to go on, allow me to just do a bit of let me just move this away. Background. So for us to understand what is TVET. So TVET, what UNESCO has defined, is basically education that on top of basic that everyone has, it's a learning of technology and science plus acquisition of practical skills, attitude, understanding, and knowledge relating to various sectors of economic life. And the key word here is practical skill. So TVET is all about focusing on acquisition of practical skill that contribute towards producing workforce that needed for the economic sector of a country. And many others might have kind of different definition of TVET, but I'm pretty sure no matter how you put the words front and back, it all boils down to general education plus practical skills that you can use your hands to enhance economic center. And this is where we're gonna focus on how AR can help in enhancing this particular sector. Next, I'm sure everyone who listening here knows what is augmented reality, but I just put it out there, maybe because I teach a lot, so my mode of teaching come into effect. I like to say things. So please bear with me for a while. So for those who knows, it's good. For those who don't know, augmented reality basically is technology that we use to overlay computer-generated images on real life in a screen, in a device, that the user basically can experience both what they see in real life and what is augmented on top of it in an overlay screen, as what you see in this picture. And this is what we are going to use. So we have seen talks before this have shown AR usage in many other sectors, training, entertainment, there are consumer marketing, there are many big usage. But today I'm going to talk about what we have done specifically for technical education. So some of the arguments that we can talk about why we need AR in TVET education. So for those who are involved in TVET, probably know TVET is a lot going to do with not only theory, it's about practical experience that you're going to gain. So there's always a need for more engagement with whatever subject matter that you are learning. Plus, now we have a unique situation, which is a pandemic, that we can't physically get into a lab or physically get into a classroom to learn what we want to learn. So there's a need for remote learning. There's always a need for digital learning, which is a progression over time from before to now. And then we talk a lot about IR 4.0, where we need our workforce to be ready for IR 4.0. And on top of all that, over the years, we cannot be stuck with only traditional way of teaching and learning. We need to infuse some excitement into the way we teach and the way students learn. And that indirectly will increase engagement. And these are some of the compelling arguments. There might be more. I would like to listen more. If the audience have an idea later, we can discuss about it. But these are the things that I come up with, the most compelling argument that we can say why AR is essential or maybe required in TVET education. And to go from here and to look into the benefit that we get by using AR, what we will do is this. So by using AR into the TVET education as it is now, so you can have blended learning. Blended learning means that students are not subjected to only practical classroom and laboratory. They have now extra element that can help them to learn. And through that, it can have better engagement because now they are not stuck within a time frame or within a facility. They can learn when they want with the device that they like to use. And that indirectly in combination help with remote learning and self-learning, which is important in the current pandemic. Even when we pass after the pandemic, when we all can get back to physical contact and we can be in the classroom, can be in the laboratory, I believe that hybrid learning will continue. Some level of online learning, some level of classroom, of lab learning will continue. And this is where the benefit of AR can come in. And we look into this, and then through the pandemic for the last pandemic was last 2 years, but even before that the idea came about. So we put in some effort by collaborating some people that in UTM, also kind of spin-off of UTM, which is they are good in AR and VR, and some industry people who good in marketing. So we joined hand together to develop this tool, and that tool is what you will see here in a video. So I'm going to on this video so we can have this video first, then I'll do an explanation.
Knowledge. Throughout history, knowledge been passed on through various medium, from oral to writings, from Stone Age to books, and is evolving from time to time until the era of the internet. Now, everything can be learned just from your fingertip.
So what you see here is the kind of first product that we have developed. We use a subject matter, which is an engine. Of course, there are other subject matters involving other technical subjects that we are involved with. But the whole idea is now using this device, you can go and learn about the subject matter. And the development stage, as you can see here, probably people who are watching are fully aware, is a generic AR development strategy. And what would be unique for us would be the assets. So the assets is our subject matter. So we develop our own assets based on what is the subject matter. But the rest of the toolkit that we use are the toolkit that are available for any what we call AR application development. And we have both for Android and iOS. And the target was to enable as easy access as possible for students and teachers so they can use that as part of their learning. And you've seen earlier, so that is a sample, the asset is an engine. So the engine is actually instrumented with AR. So you have scan, through scan, you get pop-up of 3D model that you can have a look, do what you like with it. You can learn the internal part of the engine, which probably not kind of possible if you don't have the engine themselves. There's a learning module that student can go and access, or teachers can upload their syllabus into the app so students can learn. So you can take away the need for carrying a book, a need for carrying a note. All can be done in a device. And there are quiz that you can test yourself that teachers can use to test their student. And there's animation, you can see how the actual operation of the systems, how the engine works. A lot of the time, students get into a lab, they look at engine, they look at components, they know about each component. Sometimes they're hard for them to imagine how the whole thing works as a system. So this allows you to see and visualize. And last, we also add in some game module. So you can actually play a game with the whole thing that makes it exciting, and through by that, you can learn, okay? So let me hide this because this is, okay. You can learn indirectly. And this is what we are putting together. And one thing about you notice here, we still need an hardware, right? So in a remote environment, let's say now pandemic, you cannot get into the lab. How you want to use this AR because you don't have the engine with you, you don't have the marker with you. And we realized that. So for that, we came out with another addition to our portfolio, which is you can have an AR book, we call it. So it's a book that you can bring it to your home. You don't need to go into the lab, and the app works equally on the AR book. So you can see here one example how this AR book works. So this is an asset of hybrid engine. So we want to demonstrate hybrid engine. Same principle, you can scan, but now it's on the book. So you can do this at home, in your room, wherever you are. You don't need to go into the lab, which is very useful during the pandemic. That you cannot get into the lab. You can focus. Okay, you can see the internal part of whatever component you're looking at. Okay, and there are also learning module, there are also quiz module. and so on and so forth. Okay, so these are the kind of expansions. I'm going to stop this. And we have kind of implemented this in a real life. And during last year pandemic, we got a request from one of our partners in Thailand, which is KMUTT, they call it, King Mongkut University of Technology. And because of pandemic, they cannot have their students go into the lab. They requested whether they can use our app. And they have used that to run that what they call as a virtual lab. So the students actually use the app in their home with the AR book to learn about the engine. And these are some of the feedback we get. And we also implemented some case study locally in some college, polytechnic actually. And we also want to do some implementation on college vocational, which is now in the progress of negotiation, will happen eventually, slow because of the pandemic. But we are doing trial run. And these are some of the feedback that we get from the students, okay? So one is the most important thing, almost universally everyone tells that they are more excited, more motivated to learn and to explore about automotive engine because the subject matter is automotive. Subject matter can change. We can do subject matter for other TWET subjects. We can do mechanical, we can do electrical, which we have a portfolio for that. So I just show a sample of engine. And some other feedback that we get is they like because they can do reviewing of the lesson after the class, much easier. All the information is in their fingertip, in their phone, very easy. And somehow they can understand better how the engine works without, need to assemble the engine or exercise. So even if they go into the lab, they disassemble the engine, assemble the engine, which is the usual practice. They don't have the simulation, they don't have the motion to visualize. So this one gives them option for that. So they like it. And of course, they all like because they can see the internal component, which is very difficult to do unless you go into the lab. But if you go into the lab, you only have limited time. Probably you spend about 3-4 hours in the lab, and that's the only time you have. Once you get out from the lab, you don't have any other means to relate to the subject matter. And this particular app or the use of AR in general, not necessarily this app, but any AR application will allow you to learn continuously in and off the class. Okay, so as I said, it's going to be short, so I'm going to stop here and I hope we can have more discussion. So thank you very much, Dr. Omar. Pass to you back.
All right. Wow. Wonderful. As I mentioned to you, Prof, of course, this topic is a subject of interest to me, of course, because I'm from the Instruction and Digital Learning Division, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education. So I think we have, yes, there's a question here from the audience. Can AR replace real life lab experience? So what's your take on this?
Okay. So I get that quite often, actually. All right. My personal take is AR will not be able to replace. So whatever I'm showing, whatever anyone can show you about AR, it's about enhancing the current education system. Because for a student to graduate with technical skill, you need the actual practice. So you need to get into the lab, you need to touch things, you need to learn how to repair stuff, or you need to learn how to handle subject matter. You need that. But AR allows you additional learning element or learning avenue that previously is not available, because previously you're stuck, or only when you get into the lab or only get into the classroom, you learn. Outside, you can still learn if it's theory, but if it's a practical subject or practical matter, difficult for you to learn, and AR allows you to do that off the class. So I will never say that AR can replace conventional teaching. AR enhances conventional teaching. That is more like it. That's my take for it.
All right. Thank you, Prof. So the next question is, so we know, so how do we design it as close as possible? So what are your tips for that? I mean, as close as the experience, how well do we design? And also, how do we embed the assessment into it?
Okay, so how close to the real life, it all depends on how refined your asset is, right? Because you basically have to convert your asset into a 3D model. I'm specifically talking about engineering education. AR in another matter may be different. So for instance, let's say you take an engine, you can draw the engine as close as possible. And of course, now with the 3D CAD technology, you can actually have a drawing which looks very, very much what it is on a real life because of all the rendering and stuff. Unfortunately, when you take a very rendered 3D model and put it into an AR environment, the whole AR software become heavy. So for you to install that into a device and carry around, that will be quite heavy for the machine itself. So there's a trade that you need to come out with. So how refined you can go with the asset modeling, and how light the eventual application can be, so it can be mobile as it is. And then
yeah, that's an important point, because we are aware that students, learning online, they have limitations of the devices that they're having. So we, as what you mentioned, we cannot put it like too high end and it'll be too berat for the device. And then, at the end, who loses? Who loses?
Yeah.
So I think that's when we need to strike compromise with a high fidelity or a low fidelity sort of thing. So I think we have another question from the audience about the assessment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. Finish your question first.
So, see, another issue that instructors are having, is how can we do this assessment online, especially when it's something hands-on? So, yes, this is a question from ZR Crew. Can we do practical assessment with AR?
Okay, the answer would be yes, but it is no if you think that you can have the assessment exactly how it would be in a real life. Simple example, you take an engine. The conventional assessment would be the student take an engine, they disassemble the engine, and then they put the engine back together. So that probably is one assessment to see whether they can take it apart and put it all back together in a right place. In a virtual environment like in AR, how are they going to do that? So for instance, we have put in a module where we have an engine, the student actually will take it apart. That is where the game comes in. We have a bare skeleton of the engine, and the students have to go pick components and put it into the right place, emulating how a real assemble in a real lab would happen. So if they can put all things together in a right place, so that is the closest possible you can get as an assessment of student knows what to put together. But I will not stop there to say that the student is now fully capable. No. The students still have to do a physical assessment. The students still have to go into the lab, take it apart and put it in, and to see, okay, finally you can do it. As I said, AR alone cannot have a TVET student to graduate with the full capability, competency. AR has to be infused as part of the current, what we call practice. So that will reduce a kind of load. So for instance, if you have an asset, if you have a lab that student need to access, and you have limited lab, because physical, you need a lot of money to invest and whatnot. So normally every institution have limited, and number of students can access also will be limited. So that time can be better used if the student can practice offline, right? So they can use this app to practice. So when they get to the lab in a 2 or 3 hours they have, their ability to capture the knowledge in a physical world will be much better than they don't have this practice before. The only way they can learn is through physical lab. So it's actually to increase their attention and retention level actually. So you can do assessment, but the assessment has to be treated carefully. You still have to complete the assessment with the physical real life. During pandemic, I do agree that we don't know whether that physical assessment can be conducted or not. That is a compromise that we have to take. Okay, so we must be flexible, but I truly would not suggest that you have a technical competency graduate that is not assessed with the physical subject matter. So that's what I can say for that question. Yeah.
Okay, so there's another question here. So I think you answered it about installing and dismantling screw nuts and bolts. That can be done using AR, right? Yeah. So my next question is, okay, let's say I'm an instructor and I'm from the engineering field, which I'm not. But so how do I start? I want to develop AR now. What do I need? Do I need pictures of the engine, like every side of the picture? How do I start? That's my question.
Okay, how to develop the AR app yourself? Is that the question?
So let's say I'm going to teach this new subject, and I'm given this new subject, and it's a hands-on thing. And during the pandemic now, my students can't come into the lab. So how do I start designing this AR thing? So assuming that I've already received training on how to use AR, but how I'm going to develop the resource? Because now we lack resources. I mean, lecturers lack the resources to teach online. So if I were to start, how do I do it? Now, what's my first step? You already say the first step is the hardest, but so what's the first step?
Okay, now, it is not a overnight task, I would say. Okay, it's not an overnight task. So first step is you need to model the real life component, whatever component you're teaching that you used to teach in the lab. Okay, let's say we take a aircon compressor. Okay, so we used to teach aircon compressor in a lab. There is aircon compressor, and the aircon compressor, let's say there's 5 subcomponents. So each of that subcomponent has to be drawn in a 3D environment. So that's why when I showed the slide about the implementation strategy, the first step is the asset itself. You need to come out with a 3D model of that particular component that you want to teach. And then the rest of them is not engineering, actually. The rest of them is all computational. So you need to get an AR marker, and each of them will have to be marked with an AR. And that has to be put into a virtual environment. And this is where the Unity 3D comes in. And I think even the previous speaker before that, I think most of them use Unity 3D to develop the AR environment. So you go through this step. And unfortunately, this is not an overnight step because this pandemic happened suddenly. We all are thrown into disarray. I think this is a common problem across the board, that something which is 100% heavy, physical teaching and learning now has to go online. So the intermediate step normally is the video. That's what people do. You take a video of how things works, and that video is viewed by the student. But the next step, AR, well, it takes time, but you have to follow this. So first is you have to able to model the physical component that we are talking about to teach into a 3D environment. Then you put into the AR element, and there are toolkit, the Vuforia, and how to put it into an app. You can go through that step. But the first step is you must be able to model it in 3D, that object. If you don't want 3D, at least in 2D, but 2D why not have a very real, a learning experience as would be in a lab.
Also, I have a question. Around last year, we had a panel from one of the national technical universities in the country, and this engineering lecturer mentioned that they used, in engineering there's a lot of calculations, right? So what he did was he actually gave them the pretend data and all. So is that possible in AR? So there's this pretend, this dummy data for students to do simulations with. Is that possible with AR as well? Is that they can do calculations and all?
Okay, we are talking about two different things actually, because if we are talking about pretend data, so for instance, you have a facility you're running, okay, and that facility is supposed to produce data, right? I say you're running a pump. I'll give you an example. You're running a pump, and pump runs. Of course, in a real lab, you will measure the pressure, you measure the temperature, and whatnot. In a virtual environment, you don't have that. Okay, so the pretend data, or maybe a data that's already available, that could be done, but you need to have the drawing. So for instance, let's say you take just a picture of that physical facility of the pump, and then you put up in an AR environment, let's say pressure value, a a flow rate value, and that value can change. But it is not as effective for students to relate, because in a real life, when they run the pump, they will actually have a knob to turn to increase the flow rate. So all that can be put in. And once you put that in, the real physical action the student will do in an ER, that means there's a knob to increase the pressure, to increase the flow rate. The actual data that they will get in a real life, that could be done with the pretend data, like you said. So I can just simply display a particular value, flow rate of, let's say, 1 kilogram per, 1 meter cube per second, let's say. And then for 1 meter cube per second, there will be certain pressure which we already set in. All will pop up. That is fine. That I think can be done. So it depends on how you articulate the flow of how student will be actually doing the practice in a real life.
Also, Prof, just now you shared with us Excel, right? Your app.
Yeah.
For how many modules did you do? I mean, did you do like for a whole semester lessons, or did you like pick and choose something that students are struggling with because you see, lecturers maybe they need not develop resources for everything. Probably only resources for concepts that are too abstract, or concepts that students are struggling with, right? So when you developed, when your team developed this, what was the take that did you develop everything for a whole semester, or what? How did you guys go about it?
Okay, so we developed this as a generic tool for teaching and learning. So it is not based on any specific syllabus, because syllabus changes depend on which institution we're going about, correct? And so we develop actually things that can cover for the whole semester, in fact, depending on how your syllabus is arranged. It is not covering specific. For instance, engine, we have the whole array of engine, transmission, chassis, brake, and then we have for hybrid, we have for electric, and then for mechanical, we have pump, gas turbine. So we have put together all the asset, and in terms of learning material, all the basic materials are all there, but the syllabus based on semester, it depends on who's going to use it. So for instance, if one lecturer is given this particular app and he or she has their own syllabus, right? Okay, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, whatever, and we can infuse that into the app. So the app is not rigid. The app is fluid, and because it's developed by our team, and it can be customized based on usage. If this has to be used as part of the teaching and learning in a particular institution, that institution's syllabus can be infused into it. Or else, as it stands, is a general tool to learn everything about the subject matter. So if one go through this app from A to Z, they will learn all they need to learn about engine, about hybrid, about electric. Okay.
So there's one question here from Encik Zul Halim. With the current performance of broadband technology in Malaysia, is it a challenge to realize AR for TVET education?
It depends on how you okay. If this app sits in the device, everything sits in the device. That's why I go back to our first question here. How heavy the app is. The best would be the app sits in the device. That means you're not depending on internet, you're not depending on any connectivity. But the moment you want to have what you call very refined object that represent real life, probably become very heavy for the device. Then you start to look at cloud-based. So you put everything in a cloud and things are streamed. So you need internet connection all the time. And that can be sticky. Of course, when we talk about 5G, when 5G comes, this should be solved, because 5G should be able to give us enough broadband for us to be able to stream all these things seamlessly. But without that, it's tough. But again, we talk about students, so we also have to think how much of internet access they have, right? So when you stream, you are taking up data and the data is over, then the whole thing is dead anyway. So there's no use. So that's why there's a compromise you always have to make. Okay, so for us, the compromise we made is we want to make things that sits on the device. That means when someone gets it, regardless whether they have internet or not, it should be able to use. That's the thing. So it's a challenge. You need to know what application you're talking about. Some application, there is no problem at all whether you are 4G, 5G, because it does not depend on that. But in some other cases, you have to think. But that's all for me, actually.
So there's this one question from Mariam Diana here. May I know the lightest software for 3D modeling to implement in AR? Yeah.
Okay, there's no specific answer for that. I'm not giving any specific answer today, unfortunately. All right, normally, okay, so you can use SolidWorks or AutoCAD to draw, right? When you draw, what happens? You have a 3D object, and that 3D object will be a certain file name, okay? That file name can be step files or whatnot. And that has to be reduced. Okay, there are what we call application that you can use to kind of compress the size of a 3D object. And you know how a 3D object works is depend on number of nodes, right? So you have more nodes, then the object looks more what we call more refined. So in a 3D environment, when you move it, you can see a very seamless movement. But the moment you compress it, so what will happen? It will lose some of the nodes. That's how they compress, become lighter. Then when you do a 3D movement in actual AR environment, and you will see the object, it has like moving like a cartoon, I would say. Okay, so it's not fluid. So you have to try and error. In fact, so there is no single answer. This is the lightest. No, it depends on what you draw, but there are what we call application development tools that you can use to reduce the size, okay, from SolidWorks. Actually, SolidWorks will allow you to do that anyway. So depend on files definitely.
So I think there's one more question here from Mr. Bizkiss Marketing. Creating 3D assets will be new business to support Tibet education learning process. Is that possible? I think what the person means here is creating 3D assets. So now we're trying to create job opportunities here. So what do you think about creating 3D assets? Yeah.
I would say yes, definitely, because some of the, I would say, the biggest chunk of the development time and cost is on getting the 3D asset, okay, for the AR development. There are actually a lot of online portal you can go and check. People actually make and they're selling 3D models. So I would say definitely yes, an avenue for a business opportunity. But I am not the right person to say how big the market is. But at least I know what I've shown you here. All the 3D assets we develop ourselves. So we actually have our engineers to draw every asset that we want to make into AR environment into a 3D model. And that takes a long time. And so we could cut that short if there is something available online, royalty free, that we can buy. So it's a good business. But again, it's also down to cost, how expensive it is for us to buy compared to develop our own. So all that is a compromise. So definitely there is, but there's a need to do a proper marketing study to know how big or how what we call resilient the market is and how long you can last.
I think with the current pandemic. Okay, there's a question here from Outcome Profit Resources. Prof develop sendiri ke modul AR yang ditunjukkan tadi? So probably maybe you can tell us, you can share with us about your team. How many people are on your team? What do they do? What's the work breakdown like, or what's the flow chart like? And how long did you guys take? Yeah, maybe you can just tell us about that.
Well, saya sendiri tak buat. Okay, so I'm part of a bigger team actually. So if you go to our webpage, I think all information that they asked for is there, and you can check acl.app. And or through our webpage I showed, lokati.com also can. There's a bigger team actually. So I'm one of them actually in charge of the 3D assets. and also all the content, technical content. It comes from an engineering team, which basically I'm heading. But there is a development team which works a lot on the AR, VR, and they are the one develop the whole thing. So it's a teamwork. So if you go into asl.app, all the answers that you need, the teams and everything is there. Anything else?
Oh yeah, I'm muted. Sorry, I was muted just now. So I think they say that happens every time, even though I do this like, you know, every month, but yet sometimes I do mute myself. All right, so so far we do not have any questions. So maybe okay, let's just think. We have, it's 4:09. Oh, I think we sort of finished early. So any other things, Prof, that you would like to share? Maybe some advice to our instructors, our TVET instructors here. Because you see, the famous question that we have is, I'm teaching this subject and I cannot do this online. You know, I think this is it's a major concern, but they do not have a choice now. Schools are not going to be opening soon, institutions are not going to be opening soon, you know, we may not be able to meet our students face to face. So what would your best advice be to these TVET instructors who are having 70% of content, which are hands-on content, only 30% which is theory? What do they need to do, to you know, be brave in this pandemic?
Okay, actually I do feel their pain because I teach and I do lab work as well. The pain is there, and like I said earlier, we all are thrown into disarray. Not everyone has the solution. So for an immediate, it's always go for, okay, AR probably might not be by straight away, because no one has an AR solution, you know, in their pocket that, okay, today today we are going to offline, so I take out this from my pocket, I can use. No, it takes time to develop, and the whole development I showed you now is actually outcome of that pain that we are talking about, that these instructors having pain, how a physical subject can be taught online. And another thing, I think the instructors themselves probably have to take their time to kind of relearn, because it's not easy that someone who are so used to teach in a physical environment now has to teach in an online environment, let alone the tool. The tool is second, but even if I give you the tool, how are you going to effectively teach? Because your whole experience is based on physical teaching. So definitely they need some level of training of how they can use this sort of tool, okay, just in case they have the tool available, how they can use this tool and to convey their knowledge to the student. And this is where the tool comes in. So for them, of course, they need to take the initiative. Hopefully the institution take the initiative to, you know, to send them for some level of training in this area. And they also have to look for tool. And this tool is not something that they can develop themselves. So it's not like a normal subject that lecturers or instructors, they develop their own curriculum, right? So they make slides, they make PowerPoint, or they make any tools that they can use to teach the student. But when it comes to online AR is not an overnight development. AR takes time, and there's a lot of skill set that one might not have. So they need to work with the others. And so over time, probably yes, but the instructor alone cannot do it. So they probably have to depend on an available tool like what I showed now or others. But for them personally, is equip themselves with a what you call a knowledge and experience of teaching using this sort of digital content, which is kind of different compared to a physical teaching. That they need to be retrained themselves. And there are, I think, training available and through quite a number of channels that they can tell you how to teach online with this particular tools. But I would not suggest them to go and develop this tool, because by the time they develop the tool, take about 1 or 2 years, they will be in a different situation at the time, right? So they need to go and get the tool which is already out there, no matter how simple it is, no matter how crude it is, and use that as a platform for them to continue to equip themselves of how to convey their knowledge, because knowledge is their head, and how they're going to convey their knowledge, their experience to the students. And
so also maybe having a team, having a team, like there are many lecturers who are teaching the same course, but they're all geographically in different areas. So probably cross collaboration between different institutions, different courses. Just getting a buddy, to work with you probably may reduce the burden a bit, because it can be very overwhelming. I mean, because I did conduct my team and I did conduct a study early this year. We just wanted to find out what is the experiences of lecturers at Malaysian polytechnics and community colleges teaching during the pandemic. And what we found was before the pandemic, only 30% of the lessons were actually conducted online. It was still, there's a lot was going on face to face. So you can imagine when that, 16 months ago or 17 months ago when the pandemic started, it was just like everybody had to overhaul the way they were doing things. It was very overwhelming and it was burdening. And this was also one of the top 5 challenges that lecturers were going through. So, and there were also because one of the questions in the instrument I asked was, so what is your suggestion? So some of them said, let's have this digital repository of resources. But again, it can be very overwhelming for just one person. So maybe there's a cross collaboration between lecturers from different courses, different institutions, working together, coming out these. Again, it takes teamwork really to come up with something more sustainable as well and more useful, and also just cross institution maybe. All right.
I definitely agree with you, but I think we have to be realistic that approach cannot be driven by the instructor themselves. So a level up must start this initiative. Only then they all can come together, right? So I'm sure you are aware that there are many instructors around this country, all of them having the same pain, right? And they might have voiced out, they might not have voiced out. And so the approach that you just mentioned, it will be like kind of a godsend solution for them, So for them to have an avenue that they can work together, so each of them maybe develop a small part, but put together, they will have a bigger, element for all of them to use. So it's definitely a good thing to do.
So I think that's all the time that we have today, Prof. Thank you so much for spending time with us and sharing with us what you're doing. I'm sure this session was beneficial and also inspiring for other lecturers. Someone who's actually working on. I remember when I read your CV. All these waste heat recovery were all jargons to me. Engines, boosting systems, and everything were all jargons to me. And yet it's very amazing to see you embracing engineering education. A field that has always been a bit I don't know, people not many people actually went into engineering education. It's always like social sciences education and not engineering education, but actually it's so important on how because sometimes they say, oh, engineers cannot teach, people say that, but I think it's time to break that stereotype. No, you need to know how to teach well, then you will be a better learner as well. So thank you so much for jumping into this field, Prof.
Welcome. Yeah. There's an alternate saying that the one cannot do will teach. So anyway, I appreciate this opportunity, and as I said earlier, what I showed is not purely a single person's work; it's a teamwork, and we are here to help. And I'm happy to to follow through for in whatever aspect in this direction. Okay? So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so Prof, we have been getting some requests. I think many of them missed out your contact details. So if you can just share your last slide, I think that contact details slide. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, for those of you all who have missed this slide, please take down Prof's contact details. All right. Okay. All right. So Prof, thank you again. So looks like we have come to the end of the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar after the sharing from 6 speakers from the morning till today. It's really an honor for me to be part of this incredible initiative by the institution chosen to address the iEntertainment sector and its related technologies, Selayang Community College, which is a DPCCE 4IR flagship. So congratulations to the dedicated organizing team behind the iEntertainment 1.0 Flagships webinar. Right, a big big round of applause for all of you there, and to the participants of the webinar series, who are watching us from YouTube and Facebook, have been watching us from the morning. Thank you so much for your support. So just housekeeping notes. Okay, kindly fill up the attendance form using the link given on YouTube Live and Facebook chat panel to ensure you receive the certificate of attendance, certificate of participation. It looks exactly like this. So the link is already on your screen. I'd like to do this. It's like this, all right? HTTP. I just want to do this something like in the TV, right? Okay, this is the link here. Okay, http://bit.ly/daftar-webinar4IR for you to get your certificate of participation. I'm not sure if the moderator is going to get a certificate of attendance, but I think I'll have to fill up the link as well. Okay, so we sincerely hope all of you benefited and learned a lot from the sessions. Please try to link with these speakers. They have actually shared with us their personal emails and their LinkedIn accounts, their Facebook accounts, their social media accounts. Do follow them. You'll never know the network that you're going to make here, right? So so we have 2 more videos for you to watch, which will be after this. So take care and stay safe. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us. It's been a wonderful morning. I've learned so much. All right, thank you, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye. So over to the Urus Setia.
Misi untuk membeli rumah idaman bukanlah sesuatu yang mudah bagi setiap individu. Banyak halangan yang bakal dihadapi, antaranya terlalu banyak pilihan yang membuatkan pelanggan buntu. Jadi, bagaimana cara yang terbaik untuk anda menonjol dari yang lain? Jawapannya mudah, dengan Augmented Reality. Tampil unik berbanding yang lain, AR adalah teknologi yang baru, maju dan unik. Sesuatu yang unik mudah merangsang otak manusia. Elemen kejutan juga akan menarik perhatian pelanggan. AR bakal menaik tarafkan perniagaan anda lebih jauh berbanding pesaing lain. Alami rumah idaman secara nyata. Setelah berjaya menarik perhatian pelanggan, langkah seterusnya adalah menawan hati mereka dengan perumahan anda. Kebiasaannya, pelanggan akan pergi keluar untuk melihat sendiri rumah. Namun, ianya tidak dibenarkan di musim pandemik ini. Dengan adanya perumahan versi AR, dapat memberi gambaran visual kepada pelanggan secara langsung. Tingkatkan interaksi pelanggan. Pelanggan akan lebih tertarik dengan penjelasan anda jika model AR digunakan untuk mereka lihat sendiri. Menurut kajian yang dilakukan oleh Neuro Insight, otak manusia hampir 2 kali ganda lebih terangsang ketika berinteraksi dengan AR. Apabila pelanggan berminat dan berinteraksi, peluang untuk meningkatkan jualan perniagaan anda adalah lebih tinggi. Tingkatkan jualan perumahan anda dengan teknologi Augmented Reality. Mari mulakannya sekarang.
adalah satu sistem bela diri orang Melayu yang berdasarkan konsep tulang 4 kerat, iaitu 2 tangan, 2 kaki dan kepala lah. Dan dia memang satu seni bela diri yang milik rumpun Melayu dan dia memang tak ada rekod luar daripada Kepulauan Nusantara. Dia memang dimiliki orang Melayu dan memang diamalkan oleh orang Melayu. Dalam konteks pertandingan, silat ni ada 2 jenis pertandingan. Satu kita panggil silat seni, satu kita panggil silat olahraga. Silat seni ni satu pertandingan berkonsepkan persembahan, yang mana ada 3 jenis subkategori pertandingan, iaitu tari solo, masal atau sekarang dipanggil jurus wajib, dan tempur berpasangan. Dan scoring sistem dia ialah berdasarkan persembahan. Maknanya semua ni choreograph movements dah disetkan gerakan dia macam mana dan dipersembahkan sebaik mungkin oleh peserta. Jadi scoring tu berdasarkan kepada dia punya kemantapan, ketangkasan, persembahan. Okey, lagi satu tu kita panggil silat olahraga. Silat olahraga ni dia lebih kepada combat sport, yang mana dia mesti ada dia punya safety equipment dan dia ada dia punya medical team on standby, dia ada juri, dia ada juri pertandingan, everything complete lah. As a combat sport dia kena ada mattress dan sebagainya lah. Dan scoring system dia berdasarkan kepada pukulan, maknanya kemahiran peserta untuk land pukulan kepada dia punya opponent, iaitu tumbuk 1 markah, sepak 2 markah, kejatuhan 3 markah. Ini secara kasar dia lah. Jadi yang ni scoring dia berdasarkan kepada kemahiran combatant. Sepanjang MCO ni latihan silat memang langsung tak dibenarkan. Jadi memang terjejas lah daripada orang yang nak mengajar dengan orang yang nak belajar, dua-dua ada masalah. Tapi bersilat ni dia memang ada, orang kata apa, dia punya ketagihan dia kadang-kadang tu. Jadi orang nak bersilat tetap nak bersilat juga. Sampai jadi isu hari itu, ada beberapa orang dia ditangkap oleh polis sebab dia berkeras dan bersilat dalam rumah cikgu dia agaknya, dan ke-11 orang tu kena saman. Jadi salah tetap salah, tapi dari segi keinginan orang berlatih tu kita tak boleh nak kata tak boleh nak ketepikan juga. Jadi sepanjang MCO ni cikgu-cikgu silat kebanyakannya membuat kaedah streaming, yang mana dia stream pergerakan dia untuk dilihat dan dilatih oleh anak murid. Tapi kaedah ni tak berkesan sebab latihan, of course yang paling baik is face to face, tapi sebab tak boleh, dia tak berkesan sebab bila cikgu tu buat pergerakan tu, dia tak tahu budak dia buat betul ke tak betul ke. So mana dia tak boleh nak buat pembetulan ataupun teguran kepada pergerakan tu salah ke betul. Jadi itu menjadi satu isu lah. Jadi kita harap dengan kaedah VR silat ni, yang mana benda tu kita boleh set marker point dia, pergerakan macam mana yang diperlukan oleh pergerakan ini, mana dia spesifik pergerakan tu macam mana. Dan kita harapkan penggunaan teknologi VR ni boleh membantu dari segi membetulkan pergerakan tu mengikut apa yang required by silat tu. Sebab semua nak belajar silat, sebab semua zaman sekarang ni ramai yang dah realise dia tak tahu silat tu apa sebenarnya, dan dia nak tahu dan dia nak ambil tahu. Dan bila dia belajar, oh silat bukan apa yang dia sangka. Dulu saya duk menyangka orang tak nak bersilat. Memang banyak posting saya kat Facebook pun duk marah pasal tu. Kita tengok orang tak nak bersilat. Sebenarnya bukan. Sebenarnya sebab orang tak jumpa ataupun tak tahu nak cari cikgu silat dia kat mana. Ni kelemahan cikgu silat nombor 1 sekali, marketing. Kalau ikutkan paling ramai belajar silat ni yang saya tengok lah dari segi purata, kebanyakan persatuan dan pertubuhan silat, kelab pun, kebanyakan yang belajar ni lingkungan umur dia yang banyak lah, antara umur 16 ke umur 21, 22 macam tu. Itu paling ramai. Sebab saya rasa pada umur ni banyak yang join pertandingan. Umur-umur macam ni. Dia peak physical dia ialah time tu. Jadi kebanyakannya ialah umur antara itulah 16 ke 21, 22 macam tu. Yang ni lah banyak yang join tournament, yang join pertandingan, yang pergi join MMA pun ada, yang sukma, semua lingkungan umur macam ni. Yang menarik dia, umur 40 start ramai balik. Kalau pergi ke pusat-pusat latihan kita orang dekat pusat latihan kami dekat Padang Jawa, umur 40 dia ramai. Umur 38, 40 ada ramai. Dia ramai balik. Tapi saya rasa yang tu lebih kepada faktor nak maintain kesihatan. Dia bukan nak bergaduh betul-betul, dia nak maintain kesihatan. Bagi saya, nak mengelakkan persepsi buruk orang terhadap silat, jadi kita kena pandai cari silat yang betul. Silat yang betul ni maksud saya silat ni sebenarnya latihan fizikal. Pada dia punya basic core dia mesti latihan fizikal. Jadi bila kita nak bersilat tu, kita kena ingat first kali dia mesti latihan kita fizikal. Jadi kalau bersilat tu lebih kepada belajar mandrem, belajar jampi atau karut, tak payah. Kan cari silat yang betul-betul train kita punya fizikal. Dan secondly train kita punya mental, ketahanan mental kita. Jadi kita kena betulkan persepsi dulu. Nak belajar silat tu untuk apa? Akhir kata kita harapkan dengan adanya VR silat ni, dia menjadi satu lagi orang kata medium untuk kita menyampaikan silat Melayu kepada orang Melayu kita, tak kira lah orang tua ke, kanak-kanak ke, remaja ke, dan kita harapkan semua orang akan minat belajar silat.
Industri on campus di College Community Selayang adalah satu inisiatif kolaborasi antara institusi dan juga industri. Jadi kolaborasi ini kita jangkakan akan mendatangkan manfaat kepada kedua-dua belah pihak, kepada institusi dan kepada industri. Dari pihak institusi, kami jangkakan peningkatan kemahiran ke atas kemahiran pelajar daripada perkongsian kepakaran pihak industri dan juga perkongsian peralatan teknologi baru, terutamanya teknologi motion capture. Seiring dengan revolusi industri 4.0, beberapa inisiatif projek dirancang bersama pihak Kelembai Studios. Antaranya adalah projek pendidikan virtual reality silat, yang mana kami jangkakan akan adanya latihan-latihan kemahiran dalam pembangunan 3D development, motion captures, 3D printing dan juga pembangunan virtual reality itu sendiri. Manfaat ke atas pembangunan projek virtual reality silat, kami jangkakan akan mendapat manfaat ke atas pesyarah-pesyarah daripada latihan-latihan kemahiran yang diadakan, dan juga di pihak pelajar-pelajar pula, penyampaian daripada pensyarah kepada pelajar-pelajar diserapkan di dalam proses pengajaran dan pembelajaran. Kemahiran yang ditingkatkan oleh pensyarah dan pelajar ini dapat menghasilkan projek-projek kajian pendidikan dan juga projek-projek inovasi yang boleh dikomersialkan, dan sebaran kepada masyarakat setempat juga melalui pembelajaran sepanjang hayat. Perkongsian kemahiran melalui pembangunan projek virtual reality silat, kami jangkakan semua lapisan masyarakat akan mendapat maklumat berkaitan silat, berkaitan virtual reality dan juga teknologi 4.0, sekaligus meningkatkan minat masyarakat setempat, pelajar, pihak institusi, pihak industri untuk mempelajari kemahiran-kemahiran teknologi baru, Industry Revolution 4.0. Pihak College Community Selayang dan pihak Kelembai Studios, atas kerjasama ini kami berharap kesemua pihak dapat menggunakan peluang yang diberikan supaya peningkatan kemahiran, peningkatan pengetahuan dan juga ekonomi dapat dimanfaatkan dan dapat meningkatkan taraf hidup sosial.
New technology in this era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 is transforming the process